A girl like you, what's the use of keeping her? She'll just cost us a dowry later. Instead of that, it's better to marry her to the young master's foolish son. That way, the third son can go to school. Go-chi woke up from her unconscious state and heard these words. She looked up and saw herself kneeling on the ground, being tightly held in a woman's arms. Although she was only 1.6 meters tall, it seemed impossible for a woman to protect her like that. She looked at her small hands and feet and instantly understood she had shrunk. Her knees, kneeling on the ground, felt a sharp pain, telling her this was not a dream. But if it's not a dream, then what is happening now? The house was unfamiliar, the people were strangers, and even the woman crying in her arms was a stranger. If the woman hadn't given her a strong sense of safety, she might have pushed her away. Why was the woman crying? Listening to what the old lady sitting in the main seat was saying, she understood. Husband, Chi-Chi is still so young. How can we let our daughter marry a fool? The woman holding Go-Chi spoke softly, but the man kneeling nearby heard her clearly. It wasn't just the man. Because the house was very quiet, the old lady also heard everything clearly. I'm talking to my son, and you have no right to speak. The old lady scolded the woman, even throwing a teacup at her. It didn't hit her, but it was still frightening. Go-Chi finally understood her current situation. Although she didn't know why she was here, she knew she had to deal with the problem first. The people kneeling with her must be her current parents, and the old lady was her grandmother. But this grandmother was truly terrible, making her think of her own mother. All because she wanted to help her other son. The older child was suffering. She had to buy a house and a car for her brother, and if she didn't, her mother would scold her. She had worked many extra hours for this. And Go-Chi's father was even worse. To support his brother's child's education, he was asked to sacrifice his daughter. Fortunately, Go-Chi's father was not as weak as she was. He was now resisting. Her act of resistance moved her deeply. She didn't know if it would work, but it gave her courage to fight back. Her small body didn't matter. Standing up for herself was the right choice. I don't want to leave my father and mother. I don't want to leave my father and mother. Grandmother thought her foolish son was good, so she decided to let her marry, but Chi-Chi wouldn't marry. Go-Chi's innocent words, full of tears, stunned everyone present. They all knew she was young and naive, but no one expected such a small child to say something like that. The old woman was already very angry because her son had gone against her wishes. Now, after hearing Go-Chi, she was even more furious. Unfortunately, she had just smashed a teacup, so she could only angrily slam the table instead.
Fine.
Very good. At such a young age, you say such shameless things. This is the kind of trash you've raised. Today, I'll make it clear, this family is still under my control. That stubborn girl is getting married, no matter what. The old woman was very assertive and didn't give Go-Chi's father any chance to speak. Go-Chi's father was both angry and sad. He loved his wife and daughter. He knew his mother was wrong, but he couldn't protect his daughter. This helpless feeling made him tremble. Seeing her father like this and her mother crying constantly, Go-Chi felt a sharp pang in her heart. She was very familiar with this situation. She was about to give in. Go-Chi knew her father's state too well. When she used to be stubborn and couldn't argue with her mother, he was always like this. But now, if her father gave in, she would really have to marry that foolish son of some mister. So.
No.
Even though she still didn't understand why she was here, she couldn't care about that now. She had to think quickly and find a way out of this situation first. She was glad she had watched many TV shows and read many novels. Whenever the main characters faced such problems, she knew what they would do. Family separation. Yes, in the stories, the first step to a happy life was to split the family. She should follow that example. Time was urgent, and she didn't need to worry about being just a child anymore. She had to say her idea of splitting the family first, so her father and mother could see another possibility. I won't marry. I won't marry. Grandmother is not good. I don't want to live with her anymore. Dad, Mom, let's take Chi-Chi and leave. Let's go away together. Although Go Chi didn't directly mention splitting the family, her words made her mother think there was another way to escape from the old woman. It might not be the best choice, but for Go Chi, she was willing to do it. She looked very determined at her father and then seriously said, "Husband, let's split the family." The sound was not loud, but it shocked everyone in the room. Father Go heard the words divide the family and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but soon he started to feel conflicted again. Go Chi didn't understand what her father was hesitating about. Even now, at this moment, what was there to hesitate about? Everything could be discussed after dividing the family. Good for you, Zhao family. You actually encouraged my son to split the family just for a money-losing deal. Parents don't split up, and you don't understand this simple truth. What's the use of having a daughter-in-law like you? Just divorce her, the old lady snapped angrily. Dividing the family was not a small matter, and naturally, she didn't want it to happen. She used the threat of divorce to pressure Go mother. When Go father heard about divorce, he didn't want it either. He cared for Zhao family, but he didn't want to split the family. His hesitation made Go Chi very angry. She had thought her father was brave enough to oppose, but now she felt disappointed. But the family had to split, so she had to try harder. Father, do you not want Chi-Chi and Mother anymore? Are you going to chase Chi-Chi and Mother away? Will Chi-Chi become a child without a father? Chi-Chi doesn't want to be bullied. Chi-Chi doesn't want to be bullied. She cried heartbreakingly, as if she had really been bullied. Father Go was distressed by her crying. The scene of her being bullied seemed to flash in his mind. He even thought of worse things, including what would happen after Go Chi married the foolish son. His inner conflict grew even stronger, becoming more resolute. "Mother, let's go ahead and split up," he said. After saying this, he surprisingly stopped kneeling and stood up. He even helped Go mother and Go Chi, who were kneeling together, to stand. This action, along with his words, made the old lady so angry that she also stood up and looked at Go father and the others with anger. At this moment, Go Chi wasn't paying attention to the old lady. Instead, she was curious about her father's leg. His left leg was wrapped in a black mist.
Black always gives a bad feeling.
Go Chi hadn't noticed earlier because her father kept kneeling, but now she saw the black mist swirling around his leg. It was hard not to notice. Go Chi didn't understand what this black mist meant. She even thought she was seeing things, so she looked carefully at the black mist. Just then, her careful observation caused the scene in front of her to suddenly change. The scene is divided into two parts. On the left, a screenshot of the injured leg. On the right, the text. Old bone injuries have healed but cannot fully recover. Solution: re-break the injured area to create a new wound, reconnect and fix it, then wait for healing. There is a chance it can return to normal. Go Chi looked at these words with surprise. What is going on? When did her eyes gain this ability? Could this be the legendary golden finger? Having a golden finger means she is no longer dreaming but has traveled to another world? Thinking about this possibility, no matter how small, she knew she had to split the family now. Even if the old woman really wouldn't give them anything, they still had to divide. Hearing this, Go father hesitated. Go mother saw his hesitation and understood what he was worried about. She firmly stood by his side, saying she was willing to endure hardships with him. With her support, Go father made up his mind. Even if they got nothing, he would work hard as a laborer and never give up on his wife and children. They decided to wait until the old woman finished scolding them so they could call the relatives to divide the family. Suddenly, the eldest uncle, who had been silent, stood up. Go Chi felt nervous, worried that the uncle was here to persuade Go father not to split. But unexpectedly, the uncle also wanted to divide the family. This relieved Go Chi. Previously, only Go father wanted to split, and the old woman would have made things difficult. But now, with the uncle involved, it was one more person to share her anger. Though she didn't know why the uncle also wanted to split, the situation was now somewhat in their favor. She didn't care about the family property. As a traveler with her golden finger, if she couldn't get rich, it would be a miracle. The old woman, seeing her eldest son suddenly stand up, trembled with anger. She thought she could persuade him to change his mind, but now he was also determined to split the family. This felt like betrayal, and she grudgingly agreed. However, she still declared that no matter who wanted to split, they wouldn't get anything. Despite this, both sons who were determined to split still expressed their willingness. In the end, the old woman could only ask her obedient third son to invite the relatives to witness the decision. The process of dividing the family was very quick because the old woman refused to give anything, so there was no need to worry about the family's possessions. However, out of kindness, the villagers persuaded her to give the old house outside Goshan village to the two unfilial sons. At the same time, the 10,000 acres of good farmland were also divided, with each of the two sons receiving 1 acre, supposedly to prevent them from starving. Faced with such harsh conditions, Go-fu and the eldest uncle still agreed. After the two brothers completed the paperwork, they left without hesitation. The family was divided, and Gookie finally relaxed. Although the future was uncertain, at least he was no longer under the control of that annoying old woman, which was the best thing. They found a carriage, packed all the belongings that needed to be taken, and then left through the city gate of Weicheng. After about 2 hours of travel, Gookie, along with his parents and the eldest uncle's family, finally arrived at the old house in Gujiakan village. Seeing the abandoned-looking house, Go-fu and the eldest uncle looked at each other in surprise. The village elder heard that the two brothers had suddenly returned and was very surprised, knowing that they hadn't come back since moving to the city. After learning the situation, he sighed and then called someone to help the brothers clean up the old house, which had become a ruin. According to the village elder, this old house was once the residence of Gookie's grandfather and second grandfather. So it was considered one family but actually divided into 2 parts. Later, the grandfather moved to the city, and the second grandfather left the family to become a monk, so the house had been abandoned. Now, it was a good opportunity for Gookie and his family to each live in one part, giving each family some independent space. After discussing, the eldest uncle and Go-fu decided who would live in which part. Both houses were the same, so choosing either was fair. However, today they could only do a simple cleanup, as many repairs were needed. This meant they had a lot of work to do and would need to spend money on repairs. At this moment, Gookie hadn't thought about the fact that after these repairs, both families would run out of money and life would become very tight. Once they fixed the leaking roof and drafty walls, Go-fu and Gomu secretly talked after they thought Gookie was already asleep. "We've almost used up all the money we brought, and the rice and grain are running out. Mother didn't give us anything during the division, and if this continues, it won't be good." Mother Go poured all the copper coins from the money bag while talking to Father Go and counting the coins. Who said otherwise? Today, my eldest brother also mentioned this issue. They plan to use sister-in-law's dowry to get through the tough times. Today, my eldest brother and I went to see our fields. They're still being cultivated, and we won't be able to get them back until the harvest this year. Although we might earn some rent then, it definitely won't be enough to get us through the winter. So, we need to think of other ways. Father Go had already thought about this problem, but unfortunately, he and his older uncle hadn't figured out a solution. Their family was already considering using Auntie's dowry, which could solve their immediate crisis, but wasn't a long-term solution. Especially, once the dowry was gone, there would be no way out. Therefore, although Father Go mentioned that Uncle might have to use Auntie's dowry, he didn't directly ask Mother Go. Mother Go knew Father Go didn't want to touch her dowry, but since the family was about to run out of food and they couldn't think of a good plan, she decided it was better to use some of her dowry temporarily to get through the tough times. Father Go didn't bring it up, but she took the initiative to suggest it herself. Although Father Go strongly opposed, he finally reluctantly agreed because Go Chi was still growing and needed care. They didn't know that Go Chi wasn't asleep but had overheard everything and was worried about the money problem. Not having enough money was a big problem. Go Chi was only 3 years old now. At this age, it wasn't easy for her to earn money on her own. But since she had traveled here, she wanted to make her life better little by little. Being so young shouldn't stop her from making money. She needed to think carefully about how to do it. The next morning, Uncle and Father Go left the house. Go Chi knew where they were going. Seeing Auntie and Mother Go worried, she pretended not to know anything and took her small cloth doll to visit neighbors. Why did she carry her doll? Because it made her look cuter. She was still unfamiliar with life in this ancient world, so she wanted to learn what kinds of jobs people here did to earn money. For example, the neighbor's house seemed like a good place to investigate. When she arrived at the neighbor's house, she saw a girl about 7 or 8 years old feeding chickens. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Go Chi pretended to speak softly and sweetly, asking the young girl questions on purpose. "I'm feeding the chickens. Is the little girl from next door, Chi Chi?" the girl said while continuing her actions. Since Go Chi knew she was aware of her, it was easier to ask more questions. But to do that, she needed to get closer to the girl first, starting by learning her name. "Do you know me? What's your name, sister?" "I'm Arya," the girl replied. Her name sounded like her family didn't put much thought into it. Maybe she has an older sister called Daya. But Go Chi didn't ask about that now.
Her goal was to learn about ways to make money in this time.
In stories and TV shows, rural families raised chickens mainly for eggs. Selling eggs could bring in some income, but their family couldn't raise chickens now because they didn't have enough money to buy any. So, chickens were just a way to start a conversation. Go Chi wanted to learn more. "Arya, raising chickens can help your family a lot. It's a pity I don't have chickens, or I could learn from you."
"How old are you?"
"Play with your dolls. When you grow up like me, you'll be able to help your family. Raising chickens isn't easy. I started when they were chicks. It takes a lot of work. I have to prepare food for them every day and worry about their health." Arya seemed to be showing off her chicken-raising skills, making it sound difficult, but she didn't explain what exactly was hard. Go Chi noticed her boasting, but didn't hear any real difficulties. She praised her nicely, which made Arya happy. She then started showing off more, even though she didn't have many things to brag about. She decided to boast about her older siblings instead. "My sister is even better. She can embroidery. The city's tailor shops are eager to buy her work. My sister's designs are special because they were given by the wife of the master at Mount Shan Academy. They're not ordinary. My brother is also great. He gathers firewood in the mountains. The firewood he cuts is dry and burns well. The Mount Shan Academy always pays him good prices." Listening to Arya's bragging, Go Chi heard some useful information she was looking for. During this short conversation, I heard about Banshan Academy from this girl's mouth more than once. I also sense that this family seems to be gaining wealth through Banshan Academy. Perhaps Banshan Academy needs more than just eggs and firewood. Maybe it requires other things. I need to find a chance to look into it. But with my small arms and legs, I probably can't go alone now. I can only wait until Father Go comes back and take him along. Right now, it's important to build a good relationship with this new sister I just met. Maybe I can learn some other useful information from her. However, after talking with Arya and Go Chi for so long, I looked at the sky and remembered I still have things to do. I can't continue chatting with Go Chi. Even though I really like her, she's a sweet little sister who listens to me. Does Sister Arya have something to do? Go Chi noticed I kept looking at the sky. In this era, there are no watches. People tell time by the sky. She probably has something she hasn't finished, but she's too shy to ask me to leave. Yes, I need to go to the river to catch bugs for the chickens, and I want to pick some fruit from the mountain. I saw a fruit tree the other day, and the fruit should be ripe now. If I don't go soon, someone else might pick it. Go Chi listened to by the river and on the mountain and felt very eager. Since our family moved here, I haven't left more than 10 meters from home. I really want to see what Go Family Village looks like. But my parents are too busy, and I'm still young. Even if I'm free range, I can only stay where my parents can see me. That's why, even though I can go out, I can only do my social survey near Arya's house. Can Sister Arya take me along? This is a great chance to explore the map. How could I miss it? Sure, but will your mother agree? Arya isn't opposed to bringing Go Chi along. If Go Chi keeps following her, she can also show off her older brother and sister. I'll ask my mom right now. Sister Arya, wait a moment. After getting Arya's approval, Go-chi ran home with her little cloth doll. She told Go-mother about the plan. When Go-mother heard someone was bringing her daughter along, she finally felt at ease and let Go-chi go. Of course, she didn't forget to remind Go-chi to be careful. Go-chi promised and then ran to Arya's house, carrying her doll and even a small basket on her back. Arya had already closed the door and was waiting for her. When Go-chi arrived, she took her to the river first. When they arrived by the river, second sister told Go-chi to play alone for a while. She finished digging for insects and went to pick fruit in the mountains. However, she didn't let Go-chi get too close to the riverbank. Instead, she stopped her at a safe distance. Although she didn't explain why, Go-chi understood it was to keep her safe. The riverbank was unprotected, and falling in could be dangerous. Second sister also stayed back, as her original purpose was to explore the map. Seeing the river meant she had explored that part of the area. Seeing Go-chi listen so well, second sister felt reassured and continued digging for insects. Meanwhile, Go-chi, being obedient, discovered some faintly greenish things in the grass near the river. The green aura she sensed was somewhat similar to the dark energy on her father's leg, but the color was different. This was her first time seeing something green like that, so she wanted to understand what it was.
Mint, a cayman medicinal herb.
Used to treat flu, headaches, eye redness, fever, sore throat, gum swelling, and pain. Externally, it can relieve nerve pain, skin itching, rashes, and eczema. Other uses can be brewed into a tea to clear the mind and improve eyesight. Cultivation methods, propagated by root division, cuttings, or stem segments. Go-chi didn't expect that the green aura was just mint. She had thought it was something very valuable. But then she realized that mint was normal, especially since people often pass by the river. If it were something precious, she wouldn't have a chance to find it. Since she found the mint, she decided to pick some. It could be brewed into tea, adding a new drink to her collection. After gathering quite a bit of mint, second sister had finished digging for insects too. She then suggested they head towards the mountain. This mountain is called Weishan. The Half Mountain Academy is located on this mountain. I heard that the scholar from your village used to study there. But now, the academy should be in session, so it's better not to go. Second sister pointed to a spot on the mountain, but the trees blocked the view, so they couldn't see anything. They were now on the way up the mountain. Surprisingly, the path was wide and clear, with visible wagon tracks pressed into the ground. It was obvious that many wealthy young men came here to study at the Half Mountain Academy. But Arya did not take her to the Half Mountain Academy. Instead, she led her away from the path and into the woods. I found the fruit tree ahead last time. I hope no one else has discovered it, Arya said as she cleared away weeds in front of Go-chi and told her where she had seen the tree. When they arrived, they found that someone was already there. 2 young boys, one in green clothes standing anxiously under the tree, looking up, and a young master in purple carefully picking the fruit from the tree. It's too late. We've arrived after they started, Arya whispered to Go-chi, and Go-chi could tell from her expression that Arya probably knew who they were. However, whether the others knew her was uncertain. They probably won't finish picking all the fruit. We should wait here, Go-chi said, glancing at the fruit on the tree. Her mouth, unused to eating fruit for days, was watering uncontrollably. Most importantly, she saw white vapor emanating from the fruit. This was the 3rd color of vapor she had seen recently. Since there was vapor, it should be possible to identify what kind of fruit it was. First, she needed to see if it was edible. If not, she wouldn't get her hopes up. Apricot, while a common fruit containing sugars, proteins, calcium, phosphorus, and other minerals, as well as vitamin A precursors, vitamin C, and B vitamins. Go-chi looked and realized the fruit was actually an apricot. It was much smaller than the apricots she knew, so she didn't recognize it at first. Fortunately, she had this golden finger, otherwise, she wouldn't have known that apricots contained so many vitamins. However, in just a moment, the purple-clad young man had almost picked all the ripe apricots from the tree. This couldn't do. She really wanted to supplement her vitamins now. If she hadn't seen it, She would have given up, but since she couldn't let these rich vitamins slip away just like that. Since there were no more ripe apricots on the tree, she decided to get some from the two boys instead. Yes, get some. After all, she had no money in her hand. The purple-clad young man finally prepared to come down from the tree. Carefully, he handed the apricots he picked to the young man in green. Seeing this, Go-chi quickly stepped forward, took her small basket, and took out some mint leaves. She then handed the basket to the green-clad boy, so he could use it to carry the apricots more easily. To thank Go-chi for borrowing them her small basket, the two boys decided to give her 2 apricots. Go-chi was not only interested in the 2 items, she also wanted to take them back to her mother and her sisters to try. If she only took 2, it wouldn't be enough to share, especially with Arya around. Thank you, handsome brother, Go-chi said while also observing the 2 people, hoping to find a good topic to ask for more apricots. But as she looked closely at the 2, she noticed a faint black aura near the young man's mouth. This black aura was very weak. If she hadn't looked carefully, she might not have noticed it at all. Now that she saw the black aura, she decided to check it out. Minor gum swelling and pain.
Solution: mint terre.
It was such a simple and straightforward solution. Although there were other options, this time the golden finger only mentioned mint tea, implying that giving mint to this person could cure his gum pain. Should she exchange the mint for apricots?
Go-chi thought about it.
The ripe apricots were gone, but she could still pick more mint. While she was considering how to ask for the mint, the young man in blue noticed her holding it. Your mint. He hesitated, seeming to want to ask for it. Go-chi thought he probably knew that his gum issue could be solved with mint, but was hesitant to ask directly. Do you want this mint, handsome brother? Go-chi decided to speak for him since he couldn't ask. As long as she could get the apricots, it would be fine. Cousin, you want this herb? Name your price, said the purple-clad boy, sounding confident and wealthy. Go-chi suddenly thought she could just sell the mint for money. As for the apricots, the unripe ones on the tree would probably ripen in a few days, and she could come back with Arya then. But how much is this bunch of mint worth? She wasn't familiar with the value of money in this era. After all, at her young age, no one would trust her with money. Is this enough? The purple-clad boy saw Go-chi didn't speak and didn't realize she was thinking about how to name her price. So he took out a small silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to her. Go-chi had never seen such a silver ingot before and had no idea how much it was worth. In TV shows, these small silver pieces seemed worthless, but they should be worth more than copper coins. Not enough? Then I'll give you all these fruits. If that's still not enough, we'll just forget it. The boy in purple saw that Go-chi still didn't speak, and he was a little angry. He hadn't thought about scaring the little 3-year-old girl by giving her a broken silver coin. Of course, Go-chi wouldn't be scared. It was just because the boy in purple seemed impatient and didn't give her time to think, so she couldn't properly answer his question. That's enough. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Second sister quickly stepped forward to help Go-chi put away the silver and apricots, and also wrapped some mint leaves in large tree leaves to give to the 2 boys. Girl, why do you look so surprised when you see money? This is a good opportunity. Come on, let's go home and put the silver away for your mother. Don't lose it, second sister scolded Go-chi after the 2 boys left. While speaking, she also helped Go-chi carry the basket with apricots and handed her the silver to hold carefully. Second sister, do you know those 2 brothers? I heard you call the purple-clad boy young Master Xiao. Go-chi naturally knew she should keep the money safe, but she was also curious about the 2 boys. However, second sister only knew the boy in purple. He was the grandson of the head of the mountain library, named Xiao Ji. She had seen him from afar when she accompanied her brother to deliver firewood before. As for the boy in green, second sister didn't know him, but since he was with Xiao Ji, she guessed he was also from the mountain library. Actually, second sister also wanted to meet the boy in green, so she could go to the riverbank to pick mint and sell it to him. When they returned home, Go-chi gave second sister some apricots, and they each went home. Back home, Go-chi found her mother Go and quietly took her into the room, secretly giving her the silver. Chi-chi, where did this silver come from? Go's mother saw the silver in Go Chi's hand. Many bad thoughts appeared in her mind, but she didn't want to believe her daughter could do anything wrong. She decided to trust Go Chi and listen to her explanation about the silver. Go Chi simply explained the situation, which made Go's mother feel completely at ease. Our Chi is amazing. She even knows how to make money. But where did that mint come from that's worth so much? We can't take advantage of others, Go's mother praised Go Chi, but inside, she felt a bit worried. After all, exchanging a handful of mint for a piece of silver wasn't much, but considering it, they had gained something, which didn't seem right. It's okay. After Dad comes back, I will ask him to take me to the mountain again to find some things to send to my older brother. I heard from second sister that he is from Mount Halfbook Academy. Although I believe I didn't lie about this business, I can naturally feel at ease taking the money. However, Mother thinks it's not good, so she suggested using the silver to visit Mount Halfbook Academy, which is also a good idea. Most people in Go Village rely on Mount Halfbook Academy to make a living, so our family can also earn some money from it. When Mother heard about Mount Halfbook Academy, she might have been thinking about it too. After a brief thought, she accepted Go Chi's suggestion and stopped worrying about taking advantage. She carefully stored the silver and also took some apricots to send to Andy. When Dad and the others returned that evening, Mother and Father whispered a lot, but they didn't hide anything from Go Chi. So, Go Chi knew their plan quite well. Although it was called a plan, it mainly meant that Dad should remember to build good relationships with the people at Mount Halfbook Academy when he goes there tomorrow. That way, they might have a chance to survive like others in the village by relying on the academy. Go Chi didn't have high hopes for this plan. According to second sister, most villagers send firewood to Mount Halfbook Academy. How valuable is that firewood? Instead of doing the same as others, she thought it would be better to go to the academy tomorrow and carefully see if there are other jobs she can do. Of course, she also had to consider Dad's leg, so she could only do lighter work. The next day, Go Chi and her father went up the mountain early. Although they were going to find something on the mountain and also wanted to thank the young master from yesterday, Dad mainly thought about firewood. He was worried about how much firewood he needed to gather to match the value of the silver. Go Chi still carried her small basket and dragged her little cloth doll behind her. She was looking for things with energy, but there were many green-spirited things on the mountain. However, she couldn't use them now. The young man in blue had mint, so she believed he wouldn't need other herbs for now. Therefore, she didn't consider these green-spirited things today. But soon, she found something suitable. Because she arrived early, she saw many mushrooms growing under the trees. With her special ability, she could easily recognize which mushrooms were safe and non-toxic. When Go Father's bundle of firewood was, she also picked a basketful of mushrooms. Chi-Chi, you can't give these mushrooms to that young master. Go Father saw Go Chi collecting mushrooms and thought she was just playing. Since he himself couldn't tell if the mushrooms were poisonous or not, he assumed Go Chi also couldn't tell. That young master knows about them. Go Chi didn't bother to explain that all the mushrooms she picked were safe, as she didn't want to explain how she knew about mushrooms. Oh, I see. Well, let's see if that young master wants these mushrooms. If he does, they will be worth more than my firewood. That might even make up for the silver he gave you yesterday, Go Father said as he carried the firewood on his back and held Go Chi's hand. They quickly left the woods and arrived at the path leading to the Half Mountain Academy. On the way, they met Arya's older brother coming back from the academy. He was carrying a basket and seemed to be lost in thought, so he didn't greet them. Go Chi didn't mind, and Go Father, busy with the heavy firewood, didn't pay much attention either. The three of them simply passed by each other. However, when Go Chi crossed paths with Arya's brother, she noticed what was in his basket and couldn't help but smile. The basket was filled with mint. Clearly, Arya saw her earning money with mint yesterday. Although she didn't show it at the time, she was probably jealous inside. Unfortunately, the young master in blue had a minor gum swelling, so her mint should be enough. But this also made Go Chi realize that Arya was quite clever about her feelings. Soon, the father and daughter arrived at the Half Mountain Academy. Since neither had been there before, Go Father didn't know they should enter through the back door when selling firewood. So they went straight to the main gate. Oops, oops, you should deliver firewood through the back door. Is this your first time delivering firewood here? The gatekeeper of the academy saw the father and daughter and came out to stop them before they got close. Uncle, we're here to find someone, Go-chi explained quickly, feeling a bit flustered when she saw Go-father being scolded. Looking for someone? Who? The gatekeeper didn't believe they were just here to find someone. The academy was in class right now. A young man in blue, the one with young Master Xiao, Go-chi said, using Xiaoji's name since she didn't know his. Young Master Xiao? What do you want with him? The gatekeeper recognized who they were looking for. His expression changed a bit when he realized who they meant. That young master helped me yesterday. Today, my father and I came to thank him. Go-chi hurriedly explained. The gatekeeper heard that they came to thank him, although he didn't know the full situation. He still told the two to wait here and went inside to report. While waiting, Go-chi wanted to ask the remaining gatekeeper about buying and selling firewood. However, Go's father seemed a bit nervous, so Go-chi decided to wait until he saw the two young boys first. Wow, my cousin was right. It really is that girl. Xiao Jiren's voice was heard even before he came out. Hearing this, Go-chi looked up and saw the two boys from yesterday. Although they weren't wearing the same clothes as yesterday, the colors were still the same. One blue and one purple. Easy to recognize. Father, Go-chi whispered to alert Go's father as the two boys came out. Go's father also saw them. He carefully put down the firewood, tidied his clothes, and tried to look a bit more energetic. But the two boys didn't pay attention to Go's father. Instead, they were curious about Go-chi's purpose for coming today. Little girl, what are you here to do today?
This is my father.
Yesterday. Go-chi briefly explained her purpose, and then placed the mushrooms she gathered in front of the two boys. Yes. Chi-chi is young and doesn't know the value of silver. Those mint leaves aren't worth much money either, so we thought to bring some other things. But since the two young masters don't lack anything, we use things from the mountain instead. Please don't mind. After Go-chi finished explaining, Go's father quickly agreed, making the situation seem more formal. Although it was originally a child's matter, with an adult involved, the two boys' attitudes changed. They formally introduced themselves to Go's father, and Go-chi learned their names. Yesterday, she already knew Xiao Jiren's name from area. The boy in green was named Fong Cheng, Xiao Jiren's cousin. After introducing themselves, Fong Cheng shared his thoughts about the mint leaves. He said he needed mint and didn't think the silver piece given yesterday was too much. Of course, if Go's father still felt guilty, he could accept the mushrooms brought today. Hearing this, Go's father felt less like he had taken advantage. Go-chi felt a little uneasy, but she thought it was good to build a good relationship with these two. Today, the main reason for coming was to meet the steward of this academy, so it would be easier for them to sell things to the academy in the future. However, suddenly saying I want to meet the steward might seem a bit strange. So, Go-chi looked at the bundle of firewood placed aside and thought she could use it. Suddenly, she started urging Go-fu. Father, both older brothers have accepted the mushrooms. Let's go now. You still need to sell firewood at the market. Is uncle planning to sell this firewood? Xiao Ji found it strange when Go-chi said they were going to sell firewood at the market. Most of the firewood in Go's village was sold to their academy. Why are these people at the academy's gate, but not selling firewood to them? Go-fu's firewood was originally meant to be given away, but now that the other side had accepted the mushrooms, he couldn't really sell the firewood anymore. But he could sell it if he wanted to, and he knew that the villagers mostly sold firewood to the Half-Mountain Academy. He had never sold firewood before, so he didn't know how to tell these two young men about it. And it was obvious that these two boys wouldn't be responsible for the firewood business. So, he didn't know how to ask these two boys for help, and he looked a bit anxious. Yes, I heard firewood can be sold for money, so my father plans to send me with the mushrooms and then go sell the firewood. By the way, do you know if your academy accepts firewood? Seeing Go-fu looking uncomfortable again, Go-chi decided to speak up herself. Kids are not afraid to ask questions, especially when they are asking knowingly. Half-Mountain Academy naturally accepts firewood. Xiaoji had the gatekeeper take Go Fu to the back door. Go Qi didn't follow but stayed with the two young masters, waiting for Go Fu. Is your father's leg not good? Fang Qing looked at Go Fu, who was limping with a bundle of firewood, and could tell there was a problem with his leg. My mother said it's an old injury. It wasn't treated properly before, so it left a lasting problem. When I earn enough money, I will make sure to heal my father's leg. But earning money isn't easy. My father and mother are honest people. If they weren't, they wouldn't stay awake all night over that small silver piece brother Xiao Qing gave us. Go Qi expressed her determination to heal her father's leg and said earning money was hard, which didn't seem fitting for her 3-year-old self. But Fang Cheng and Xiaoji didn't seem to find it strange that she said this. Even some sympathy for Go Qi. She is very young and already has to carry the family burden, which is really hard. Later, if you want to sell anything, you can ask us first. If we need it, we'll buy it. Fang Cheng thought he could help this young girl, but he didn't want to do it as charity, so buying and selling was better. Really? That's great. Thank you, Brother Xiao Cheng. Thank you, Brother Xiao Ji. Go Qi waited for these words. Although she hadn't decided what to sell yet, hearing this was enough. She could find things to sell slowly. Before Go Father returned, Go Qi had already met the steward of the Half Mountain Academy through Xiaoji. This also ensured that if Xiaoji and the others weren't around, someone would still receive the things she sent. When Go Father happily returned with 5 coins, Go Qi was saying goodbye to the people at the door. Father, how much did we sell the firewood for? Go Qi asked as her father led her down the mountain. She cared more about the price of the firewood. A bundle sold for 5 coins. Steward Zhou said my firewood was dry, so the price was good, Go Father said. He thought selling a bundle of firewood for 5 coins was pretty good, but Go Qi was not very happy when she heard the price. It wasn't that she objected to Steward Zhou's price, but she felt the firewood was worth even less. Go Father's morning had been spent gathering dry firewood, which took a lot of time, and he only earned 5 coins. It felt like a big loss. No wonder the one selling firewood at the second sister's house was her brother. Kids have more free time. But for her family, as an adult, Go Father couldn't waste time on such small earnings, so he had to think of other ways to make money. However, judging by how happy Go Father looked now, he probably would keep collecting firewood until he thought of other ways to earn money. The father and daughter returned home. Go Mother and Aunt were in the yard, working on embroidery. The eldest uncle wasn't there. He had gone somewhere else. Go Mother saw them and hurried over to ask how things were. When she heard they sold the firewood for 5 coins, she smiled but didn't feel very happy. After all, it wasn't much money. Let's rest for a bit. Big Brother went to find the village chief to ask if there are any jobs available in the village. If there are, both of you can go, and it will bring some income to the family, she said, then went to pour water for Go Father. Still, she was worried about how to earn money for the family. Although Father Go and Uncle are brothers, Father Go has an injured leg, which makes it much harder for him to find work compared to Uncle. Since their family has 3 members, Mother Go might have to work even harder than Uncle's wife. Fortunately, they found some embroidery work. Mother Go thinks that sewing more embroidered items can help support the family. From Mother Go's tone and expression, Go Qi can tell she's worried about money, but she hasn't found a good way to earn money yet. It seems she needs to go to the mountain to look around. In the novels she reads, the main characters often find ginseng and other herbs on the mountain. Those characters can find ginseng even if they've never seen it before, so Go Qi, with her special abilities, should be able to find it too. However, her 3-year-old age is a bit of a problem. She probably can't go up the mountain alone, so she needs to think of other ways. But Father Go plans to go to the mountain every day, so Go Qi can go with him and try. After lunch, Father Go said he would go to the mountain to chop firewood again. He needs to gather wood for the Half Mountain Academy and also for their home. Mother Go didn't stop him because she was busy making embroidery, so Go Qi naturally went along. This time, Father Go was chopping wood, and Go Qi watched carefully the colorful things around him.
There are no more mushrooms now.
She still wants to pick some to dry, but it's not urgent. She can come back tomorrow morning. Right now, she's looking for valuable herbs. If she can find ginseng, that would be perfect. Father Go didn't go too deep, and Go Chi couldn't leave his sight, so she could only search around the edges. What valuable things could be found on the outskirts? She could only look carefully based on what her eyes saw. Wild common spice. The root and rhizome are used medicinally. Fresh or dried, they can be used in cooking, pickles, or candied. The stems, leaves, and roots can be used to extract fragrant oil for food, drinks, and cosmetics. Wild scallions, common spice. The bulb and seeds can be used medicinally or as ingredients in cooking or vegetables. Wild garlic, common spice. Has health benefits and can be used in cooking, pickles, or candied garlic. The bulb contains plenty of protein, oligosaccharides, polysaccharides, as well as fats and minerals. Just from this simple look around, I saw many things emitting white mist. It's okay not to look at first, but once I saw, I was a bit speechless. What does the combination of green onions and garlic mean? Does it mean she wants me to cook food? But these seasonings alone are useless. And people in this era probably know that green onions and garlic can be used as seasonings. If I remember correctly, these items have been used as seasonings for a long time. Even though garlic is not native to our country, it was introduced to the Central Plains during the Han Dynasty. Maybe ordinary people don't use these often, but it's not unusual. Since I found them, I should plant them myself so my food can have more flavor. I've been eating plain boiled vegetables for a long time. My mouth really needs some other taste to stimulate it. After I dug up the green onions and garlic and put them into my small basket, Father Go looked at the sky and thought it was about time, so he took me home. When we got home, my eldest uncle was already back. Father Go hadn't finished stacking the firewood when Mother Go pulled him to the eldest uncle's house. It seems that today, the eldest uncle got some news about the village chief's work, so I also wanted to go listen. But Mother Go thought this was an adult matter, so she didn't let me go. I could only stay alone in the yard, planting the green onions and garlic I dug up in a corner. That spot looked like it was planned for planting things, but right now there was nothing there. Planting the green onions and garlic I brought back made this spot a little greener. Although I don't know much about farming, practicing with these mountain-grown items is fine. After I finished planting and carefully watered them to help them root, Father Go and the others finished talking about the matter and came out of the eldest uncle's house. Chi-Chi, what are you doing? Mother Go came out and saw the little girl in the corner of the yard. She had something to discuss with me, so she came over. I told Mother Go about the purpose of the green onions and garlic, wanting to see if she knew about these seasonings. Unfortunately, her mind didn't seem to be on that. Instead, she helped me wash the mud off my hands while saying, Chi-Chi, tomorrow, Mother, Father, your eldest uncle, and his wife will go out together. Can you stay at home by yourself? When Guomu said this, she still felt a bit conflicted inside. She and Gookie had never been apart before, let alone leaving Gookie alone to watch the house. But now, due to the situation, earning money was the most important thing. Today, the eldest uncle went to the village chief's house and learned about a job. They also needed women to help in the kitchen. Although she wasn't sure if she would get the job in the end, she decided that she should go see it tomorrow no matter what, just to earn money. Gookie was still so young, and she really couldn't bear to be left alone. Mother, don't worry. She can stay home alone. If anything happens, I will go find Uncle Village Head. Although Gookie didn't know exactly what kind of work her eldest uncle had found, it seemed to be a good job, or they wouldn't all want to go see it. The whole family was trying to find ways to earn money, so she couldn't fall behind. Seeing how sensible Gookie was, Guomu felt both happy and a little worried. She hugged Gookie gently. Don't worry, I will prepare some pancakes in advance so Chi won't be hungry. I will try to come back early, and if I see any candied hawthorn sticks being sold, I will bring one back for Chi. Okay. Gookie wasn't very interested in candied hawthorn, but it was Guomu's kind gesture. If she didn't agree, Guomu might feel troubled inside. Early the next morning, Gookie heard her parents tiptoeing out of bed, then the sound of them talking with the eldest uncle in the yard. Soon after, she heard the door closing. Clearly, they had gone out. After they left, Gookie turned over and got up. Today, with no adults at home, she could go to the mountain alone. This time, she could sneak a little further inside. Maybe she would find something valuable. She didn't bring her little cloth doll this time, which was used to look cute, but instead carried her small bamboo basket with a shovel and a rope, heading straight up the mountain. The mountain was fresh and clear early in the morning, with a damp, earthy smell, like after rain. Gookie passed the spot where she and her father had been yesterday, but didn't stop. She headed deeper into the woods. She had never been to this part before, so she started to look carefully. To find something valuable in the mountain besides knowing what these things look like, she also needed a bit of luck. Her previous trips up the mountain hadn't been very lucky, but she believed that since heaven had allowed her to travel through time, it wouldn't let her down. Soon, in this unfamiliar place, she saw a bunch of vines emitting a green mist. I have seen the green mist before when I discovered mint, but this time the mist is much thicker and darker, almost close to dark green. Polygonum multiflorum, a valuable medicinal herb. Medicinal effects: calms the mind, nourishes blood, activates circulation, detoxifies, reduces swelling, darkens hair, strengthens muscles and bones, and supports liver and kidneys. Cultivation methods: sowing, cutting, and dividing the plants. It's Polygonum multiflorum. No wonder the mist is so much stronger than mint. I'm really lucky. Although I didn't find something as rare as ginseng or lingji, this herb is quite valuable. Especially since there's no modern cultivation technology in this era. Go-chi wasn't upset about it not being ginseng because Polygonum multiflorum also has value. Carefully digging, I know that the valuable part is the root, just like ginseng, so I must be very careful when digging. Sometimes I even have to use my hands to loosen the soil, which is tiring, but as more of the root becomes visible, I feel more excited. When I finally pull out the complete root, I am so exhausted I sit on the ground. But even though I am tired, I can't help feeling excited when I see the root, which looks a bit like a little person. A human-shaped root of Polygonum multiflorum, and there are two that are about the size of an adult's fist. That one piece alone might be worth as much as a ginseng. After finding this, I don't plan to look for anything else. I start heading back along the path I came, picking some mushrooms along the way. At home, I put down the mushrooms and find a pot to soak the branches of Polygonum multiflorum I brought back. I saw in the description that it can be propagated by cuttings, so I want to try. Although growing Polygonum multiflorum takes a lot of time, what if I succeed? After finishing these tasks, I leave with the herb, this time bringing my cute little doll for fun. I can't go to the city because it's too far and I don't know the way, but I can go to the Half Mountain Academy. Chi-Chi, your parents aren't home today, so don't run around. I see the village chief before I even go up the mountain. Village chief, I won't run around. I'm going to play at the Half Mountain Academy. Be careful and don't disturb the older boys studying. If you're hungry, come to my house. When the village chief hears that I'm going to the academy to play, he doesn't think it's very interesting for a little girl, but seeing me carrying a small basket, he guesses I might be selling something. The children in the village usually sell what they find at the academy, though they don't always succeed. Just a few days ago, Go-chi sold some mint, and recently many people have been sending things to Banshan Academy, but no one has managed to sell anything there. Now Go-chi has gone to Banshan Academy again, probably to sell something. She naturally didn't want to ask too many questions. The main reason was that Banshan Academy is relatively safe, much better than wandering into other places. I know, thank you, village chief. I'm going to play now. Go-chi saw that the village chief noticed her basket. Although she didn't think the village chief would try to take her things, she remained cautious. So she didn't greet him and quickly ran away. The village chief saw her run so fast and called out loudly behind her, telling her to slow down and be careful not to fall. When she arrived at Banshan Academy, the gatekeeper naturally remembered Go-chi, since they had just seen her yesterday. But he was curious about what this little girl wanted today. Go-chi was here to find Feng Chung again, but today she didn't have a good excuse. Yesterday, Feng Chung had said she could ask him first if she needed anything, and the gatekeeper had heard this too. So she boldly told the gatekeeper she was here to see Feng Chung. Young Master Biao is in class right now. Are you here to sell something? I can help call steward in. Or you can wait here until the young master finishes school, said the gatekeeper, handing Go Chi a candy lotus seed. It was clear he liked Go Chi very much. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Chung is in class, so I won't disturb him. I just need to ask Uncle Steward to call him. Go Chi thought for a moment. She figured that even if Fong Qing knew about He Shouwu as a child, he probably couldn't afford to buy it. If the gatekeeper was willing to help her find Steward Un, that would be perfect. Yesterday, she had also met Steward Un, so there was a good chance Steward Un would buy the He Shouwu. After waiting at the gate for a while, the gatekeeper returned, but Steward Un didn't come out. Instead, he told Go Chi to go inside and find Steward Un herself. The gatekeeper pointed her in the right direction and then left her to find Steward Un alone. Banshan Academy is very large. Fortunately, the gatekeeper had given detailed directions, so Go Chi didn't get lost. She went straight to where Steward Un was. Little girl, what are you here to sell today? And why do you want to see me specifically? If it's just some wild vegetables, you can go through the back door to the kitchen. Steward Un was reading a ledger. When Go Chi arrived, he put down his pen but didn't stand up. Go Chi didn't mind, after all, she was here to sell things. If the item sold well, she would be the one making the money. The attitude of her boss didn't matter to her at all. It's not wild vegetables, but He Shouwu, a human-shaped He Shouwu. Go Chi whispered softly after looking outside to make sure only she and Steward Un were present. Human-shaped He Shouwu? Steward Un was surprised. He thought he might have heard wrong because Go Chi spoke very quietly. Yes. Do you know He Shouwu? Steward Un asked curiously. He knew Go Chi was familiar with herbs like mint, but rare herbs like He Shouwu were hard to find. And since Go Chi said she found a human-shaped He Shouwu, it was even more difficult. I do. You can take a look, Steward. Go Chi put down her small bamboo basket and lifted the leaves covering it. Steward Un looked inside with suspicion. There really was a clay-colored root shaped like a person. He didn't know if it was truly He Shouwu, but the shape alone was eye-catching, and the head was quite large. If this really was He Shouwu, it could be worth a lot of money. Although he was the chief steward, he thought he should ask the director to confirm whether this was truly He Shouwu. Bring this with you and come with me. After locking the account book on the table in a cabinet, the steward told Go Chi to follow him. Go Chi guessed they were going to see someone else, so she quickly covered the root again and carried her bamboo basket, following behind. Go Chi followed Steward Un into the academy, and perhaps because of the path they took, she didn't meet anyone along the way. When they reached a courtyard, Steward Un told Go Chi to wait at the door while he went inside to report. Go Chi didn't know who she was going to meet next, but she waited patiently. As long as she could sell the He Shouwu today, it didn't matter who bought it. Soon, Steward Un came out and led Go Chi into the courtyard, then into a study. Master, Miss Go has arrived, Steward Un announced from inside. There was no reply, so Steward Un took Go Chi inside. Inside was an old man who looked somewhat like Xiaoji, probably a relative of Xiaoji. If Go Chi guessed correctly, he was likely Director Xiao of the Half Mountain Academy. Director Xiao looks full of energy. If not for his white hair and beard, people might think he is Xiaoji's elder. Go Chi was watching Director Xiao, and he was also observing her. He had heard from his grandson and granddaughter that she was young. Now, seeing her, he realized just how small she was. She was a tiny girl, holding a cloth doll, probably only 3 or 4 years old. Yet, surprisingly, she knew about medicinal herbs, which was quite astonishing. But he was not a strict old scholar, so he didn't look down on her just because she was young. Now he was curious if Go Chi really brought the Polygonum multiflorum, so after examining her for a moment, he spoke first. I heard you brought some Polygonum multiflorum? Go Chi was glad that Director Xiao went straight to the point. She didn't like small talk, so it was better that they discuss the main issue directly. She quickly revealed the Polygonum multiflorum. Seeing the small bamboo basket with the root-shaped herb, Director Xiao was also surprised. He didn't mind the dirt still on it, and reached out to pick it up. He examined the shape of the herb and marveled that it looked like it was almost alive. He even found shapes on the root that looked like eyes and mouth. This is definitely Polygonum multiflorum, and such a shape is rare. Are you sure you want to sell it? After looking at the herb, he didn't put it back in Go Chi's basket, but placed it on his desk instead. Go Chi saw this and knew he wanted to buy it. So she only needed to discuss the price. As for whether he was sure about selling, she didn't consider that at all. They needed money at home, so of course she would sell. After Director Xiao got her clear answer, they only needed to talk about the price. Go Chi didn't know much about local prices, so she let Director Xiao name the price. He immediately offered 80 taels of silver. Go Chi didn't rush to agree and tilted her head, pretending to think. Young girl, you're quite clever. 80 taels is a high price. Well, I guess you've searched the mountain for a long time to find this, and I'm not running a pharmacy, so I don't need to worry about profit. 100 taels, no more. Director Xiao didn't expect her to refuse 80 taels, so he didn't wait for her to speak and increased the price by 20 taels himself. Go Chi no longer felt embarrassed to refuse this price. For a price of 100 taels, Go Chi naturally would not refuse. Not only would she not refuse, but she also felt very happy inside. Her family was now almost completely impoverished, so she never expected that a single Polygonum multiflorum could sell for 100 taels. Of course, she also knew that if the shape of this Polygonum multiflorum wasn't unique, it probably wouldn't fetch such a high price. Dean Xiao didn't give her cash directly but handed Go Chi 5 silver notes, each worth 20 taels. This was the first time Go Chi saw a silver note, and also her first time seeing paper with writing on it here. She looked at it briefly and recognized the characters, which were traditional Chinese characters from her own era. Although she couldn't write traditional characters, recognizing them was no problem, which saved her time from learning to read and write. After confirming the amount on the note, Go Chi carefully put the silver notes into her pocket. Do you know how to read? Dean Xiao, who initially wanted to tell her the denomination of the notes, was surprised when he saw her put the notes away after looking at them. Father taught me a little, but I don't know many, Go Chi said honestly. She wouldn't foolishly claim she could read, especially since this was a school, and what if the old man suddenly wanted her to write a poem? That's good. Girls should learn some words, Dean Xiao said, which surprised Go Chi. In this era where lack of talent is virtue for women, it was rare for the head of a school to support girls in studying. Yes, my father also said the same, Go Chi replied, which made Dean Xiao slightly admire Go Chi's father. However, Dean Xiao didn't say he wanted to meet Go Chi's father. He just praised Go Chi briefly, told her to keep the silver notes safe, and then asked steward and to her away. After Go Chi left the Half Mountain Academy, Dean Xiao arranged for someone to go to Weiqing to invite a skilled herbalist. Because fresh medicinal herbs need to be properly preserved, they must be processed by professionals. Because of this, news of the discovery of a humanoid Polygonum multiflorum in Weishan spread quickly in Weiqing. It attracted many people to come to Weishan, some wanting to see the humanoid Polygonum multiflorum and others eager to search for it themselves. Anyway, during this time, both the Half Mountain Academy and Weishan were bustling with activity. Of course, Go Chi didn't know that the humanoid Polygonum multiflorum she dug up would cause such a sensation. She was currently inside her room, looking for a place to hide her money. That's right. She wants to hide some of the silver notes. It's not that she doesn't want to give all the money to her parents to help with household expenses, but she is afraid that her parents might feel they are taking advantage if they receive too much money. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a suitable place to hide the money after looking for a long time. At this moment, the village chief's voice came from the door. Go Chi had to stop searching for now. She carefully made sure her silver notes were kept close to her body before dragging her small cloth doll to the door. Village chief, are you looking for me? You're back from the academy, that's good. It's getting late, and it's about time to eat. Have you eaten yet? If not, come to my house to eat. Village chief, my mother prepared food for me before she left. Is that so? Do you need any help from me? Hearing Go Chi say she already had food, the village chief no longer insisted that she come to his house. No, thank you, village chief. After seeing off the village chief, Go Chi felt hungry. She went to the kitchen to see what her mother had cooked. Given their family situation, she could guess it was probably just plain bread and some vegetables without even looking. I really want to eat meat. Since coming here, I haven't had any. Before, I had no money, so I couldn't buy any, but now I do. Should I buy some meat? If I spend the money secretly without telling anyone, I believe Go Fu and Go Mu won't return it when they come back. Thinking about it, she decided to do it. But she didn't know if there were any places near Goja village to buy meat. It seems she needs to ask Arya. When she arrived at Arya's house, they were already cooking, but the smell told her they were eating simple, watery meals. It seems their main food is also vegetables. They have other ways to make money, but they can only eat vegetables. No wonder she saw Arya's brother carrying mint from the Half Mountain Academy yesterday. She called out a few times for Arya at the door, and soon she came out. Arya looked a bit strange, as if she was wary of Go Chi, or perhaps a little too nervous. But Go Chi didn't plan to ask why. If Arya didn't say anything, she would just pretend she didn't notice. After all, a 3-year-old girl can't do anything too intimate or secretive. She quickly asked if there were any places near Goja village to buy meat, then said goodbye to Arya and went home. According to Arya, there are 3 places near Goja village that sell meat. One place is at the eastern end of the village, at a hunter's house. They sell the game they catch, but it depends on luck, since hunting is not easy. Another place is a small market outside the village, near the border with a few other villages. It only opens on certain days, so today it's closed and buying meat isn't possible. There is also the house of the person who sells meat at that small market. When the market isn't open, people who want meat can only buy from him. However, his house is not in Goja village, but it's not far away. Go Chi doesn't know if she can find it. So she plans to eat lunch first, and then take her time looking for it. For lunch, she can only eat the coarse noodles and vegetables her mother prepared earlier. To give her dull taste buds some flavor, she adds a green onion. Surprisingly, with the onion, the vegetables become much tastier. But this change isn't enough to satisfy Go Chi. Instead, it makes her more determined to improve her diet. After lunch, she carries her small bamboo basket and a cloth doll, then leaves Goja village. Following the directions second sister told her, she first arrives at the small market. It's very quiet here, with no shops open. If it weren't for the empty shelves, she wouldn't even realize it's a market. Second sister said that walking straight ahead from the market would lead to Lee's village, where the meat seller lives. She can find it easily by asking. The path isn't complicated, but Go Chi is small and has little strength, so it takes a lot of time. By the time she reaches Lee's village, she feels like her lunch has already been digested. Fortunately, she finds the meat seller's house. "Little girl, are you here to buy meat? Where are your grown-ups?" Lee the butcher speaks loudly, but he's careful to tone it down because he sees Go Chi is just a small child. Luckily, Go Chi isn't scared by his loud voice. She stays calm and simply says she's here to buy meat. When Lee asks about her grown-ups, she ignores the question automatically. "Did you bring money?" Lee asks, even after she confirms she has, because he's still a bit worried. He asks if she has brought a receipt or voucher. Go Chi feels helpless inside but understands, after all, she still looks like a little girl. "Of course, I brought money. I just don't know if you accept receipts," Go Chi whispers softly. She also understands the principle of not revealing wealth, but right now she only has silver notes on her. The only thing she feels lucky about is that Director Xiao gave her 5 silver notes of 20 taels each, rather than 100 taels all at once. Silver notes? How large are their denominations? I can't accept large ones. Lee the butcher has quite a bit of silver and usually saves his earnings to exchange for silver notes when he has the chance to go to Weiqing. So he often accepts silver notes, which helps him make fewer trips to Weiqing. 20 taels silver notes. Go Chi took out the prepared note, but she was also very careful to watch her surroundings. 20 taels? I can accept that. You can rest assured here. I'm not the kind of person who gets greedy for money. Besides, risking my reputation just for 20 taels isn't worth it. Lee the butcher's words were meant to reassure Go Chi, but she had more than 20 taels on her, so she still needed to be cautious. Lee the butcher didn't mind her caution. He knew he was a butcher, and it was normal for a little girl to be afraid of him. He was already happy she wasn't crying from fear, especially since she was now bold enough to buy meat from him. Pig meat is 30 won per jin, mutton is 20 won per jin. What kind of meat do you want to buy? Go-chi didn't expect pig meat to be more expensive than mutton, but now that she had money, she didn't care about the price. Her only concern was how much meat her small bamboo basket could hold. Lee the butcher looked at her small bamboo basket and then at her tiny frame, finally deciding that 4 jin of meat should still fit, though he wasn't sure if Go-chi could buy that much. In the end, Go-chi bought 2 jin of pig meat and 2 jin of mutton, while also carrying 19 taels of silver and several hundred copper coins. She then took the meat to the small market and left alone. Next time, don't bring so much silver. This small market opens every other day. This stall is where I usually sell. Plan your visits, so you don't have to carry it so far. Lee the butcher pointed to his stall and warned Go-chi. Go-chi was nervous all the way, and when she saw Lee the butcher no longer intended to accompany her, she finally relaxed a little. She then carried her small bamboo basket and tried to run away. But 4 jin of meat was a burden for her small body, so she had to give up running, and instead walked quickly. Lee the butcher kept watching her back, and only turned around after she disappeared from his sight. This small detail shows that Lee butcher looks scary, but is actually a kind-hearted person. He knows Go-chi is wary of him, but he still decides to help her. Not for any reason, just because Go-chi is so young and he worries someone might target her. Although those people probably don't realize Go-chi is carrying more than 10 ounces of silver, stealing the meat Go-chi bought would scare her enough. After Go-chi walks out of Lee butcher's sight, she finally relaxes and takes a deep breath. She then realizes what kind of person Lee butcher is. It seems I misunderstood that big uncle. He's such a good person. I should take better care of his business in the future, Go-chi mutters to herself. She does this to comfort herself and also to distract her attention, so she won't get tired from carrying the 4 jin of meat. After carrying the meat home, Go-chi is very tired and sits on the ground, gasping for breath. She takes a long time to catch her breath. Then she prepares to cook the meat. 4 jin of meat doesn't seem like much, but it's not enough to eat in one meal. So she divides it into small pieces, about half a jin each, and takes 1 piece of pork to cook for dinner tonight. As for the rest, she plans to turn them into smoked meat, but the salt at home isn't enough, so she needs to wait for Go-mu and the others to come back and discuss it before making a decision. Today, because there isn't enough seasoning at home, she can only think of making garlic pork. She brought back a lot of garlic, so making garlic pork is no problem. She quickly starts cooking, boiling water, and cooking the meat. Although she doesn't have a stove as tall as herself, she can just use a stool, and it doesn't affect her cooking. While she is boiling the meat, Go-fu and the others come back. Wow, it smells so good. Who's cooking meat? Auntie sniffed the delicious aroma and couldn't help but swallow. Strange, I feel like the smell is coming from your house, said Uncle, who also noticed the aroma and correctly guessed where it was coming from. It can't be. Only Go-chi is at home, Go-fu said, also thinking the smell was coming from their house, but he couldn't believe Go-chi was cooking meat.
Could it be?
Go-mu also caught the scent and suddenly had a bad feeling. She didn't finish her sentence and hurriedly entered the house. Following the smell, she reached the kitchen door, but when she got there, she didn't dare go inside. She was afraid it was just as she feared. Go-father's thoughts also turned to Go-mother's ideas. Although he didn't want to think about it, he still had to check the kitchen now. He hoped he was overthinking and that the smell of meat had nothing to do with their family. When Go-father entered the kitchen, he first felt a burst of heat, then saw little Go-chi sitting by the stove, carefully adding firewood into the stove hole. This scene was a strong contrast to what he had imagined. It was really good that Go-chi was safe, but what she was doing was still hard for him to accept. Chi-chi, what are you doing? Go-father finally found his voice after staring for a long time. Father, you're back.
I'm cooking meat.
Just wait a moment, it'll be ready soon, Go-chi said with a smile. After placing the last piece of firewood into the stove, she even stood on a small stool to lift the lid and poke the meat with chopsticks. Seeing the meat in the pot, Go-father suddenly remembered that they were attracted by its smell, and he had even mistaken that smell for something else. But when he saw the meat clearly in front of him, he still doubted his eyes. The voice he had just regained seemed to be lost again. Go-mother, who had been waiting at the door for a while, was worried when Go-father didn't come out. She entered and saw Go-chi poking the meat with chopsticks. She seemed to lose her voice too, not knowing how to ask about the situation. Go-chi looked at both of them, feeling a bit helpless. She had expected Go-father and Go-mother to be surprised by the meat, but not to be so stunned that they couldn't speak. She thought it was better to say something to ease their shock, so she pointed at a large basin nearby, indicating there was more meat inside, and suggested they check if they had enough salt to marinate it. Looking at the basin of meat, Go-father and Go-mother were even more stunned than before. They even wondered if they were dreaming. How could so much meat appear in their home after just going out? It looked like several jin, a Chinese weight measure. The couple looked at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. That glance seemed to help them find their voices again, though their voices trembled a little. Chi-chi, where did this meat come from? Go-chi knew they would ask, so she half-truthfully explained that she found a root similar to a soil lump, without mentioning its name. She only said she dug up a root that looked like a clump of earth. Then she gave her mother the small silver coins and copper money she had received when buying meat earlier. Of course, she didn't take out the 4 silver notes of 20 taels each. That's so much money? Go's father and mother saw the large amount of silver and immediately thought Go-chi had collected more money from others, like before with mint. Yes, it was given by Grandpa Director. He said because I just dug it out, it still has water and dirt, so he could only give this much. I thought since it was dug from the ground, giving a little less wouldn't be a big loss. I didn't expect Grandpa would give me so much, and I still have so much left after buying meat. It seems Grandpa didn't really let me lose out. Go-chi's words made her parents very curious about what exactly she had dug up, but they thought Go-chi might not even know herself, so they didn't ask. Right now, they were more concerned about how Go-chi went up the mountain and how she bought the meat. Did she go alone, or was someone with her? Did she encounter any danger along the way? When they heard Go-chi say she went alone, they felt both scared and relieved. They were afraid she might have faced danger, but they were happy that Go-chi, so young, could help earn money for the family. And the first thing she thought of when earning money was to prepare good food for her parents. It showed their decision to split from the family and live separately was not in vain.
Child.
Go's mother was very touched, holding Go-chi as tears streamed down her face. Go's father was also moved, but he didn't cry like his wife. Instead, he silently made a firm decision in his heart to give Go-chi and her mother a good life. Mother, you're making it hard for me to breathe, Go-chi said, feeling uncomfortable being held so tightly. She also noticed that the water in the pot didn't seem to be boiling as much anymore, so she needed to add more firewood. I got too excited, dear. Go play now, I'll handle the rest. Go's mother calmed herself and prepared to take over Go-chi's work. Today, Go-chi learned how to make delicious meat, so let me do it, Go-chi said as she took out the cooked meat to cool. The broth used for cooking the meat was naturally used to cook vegetable leaves. First, she removed the pieces that helped remove the fishy smell from the broth, then threw the vegetables directly into the pot. When the vegetables were almost cooked, she added some salt and chopped green onions to enhance the flavor of the broth. Once the vegetable soup was ready, the meat was almost ready to be cut. The knife was too big, and when cutting the meat into pieces earlier, Go-chi had a hard time. Luckily, Go-mother came back and could help slice the meat into thin pieces. Since there were no chili peppers, they used zuyu, a type of spice, instead to add some flavor. For Go-father and Go-mother, who don't usually eat spicy food, this small amount of spice was enough. As for other missing seasonings, they had to ignore them for now. Despite the lack of ingredients, Go-chi's garlic pork was so flavorful that Go-mother kept swallowing hard while mixing it. When Go-father saw Go-mother and Go-chi busy cooking, he stepped out of the kitchen to talk to the uncle and aunt who had been waiting outside. He explained the situation and invited them to join for dinner that evening. When Go-chi brought out the garlic pork and vegetable soup, everyone was drawn in by the delicious smell. They only prepared half a jin, about 250 grams, of meat, but Go Mother's skill with the knife was good. She sliced the meat very thin, enough for everyone to take several bites. The meal was quiet, with only the sounds of chewing and occasional sighs. This was understandable, as since leaving Go's house, they hadn't eaten meat again. Of course, Go Chi ate the most. She didn't even need to use her chopsticks. The adults around her paid special attention to her. First, because Go Chi was young and still growing, she needed to eat more. Second, because the meat was earned by Go Chi herself. No matter the reason, Go Chi was definitely the one eating the most. Besides the meat, the soup made from the meat broth was also very tasty. Paired with coarse grain pancakes, it was a perfect match. The adults let Go Chi eat the meat while they drank the soup and enjoyed the pancakes, feeling very satisfied. After everyone finished eating, the adults continued to talk about it. Chi can now earn money too. Your family's life will get better and better. Before, you were worried that the foreman wouldn't hire you, but now look, Chi earned 20 taels of silver for your family in just one go. Although luck played a part, saving these 20 taels and spending them wisely could support your family for many years. The uncle spoke with a hint of envy, though it wasn't too strong. After all, today they only worked for the foreman, who only asked for the two of them. Yes, and during this time, you can find other jobs too. With these 20 taels, your future will be brighter, said the aunt, also sounding a bit envious, but offering comfort. Go Chi listened nearby, clearly able to hear the reassurance in their words. I naturally felt sad that Go father and the others hadn't found work, but it was okay. I had already thought of other jobs for Go father, though I hadn't had the chance to tell him yet. After all, this is their family matter. Even if I get along well with Uncle and the others, it's better to keep some things private. Finally, after Uncle and Aunt left, Go Chi pulled Go father and Go mother into the room to whisper. Does Chi have something to say to Dad? Go father asked, noticing how serious Go Chi looked. It made him think she had grown up and become more mature. But his tone was still like talking to a child. Just now, Uncle said that Dad and Mom haven't found work. Go Chi started to speak, but Go father interrupted her.
Don't worry, Chi.
Tomorrow I will look for other jobs. Now that you can earn money, I can too. Your mother can also do embroidery to earn some money. Our family will have a good life in the future. With me here, you don't need to worry about money. Dad, I already thought of a way for you to earn money, Go Chi said. She wanted to explain her idea, but she was cut off. So she decided to get straight to the point and then slowly explain her plan. Is it that you want Dad to go up the mountain and dig for some kind of black or ink stuff? Go mother asked worriedly. She knew that digging herbs could make money, but Go father didn't know about herbs, and some herbs grew deep in the mountains. His legs wouldn't allow him to go into those mountains. Yes, Chi. If you manage to dig up that black stuff, it's lucky. But we can't rely on luck for the future. Dad will find a suitable job. Go father also thought Go Chi wanted him to go dig herbs. Although Go Chi had found something valuable that could temporarily ease their financial difficulties, it wasn't a long-term solution. So, before she even spoke, they rejected her idea to prevent her from feeling sad. It's not that, Dad. I understand what you're saying. I mean a different kind of job, Go Chi explained. She told them about seeing a bull cart sent from another city when she visited Lee Village today. She suggested that Go father could buy a cow to pull a cart. He could sit and drive, so his legs wouldn't get too tired. Plus, after buying the cow, they could use it to plow the fields next spring, and they could also rent it out to others for some extra income. According to Go Chi's idea, they will probably buy a lot of land later, so preparing cattle in advance is not a bad plan. Ox cart? One ox is expensive. Go's mother was the first to react, worried about the cost, which made sense given how poor they had become recently. She felt that this kind of money-spending way of making money seemed very risky. I think Chi's suggestion is good. Even if we don't make money at first, I believe it will work over time. The main thing is, I can't do heavy work with my leg. I realized that today, when I went to the bridge repair site. People saw I was lame and didn't want me, so I also lost the chance to help in the kitchen. Using a cart doesn't require my leg, so it suits me perfectly. We didn't have money before and didn't dare to try such work, but now we do. Even if we buy a cow, we can still save a lot. At least, we can cover a year's expenses without trouble. I think we should try. Even if it doesn't work out, we can sell the cow later without losing money. Go's father became more hopeful as he thought about it. His leg had made him feel humiliated today, and he was holding back his frustration. One cow probably costs 4 or 5 taels of silver, and we also need to pay someone to make the cart. All these costs add up. The 20 taels she earned can't be spent like that. Go's mother still hesitated, feeling reluctant, but her mind was starting to change. Mother, don't you still need to do embroidery? When we go to the city to sell, we can also make a cart for Dad. Plus, we can buy some things from the city and sell them at the small market here. Maybe we can make some money. Go-chi used the idea of earning money to persuade her mother. She also thought that since Go's father couldn't do heavy work because of his leg, driving the cart might be the best option. In the end, her mother finally nodded. The next morning, her uncle and others went out early to work, while Go-chi and Go's parents went to the small market together. Yesterday, Lee the butcher told them that the market had all kinds of goods, so they wanted to see if there were any cattle for sale nearby. Unfortunately, there were no cattle at the small market, but they saw people buying chicks. Just as Go-chi was about to ask her mother to buy some chicks, Go's father suggested that since it was still early, they should go straight to Weicheng to look around. Yesterday, Go-chi saw that the ox cart from Lee's village was at the small market, waiting to go to Weicheng, and they might get a free ride. Sitting on the ox cart, Go's father chatted a lot with the driver, mainly worried that the driver was from Lee's village. After learning that it was not the case later, he began to learn from the coach driver. They talked a lot along the way and gained some understanding of how the coach driver made money. When they arrived in Weicheng, Go-chi felt very new to this place. Although Go's family was in Weicheng, she left directly after crossing over. So, her first time exploring an ancient big city made her quite excited. This city was indeed more lively than the small market she had seen before. There were many shops along the street selling all kinds of things, as if everything was for sale. But Go-chi couldn't think of anything she wanted to buy at the moment. Of course, her father and family were in a hurry to buy a cow, so even if she wanted to look around, it wasn't really possible. Weicheng had a special place for buying and selling livestock, and even before reaching it, she could smell the strong odor of animals. There were many animals for sale, including cows and horses, donkeys, and so on. Go-chi even saw some people with straw hats on their heads, which were signs of selling. Her father and mother didn't seem to find this strange, but Go-chi felt a little uncomfortable. She quickly walked past the person with straw on his head and arrived at the place selling cows. There were several cows for sale, but her father didn't know how to choose, so he just stood in front of the cows, staring blankly. "Are you buying a cow? My cows are very good. Look at their teeth and fur color." The seller saw her father was there to buy and started enthusiastically describing his cows. Her father didn't understand much, just listened to others, and even felt a little tempted. Go-chi, hearing the seller's exaggerated words, pouted. She noticed that the cow was emitting a black mist. Although it wasn't very obvious, and she didn't look closely enough to understand what the black mist meant, the black fog already indicated that the cow was unhealthy. She didn't know how the seller made the cow look so healthy on the outside, but Go-chi definitely wouldn't let her father be fooled by this. Before she could speak, a strong man bumped into her and pushed her aside. The man didn't seem to care about hitting someone, and even stepped over her father to start inspecting the cow her father was looking at. Teeth are good, and the fur is neat, smooth, and shiny. Not bad, not bad. The back and waist are broad and square-shaped. Very good. I'll take this cow. 3 or 2 silver coins should be enough, said the man, preparing to lead the cow away. A series of actions surprised the seller. Just as the man was about to untie the cow's rope, he quickly reacted. No, this cow is so good, it should cost at least 5 taels of silver. And it was this customer who first showed interest. We should follow the order of first come, first served. The seller looked at Gofu, hoping Gofu would also say, "I'll take this cow." But unfortunately, Gofu was worried about Guki, who had been hit and was afraid she might be hurt. "Are you going to buy this cow?" The man seemed to notice Gookie's family only at this moment. "Yes, I want to buy it." Go-Fu, feeling a bit stubborn, thought that since the man had hit Gookie without even apologizing, he might as well buy the good-looking cow that the man was interested in. "No, I won't buy it. Chi-Chi doesn't like this little cow." Gookie, who initially found it amusing that the man wanted to buy the cow, now hurriedly stopped him when Go-Fu said he wanted to buy it. "Chi-Chi doesn't like it?" When Go-Fu heard that Gookie didn't like the cow, he was about to stand firm against the man, but suddenly he wasn't so sure. However, he was convinced that this cow was good and that he might not find such a nice cow again if he missed out. So he tried to persuade Gookie.
Did you hear that?
"The little girl doesn't like your cow, so they won't buy it. The cow that can't be sold can only be sold to me," the man said, and he was about to untie the cow again. This made the seller very anxious and started persuading Go-Fu not to listen to Gookie, even lowering the price to 4 taels. This sudden price cut made Go-Fu, who was already hesitant, seem less worried.
He was even ready to pay.
But the seller's actions made Gookie notice something unusual. This strong man might be working with the seller, who perhaps knew the cow was sick. Otherwise, he wouldn't refuse one buyer and then lower the price for another. Go-Fu was about to be tricked. She needed to find a way to stop him. She had already used the dislike tactic, which didn't seem very effective. To quickly solve the problem, tears might be the most effective method. She decided to do it immediately, regardless of whether tears would come out or not, just start crying. Wow, a loud cry suddenly interrupted Go-Fu's attempt to pay. "What's wrong, Chi-Chi? Does it hurt anywhere?" Mrs. Go kept checking Go-Chi for injuries while speaking, since she had just been bumped by that man. "Chi-Chi don't want this little cow. If Daddy buys this cow, Chi-Chi will ignore Daddy forever," she said tearfully, clearly expressing her feelings. "If the child doesn't like this one, let's look at other cows. There are several sellers, not just this one," Mrs. Go said, seeing Go-Chi crying so heartbreakingly. She also thought the price of this cow was quite good. "All right, if Chi-Chi doesn't like it, we won't buy this one." "Sorry, boss. You can sell this cow to her," Go's father said, then picked up Go-Chi and left, leaving the seller and the strong man looking confused. Go-Chi kept watching them from her father's back. Sure enough, that strong man didn't buy the cow, which confirmed her earlier suspicion. These two were definitely working together. Since they hit her father, they had been setting traps for him. Plus, the cow was in good condition. If she hadn't seen the dark energy on the cow herself, she might have thought it was healthy, and they would have bought it. They even played mind games to sell a sick cow. Really impressive.
Huh.
That man didn't buy that cow either? Mrs. Go turned around and saw the strong man had left. Maybe they couldn't agree on the price. "The offer was a bit low," Go's father said, not finding it strange. "No, something's wrong," Mrs. Go suddenly realized and shared her thoughts. Her idea was the same as Go-Chi's earlier. Either the cow had some hidden illness, was old, or maybe they stole it. If so, they could get into trouble. Luckily, Chi-Chi didn't like that cow. She's our little lucky star. If she says she doesn't like it, there must be a problem. Our Chi-Chi is so clever, right? Go's father, who had earlier regretted not buying the good-looking cow, suddenly felt it was the right decision and praised Go-Chi for her insight. After this small incident, Go's father no longer appeared clueless about the market or overly eager when looking at cows. There are several sellers here who sell cattle. Under Go-Chi's reckless guidance, they have all looked over the cows currently for sale. Go-Chi indeed found 2 good cows, and now it was just a matter of asking the price. The seller of the sick cow said 1 cow costs 4 or 5 taels of silver, and after asking around, Go-Chi found this was a normal price. The 2 cows Go-Chi liked were priced higher, starting at 7 taels of silver. This price scared off many people asking about the cows. However, these 2 cows are really good. One of them even came with a cartboard, so if Go-Fu bought this cow, he would save the cost of the cartboard. But the price is just too high. They need to negotiate. "Uncle, your cow looks so impressive. Why are you selling it? You even have a cartboard for it. Isn't it better to keep it and help you make money?" Go Chi asked curiously, mainly to understand the situation and see if he could negotiate the price down. The seller of the cow with the cartboard replied with a sigh, I bought it to make money, but my brother is very sick now and needs a lot of money. As his older brother, I can't just watch him suffer, so my mother told me to sell this cow first. Once my brother gets better, I'll think about earning money again and buying another cow. The uncle's words sounded helpless, but to Go Chi, he seemed like a supporting brother who would compromise just like himself. But this uncle's situation was special. As he said, the sick person was his real brother, and he truly couldn't just watch him suffer. Go Chi felt a bit empathetic. Not only Go Chi, but Go Fu and others also sympathized with the uncle. However, sympathy was one thing, but they couldn't use their own money to buy a cow at such an obviously inflated price. Uncle, I really want to help you. We do want to buy a cow, but your price is already beyond my father's budget. Our family isn't well off, and we can't spend 7 taels of silver to buy a cow. Could you lower the price a bit? When we came earlier, we saw a man offering 3 taels for a cow, and he was very aggressive in bargaining. I don't know if that seller sold the cow at that price, but if he did, it might be hard to raise the price now. The man who was buying cows probably already left the market and bought the cow. And since most prices are around 4 or 5 taels, your cow just has the cartboard. I don't think my father would spend an extra 2 or 3 taels just for that. Go Chi's words were half-truths and half-fibs. She only wanted to scare the uncle a little. As long as he lowered the price to 5 taels of silver, the same as others, she could persuade her father and others to buy the ox with a cartboard. 3 taels? That's disturbing the market. I can't sell it at that price. My brother is waiting for me to bring the money back to save someone. I understand now. His ox must be problematic, different from mine. My ox is very healthy. I can sell it for 5 or 6 taels. Young girl, I see you are sincere about buying the ox. I'll lower the price a bit. How about 6 taels? The uncle got excited at the mention of 3 taels, but he still kept some reason. When he heard Go Chi mention other prices, he understood what she meant. If his family didn't urgently need money, he might try to sell for a higher price. Otherwise, he would sell at the same price as others. The uncle selling the ox voluntarily lowered the price, but it still wasn't what Go Chi wanted. Although she wanted to help the uncle, she wasn't naive. She couldn't just accept whatever price he offered. 6 taels? That's still beyond my family's budget. The uncle said this ox could sell for 5 taels. If he sells it for 5, I'll give my father 200 coins more to buy the cartboard. Go Chi thought that giving those extra 200 coins was a kind act and wouldn't let the uncle lose out. But after hearing Go Chi's suggestion, the uncle started to think. 5 taels was his initial idea, and since the girl was willing to pay 200 coins extra for the cartboard, it sounded good. But his ox was probably just as good as the one priced at 7 taels on the market, so he hoped to sell for more. Uncle, your ox is good. Many people have asked about the price, but few are willing to talk after hearing it. They all turn around and leave once they hear the price, so yours must be inflated. If you insist on that price, you might not sell it even after curfew. Your family situation is different from that other person who is asking for 7 taels. He might not sell today but can wait for the next market. But your family has someone waiting for money to save a life. Uncle, saving a life is more important. After saying this, Go Chi glanced at her parents, who had been watching her and the uncle, and signaled with her eyes for them to join in the bargaining. Yes, big brother, saving people is the most important thing. 5 taels of silver is the normal price for the cow. Our family is willing to pay an extra 200 coins as the carriage fee. Father Go, feeling a connection with the uncle, truly agreed to the extra 200 coins that Go Chi decided to add on his own. Although Mother Go secretly tugged at his waist from behind, he had to pretend he didn't notice at this moment. All right, I really need the money, or I wouldn't be selling this cow. Your daughter is quite clever. She made me lower the price with just a few words. I wish my son was as careful with money as your girl. The uncle finally nodded, and with that nod, his earlier hesitation disappeared. He began teaching Father Go how to hitch the cart and how to take the harness. He also taught Father Go how to drive the cart. Father Go used to drive a horse-drawn cart, so he learned to drive the ox cart quickly. Once Father Go could fully drive the ox cart, the uncle took his money and left. After the uncle left, Mother Go started to complain. This cart was originally sold with the carriage board included. You insisted on giving him 200 coins extra. Our money doesn't grow on trees. Mother, that uncle is very pitiful. It reminded me of what Grandma wanted me to do for Uncle San's family, to marry a fool's daughter. Thinking about it now, I'm still scared. The decision to buy the cow was made by Go Chi, but now Mother Go was talking about Father Go. Go Chi had to stand on her father's side. Foolish Go Chi, how can it be the same? Your grandmother wouldn't let us spend money to treat Uncle San's illness. Hearing Go Chi mention that day's events, Mother Go's mood was complicated, but she still felt it wasn't worth spending the extra 200 coins. If it were the same situation, I think my mother would do the same. I feel some empathy, and since Go Chi likes this cow, I decided to spend the extra 200 coins. Just as helping another version of myself. Father Go also tried to persuade Mother Go. His phrase, helping another version of myself, made Mother Go a bit emotional. In the end, Mother Go accepted the extra 200 coins. The cow was bought, and Father Go was in a very good mood. Mother Go no longer fussed over the 200 coins. Seeing that it was still early and feeling like wandering around, they decided to look for something to buy to take home. However, now that Father Go had a cart, he found shopping boring. He agreed with Mother Go on a meeting time, but went alone out of town to practice driving the cart. Go Chi didn't expect that even in ancient times, men loved their carts so much. Even a simple ox cart could make Father Go so excited. Of course, shopping is also a woman's hobby. Just now, Go Mother was debating whether to spend 200 coins, but now she was happily moving through different shops with Go Chi. Although they didn't buy many things, they saw a lot. Mother, I want to buy this. Go Chi finally spotted a small box. The box wasn't big, easy to carry, and most importantly, it was a secret box that could hide her banknotes inside. Chi likes the small box? Then let's buy it. Go Mother agreed, without even asking the price. She just nodded in approval. This was a very different attitude from earlier when she scolded Go Father for spending 200 coins. Go Chi was a bit surprised but felt very happy to get the small box. Then they bought some rice, flour, salt, and other supplies and carried their packages as they headed out of the town. It was almost time to meet Go Father, so they knew it was time to return to Go Village. Go Father was already near the city gate. Nyo was grazing, and Go Father was brushing its back. He was given a brush by the cow merchant, who said the cow liked being brushed and that Go Father could do it whenever he had free time. Go Father was now brushing the cow's back, and the cow was munching grass and making contented sounds, showing it really enjoyed being brushed. Father, Go Chi called out from afar. Go Father saw them and hobbled over to take the rice and flour from Go Mother, talking about how it felt to drive the ox cart earlier, like a child happily playing with a favorite toy. All right, let's go home, Go Mother said, happy to see Go Father so joyful. It was the happiest she had seen him since they separated. The family of three then got into their cart and headed back. Uncle driving the ox cart, could you give me a ride? Just a few steps away, someone called out to them. Hearing Uncle driving the ox cart, Go Father immediately stopped and looked excitedly at Go Mother. This is my first business, Go Father said happily, unable to hide his excitement. When the person approached the cart, Go Father finally calmed down and asked seriously where they were headed. The person mentioned a place name, which was along their route. Go Father thought about the distance and asked for 2 coins. The other person didn't bargain, knowing that the price was fair and understood by everyone. Place this person's belongings in the car as well. He found a seat himself. At this moment, someone else approached, asked about Go Father's ox cart's direction, and those heading the same way also got on the cart. Soon, the cart was full of people. Go Father looked at everyone inside, forced himself to stay calm, and started the ox cart again. Go Chi took this chance to begin a survey on how comfortable the ride was, asking the passengers about their feelings toward the ox cart. He wanted to understand how much these passengers needed this kind of transportation. Ox carts are a common way to travel here. They are also affordable, usually costing between 1 to 3 coins depending on the distance. For longer distances, there are no ox carts, mainly because ox carts are mostly used for carrying goods, and passenger rides are just along the way. Go-Chi saw this as an opportunity. Go-Father could set up a shuttle service with regular trips. Running twice a day should be manageable. It would be even better if the schedule was fixed so people could get used to the routine. Most passengers on the cart felt similarly about the ride, and no one had ever asked about their experience. They just accepted the hard, wooden seats as normal, and even if they mentioned it, it was just their honest feelings. Of course, what was normal for them was something Go-Chi thought could be improved. Go-Father wanted to make money from this, so the riding experience was very important, an attractive point for customers. Go-Chi had gathered enough information, and the conversation on the cart seemed to shift. "Ma'am, your ox cart is headed to Go Village. Are you from Go Village?" A young man asked casually. Go-Mother didn't think there was anything to hide and started chatting with him. "Do you know someone in your village found a human-shaped polygonum multiflorum plant?" The young man continued. But when he mentioned the human-shaped polygonum, Go-Chi started observing him carefully. He carried a basket, but what was inside was unknown. He was thin but not sickly, he looked healthy. Maybe he had strong muscles hidden under his clothes. His clothes were plain but very clean, suggesting he was someone who liked to keep tidy. However, his hands were dark and dirty, as if he had been handling dirty things for a long time, making them impossible to wash clean. Unfortunately, Go-Chi is not a detective. Even after looking at the young man for a while, she still couldn't guess what he does. Right now, Go's mother is talking to him about the herb called Hishowu. Hishowu? What's that? We haven't been in the village these past few days, so we're not very clear. Go's mother didn't connect the name Hishowu with the phrase something black and something dark that Go-Chi had mentioned earlier. After all, Go-Chi pretended not to remember the name Hishowu yesterday, so Go's mother and others didn't think about it at all. "You weren't in the village?" "No wonder. I heard someone dug up a human-shaped Hishowu on Weishan Mountain, and the head of the Half-Mountain Academy bought it for 100 taels of silver. I've been collecting herbs for 4 or 5 years, and haven't found a human-shaped Hishowu yet." The young man became very excited when talking about Hishowu. At this point, Go-Chi realized what he does, and why his hands look dark. 100 taels? What kind of herb is that? It sounds as valuable as ginseng. The people on the carriage were surprised by the price and eagerly joined the conversation about the young man's story. Of course, it's an expensive herb. Although not as costly as ginseng, if it grows into a human shape, it's extremely rare. The young man started explaining about Hishowu enthusiastically, making some of the people on the carriage eager to try finding it themselves. Even the ordinary form of Hishowu is worth quite a bit. If someone is lucky enough to find the rare, human-shaped one and sell it for 100 taels, they'd make a big profit. But such luck isn't something everyone has. The young man sighed at the end, but it sounded more like he was discouraging those eager to try. Even with good luck, if you don't recognize it, it's useless. That's true. Even if you put that Hishowu in front of me, I'd think it looks like a doll, and I'd probably burn it, thinking it's possessed. Ha ha ha, very likely. Or maybe it would be treated as a land god and worshipped. The people on the carriage joked around, but some still asked the young man what Hishowu looks like, and others asked Go's mother where the Weishan Mountain is, where the herb was dug up. In Go-Chi's view, even if these people didn't recognize Hishowu, they were all interested. It had only been a day since she found the herb, and news of her discovery had already reached Weiqing. If more time passed, this news would surely spread across the entire region. When the time comes, Gojia village will be lively. Maybe she can take this opportunity to make some money. Just thinking about it makes her happy. As the car gets closer to Gojia village, there are fewer people on it. In the end, only the young man who is digging herbs remains. Just as Go-Chi thought he was planning to go to Weishan to dig for Polygonum multiflorum today, he got off the car. He got off at the small market, which seems to be near his home village, though it's unclear exactly which village it is. Go-Chi thinks she might see this young man in Gojia village tomorrow. After everyone left, Go Mother quietly asked Go Chi if she knew who had dug up the Polygonum multiforum. After all, Go Chi also went to the Half Mountain Academy yesterday to sell herbs, so she might have met the lucky person. But Go Chi pretended not to know. The rumor didn't say she was the one digging up the herb, and she already told everyone she sold 20 taels of herbs yesterday. If she suddenly claimed she dug up the Polygonum multiflorum, it would seem like she was lying to her parents. So she decided to pretend she didn't know. She's still young, and no one would think she found the herb worth 100 taels.
Why are you asking about this?
Go Father didn't understand why Go Mother wanted to find out who had dug up the Polygonum multiflorum. This person got rich, so naturally many people are interested. We also bought a cow today, which might make others think we suddenly have money. If someone mistakenly thinks we are the ones who dug up the herb and starts to watch us, what should we do? I wish we had bought the cow later, then we wouldn't have this worry. Go Mother expressed her concern. This also reminded Go Chi that the people attracted by the herb might be those planning to go up the mountain to dig for it, hoping to get rich overnight. Naturally, some might be after money directly. They bought a lot of things today, which is quite showy. Although she really was the one who dug up the Polygonum multiflorum, she didn't want to attract those petty people. Yesterday we weren't home, and everyone in the village knows that, so no one should think it was our family, Go Father said, but his tone showed he was a bit worried. We can only think like that, but we still need to be careful. Although we don't have the 100 taels, Go Chi earned 20 taels, and she still has more than 10 taels left. We need to hide it carefully, Go Mother said, touching the remaining silver in her with a helpless expression. If Mother is worried, let Chi-Chi carry the money. The bad people probably won't think the money is with Chi-Chi. Go Chi saw her mother worried and suddenly suggested this idea, which surprised her mother a little.
How can that work?
What if Chi-Chi loses the money? Although her mother thought Go Chi's idea was quite unexpected and unlikely, she still worried that Go Chi, being so young, might not be able to keep the money safe. Mother, make Chi-Chi a belt to hold the money. She can keep it around her waist and it will stay with her all the time. Go Chi remembered the old-fashioned waist pouch and thought she could just modify it a little. I think Chi-Chi's idea is good and safe. Go Father's support made Go Chi happy. Then I will make a new belt for Chi-Chi when I go home. Seeing her husband agree, her mother felt that giving the money to Go Chi was a bit risky, but she also thought it was a clever idea. Since Go Chi had managed to buy meat with so much money yesterday, maybe this method would work. When the family got home, her mother hurriedly made a belt that could hold the 10 or so taels of silver. Meanwhile, Go Chi secretly put her 4 silver notes into the small box she bought today, then placed the box inside the belt. Her mother didn't notice that the box already had something inside and thought Go Chi just liked the box. She didn't mind, and since Go Chi liked it, she should be more careful. After everything was hidden, the uncle and his wife returned from work. They were very tired but saw that Go Father had bought a cow. Although they thought Go Father was spending too much, they still wished him success in his business. Go Father knew his older brother was worried about him. But with his injured leg, this was the only job he could think of. Earning some money was better than doing nothing. Just think about it yourself. Today is our first day working, so let's rest if you're not used to it. The uncle knew Go Father had bought the cow, so he couldn't oppose it, and he went back to rest. That night, the uncle and his wife fell asleep while talking about the cow, not knowing that Go Father's family was actually robbed that very night. Is this the house? We've been asking around the village all day, but we haven't found out whose house it is. How do you know it's theirs? Are you stupid? Look at how they were when they arrived. A few days ago, I saw them go to the pawn shop. They are so poor they are about to sell their belongings, yet suddenly they have money to buy cattle. They should have bought the cattle earlier or later, but they must have dug up some medicinal herb, which is why they have money now. The thoughts of the 2 little thieves are similar to what Mother Go analyzed on the road. However, Go Chi and the others didn't expect these thieves to be so quick. They quietly approached the window and skillfully blew air inside the house. Go Chi was already asleep, but suddenly woke up for no clear reason. When she opened her eyes, she saw dark mist drifting in from the window. Sedative, a common drug that makes people faint. Effect, can cause deep sleep or unconsciousness. Detox method: sleep long enough or use stimulation, like splashing water, to wake up. Seeing that it was a sleeping drug, Go-chi quickly covered her nose and mouth, even trying to wake her parents. Unfortunately, because of their position, her parents also started to emit faint dark mist, clearly affected by the sedative. She dared not move rashly and could only pretend she was also drugged, quietly waiting to see what would happen next. Before long, the dark mist in the house dissipated. Only Go-father and Go-mother still had faint traces of dark mist on them, indicating the sedative was gone. The people who brought the sedative probably entered the house at this time. Sure enough, they soon heard the sound of someone prying the door open. The intruders worked skillfully, and the door was opened in no time. Because there was no light and some distance, Go-chi couldn't see their faces clearly. But that's okay. Go-chi believed there was a way to see their faces from a certain angle. The two thieves were confident in their sedative, rummaging through the house and occasionally making noise. Strange, this family is quite poor. There's no way they have 100 taels. Not in the cabinet. It should be on them. They went to the city today, maybe they exchanged it for banknotes. Then search them. Yeah, but be careful while searching so they don't wake up. Don't worry, we've done this before. After a brief conversation, the two thieves started feeling around Go-father and Go-mother. When they found nothing, they searched the clothes placed nearby. Because they were now closer, Go-chi was able to clearly see both of their faces. These two people look familiar. Although Go-chi can't recall their names, it's obvious they are from Gojia village. It seems that because they are from the same village, they can appear here so quickly. I am also glad I met the person digging herbs today, otherwise, they might not have thought they would be noticed. Just these few copper coins? That's too poor. Did they spend all their savings buying cattle? Maybe. It seems we were wrong in our guess. Let's go and find out more tomorrow. And what about these coins?
Take 2 with you.
We must follow the old rules, but to be safe, don't take too many. If they cause trouble tomorrow and the person with 100 taels finds out, it will be harder for us to find them. Don't lose more than you gain. After saying this, each of them took 1 copper coin. They tidied up the messy room they had ransacked and then left. Go-chi didn't expect these two to also clean up the house. She wondered if they had professional ethics or if they were just very ambitious. Losing 2 coins isn't a big loss, but Go-chi still remembered these two. Her family would be richer in the future, so these rabbits trying to eat from her nest should be dealt with, or they might become a real problem. The next day, Go-chi got up early. Go-father and Go-mother were still sleeping, probably because of the sleeping incense last night. But they didn't sleep long. Once Uncle and Auntie left the house, they also got up. However, they were still groggy and didn't notice that 2 coins were missing from their pockets. Go-father checked the time and felt it was late, so he didn't eat breakfast at home. Instead, he took 2 pancakes and went out with the ox cart. Go-mother and Go-chi ate at home, then each carried their bamboo baskets and headed up the mountain. They hadn't collected firewood for 2 days, so the firewood at home was running out. Go-mother planned to gather some. Go-chi, of course, intended to continue picking mushrooms to dry and see if she could find anything valuable. After all, no one would mind earning more. Mother Chi, you guys aren't planning to go up the mountain to dig for Polygonum multiflorum, are you? When passing by Arya's house, she saw Arya's mother and Arya herself carrying bamboo baskets, ready to leave. Arya's mother called out to Go-mother when she saw her. Polygonum multiflorum? Yesterday, when we returned from town, we also heard about the case of the black root plant. Could it really be that someone from our village dug it up? I heard it's worth 100 taels. Is that true? Mother Go wanted to prevent people from thinking that she herself had dug up the black root, so she clearly stated that she and her family weren't at home yesterday. As for the day before, Arya's family also knew they weren't home. After all, she had asked Arya's family and the village chief to help keep an eye on Go-chi. No, that's not true. Everyone in the village is talking about it. This morning I even saw some outsiders coming up the mountain, she said. At this moment, 2 people joined the conversation directly, casually jumping into the chat. Go-chi immediately recognized these two as the thieves who had sneaked into their house yesterday. Their appearance now clearly shows they've been watching Mother Go and her family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared suddenly after only a few words. They probably came to listen if Mother Go had noticed the theft at home. After confirming that she hadn't, they naturally joined the conversation. But Go-chi knew these two were thieves, so she started being cautious as they approached.
"So, it's you guys.
"Thanks for helping yesterday," said Arya's mother, not showing any suspicion or defensiveness. She even seemed very friendly, and from her words, it was clear she thought highly of these two. "No big deal. If you're planning to go up the mountain to dig black root, you'd better hurry. You can't let outsiders beat you to it. We're going back to get our tools, and we'll head up the mountain too," the two thieves said before leaving. Go-chi watched them until they disappeared from her sight, then she looked away. These two young men are pretty good, they're kind-hearted. Anyone in the village who has a problem, they'll help out. Yesterday, Arya's mother said as she walked, chatting about the two men, while Go-chi and Arya held hands behind her. Arya kept talking about the black root, but Go-chi was listening to her mother's story about the two thieves. She didn't expect that these two would have such a good reputation in the village. According to what she heard, they probably weren't the type to steal from villagers. But why did they appear at her house yesterday? Could it be that they were attracted by the 100 Tales? Or maybe they thought her family, having just moved back recently, didn't know much about the village and decided to take a chance? But regardless of the reason, they did enter their home yesterday, and from their conversation last night, it was clear they are habitual thieves. No matter how good their reputation in the village is, this potential danger must be eliminated. "Chi-Chi, what are you thinking about?" Second sister saw that she and Go-chi had talked a lot, but Go-chi didn't respond, so she interrupted her thoughts. "I'm thinking about what your mother said about that herb called hishowu. What does it look like?" Go-chi casually found an excuse. "You see, my sister has a flower pattern like this." Second sister proudly took out a handkerchief embroidered with a vine plant. Because Go-chi knows what hishowu looks like, she could recognize it from the picture. But if someone didn't know, they might confuse it with other vine plants based on the drawing. However, Go-chi didn't need to remind her. Once they realized they had looked at the wrong plant, they would understand that searching based on this unrealistic picture wouldn't work. Soon, both families arrived at Weishan. On the way, they met many villagers. Everyone said they were going to the mountain to dig wild vegetables or gather firewood, but everyone knew they were actually looking for hishowu. Even Go-mu was tempted, since everyone was searching. Although she didn't recognize the plant, she thought she might as well try her luck. Among the people going up the mountain, only Go-chi seemed uninterested in hishowu. She was focused on looking for mushrooms. The ones without poison she collected, and the poisonous ones she smashed with a stick. She also paid attention to dry branches, then happily took them to Go-mu. "Your girl Chi is so well-behaved. She's so young but already helping the family. You're lucky," second sister's mother praised Go-chi as she watched her busy figure. In response, Go-mu praised second sister and big sister, making second sister's mother very happy. But they didn't talk for long before someone ahead mentioned they found hishowu. So, everyone except Go-chi gathered around. Go-chi didn't go because she had just been near that spot earlier. There was no hishowu there, not even mint or other herbs with a faint green scent. "Is this hishowu? How can you tell it's human-shaped? Is it the leaves? Or something else? Could it be not? I can't see any human shape. Human-shaped plants aren't easy to change into. This one should be just a normal plant."
普通的也不错，我听说普通的也能值几两银子呢。
Is that really true? Definitely. I heard it's this kind of vine plant. You should look for other plants too. I was the first to dig this up. People now treasure the fake hishowu because they think it's valuable. They are very cautious about those around it, worried someone might steal it. But since they are fellow villagers, she gives each onlooker a leaf, telling them to look for similar plants themselves. With the leaves, the onlookers stop crowding and go back to searching seriously on their own. Second sister, is this really hishowu? It looks pretty ordinary. We've seen many leaves like this on our way here. It doesn't seem quite right. Second sister, Take out the handkerchief your sister gave you, and check. Although the pattern on the handkerchief looks a bit fake, the characteristics of Hishowu leaves are still visible. It doesn't look the same. Here, it's indented, but this one isn't. Mother Go quickly notices the difference between the two types of leaves. It seems that person was mistaken. These leaves have distinct features. Let's keep looking. Second sister, she tosses the leaf she's holding, feeling a little happy inside. I'm not going to look anymore. I don't even recognize this plant. I should gather firewood first, so I don't forget to prepare firewood for cooking just because of Hishowu. Mother Go says she gives up and truly decides not to follow others further up the mountain. Second sister naturally doesn't persuade her and follows the others ahead. Mother, come help me. Go Chi calls out when she learns Mother Go isn't planning to look for Hishowu anymore. She finds a large patch of mushrooms, and her small basket can't hold them all. She needs Mother Go's help. When they go down the mountain, the group still searching for Hishowu hasn't come down yet. Some are still heading up the mountain, including many outsiders. With so many outsiders here, Chi, you shouldn't run around during this time. Especially not going up the mountain alone. Mother Go sees so many outsiders and worries not about the Hishowu being taken but about Chi-Chi's safety. Can I go to the Half Mountain Academy? Chi-Chi still hopes to earn a little money while the crowd is there, but Mother Go quickly shuts down her idea before it even starts. Of course not, and besides, the young men at the academy still need to study, so they can't be delayed. Alright, I understand, Gongchi said. She couldn't do anything about it. Her mother's worries were not without reason. There are 2 hidden thieves in the village, and no one knows if these outsiders are good or bad. After returning home with her mother, Gongchi first dried the mushrooms she collected today, then checked on her plants. The scallions and garlic were growing well, but the Polygonum multiflorum, Hishowu, hadn't been successfully propagated by cuttings. Gongchi was not discouraged. She was just trying, and if it didn't work, so be it. Recently, the whole village was searching for Polygonum multiflorum, so it was better to burn the cuttings to hide her little secret from others. Not busy? Don't be discouraged. Try planting again next time, her mother said, seeing Gongchi throw the cuttings into the stove, worried she might feel sad. Yes, but it's okay. The other plants are growing well. Mother, shall we eat some pancakes today? Will father come back at noon? Gongchi didn't want to dwell on the cuttings, so she shifted the conversation to food. By now, it was almost noon. Yesterday, she bought a lot of rice and flour. Gongchi planned to tell her mother some recipes she knew so her mother could make scallion oil pancakes for her. Your father might not come back for lunch, but since Chi wants pancakes, we'll make them, her mother said, then went to get the flour, ready to make them as usual. However, Gongchi stopped her, saying she heard of a pancake recipe at the Half Mountain Academy and asked her mother to make it. Her mother loved Gongchi dearly. Although she wasn't sure if Gongchi's method would produce tasty pancakes, she decided to follow her daughter's instructions first. If they didn't taste good, she would think of a way to fix it. First, divide the flour into 3 parts. Mix 2 parts with boiling water until crumbly and the other part with cold water until crumbly. Then add oil, knead all the dough together, and let it rest for a while. Gongchi first asked her mother to prepare the dough. Once the dough was kneaded into a smooth, soft consistency, similar to the softness of human earlobes, they began letting it rest. While waiting, Gongchi took her mother to her small garden to pick some green onion leaves. For their own use, they only picked the leaves, leaving the roots to grow again, and continue planting. They washed the green onions and chopped them into scallions for later use. Once the dough was ready, they could start making the pancakes. Divide the dough into small balls about the size of a sesame seed. Shape them into round, flat discs. Then, spread a layer of oil on each. Sprinkle with a little flour. Normally, it would be better to use flaky pastry for this, but Gookie decided not to bother her mother with making flaky pastry to save time. While spreading oil, she sprinkled a little salt and chopped green onions that had been prepared earlier. Then, she rolled up the dough, trapping all the green onions inside, forming a long. Next, she curled the into a circle and flattened it, ready to cook. She brushed a thin layer of oil in the pan, preheated it, and cooked until both sides were golden brown. The pancake was then ready. Chi-Chi, this pancake smells really good. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, you can eat some now. Mother is making some soup, and then we'll have our meal. Go Mother, smelling the onion pancake, was already hungry but thought of Gookie first. Wait until Mother finishes. Can we add some meat to the soup? Gookie looked at her mother, who had only boiled plain water, probably preparing a simple dish. There was plenty of meat at home. Although it had been marinated earlier, slicing a few pieces to cook in the soup was no problem. Chi-Chi wants meat again? Okay, I'll cook a couple of slices for you. When Dad comes back tonight, we can have some meat then. Mother was frugal but agreed to cook some meat for Gookie, even though she didn't plan to eat any herself. Mother, you eat too. When Dad comes back, we'll all eat together. We have plenty of meat, and if it's finished, we can buy more. Gookie tried to persuade her mother, but she was not swayed. To her, adding meat slices to the soup meant she had already enjoyed some meat, even if she didn't eat it herself. In the end, Gookie couldn't convince her mother and could only remind herself silently that she still needed to keep earning money. Today, they had spent a lot of time on the mountain, so by the time Mother finished the soup, it was already past their usual mealtime. Just as the mother and daughter were about to start eating, they heard Father outside. Oh, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? Father said as he entered, tossing a handful of hay to the cows. Come quickly. We're just about to eat. Mother hurried to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of soup for Father. Daddy, eat some meat. Gookie knew her mother had put all the meat slices in her bowl, so she politely handed some to her father. Why are you back so early? Mother was concerned about why Father was home at this time. I've already earned over 20 copper coins on this trip. After eating, I'll go out again. I don't know what's going on today, but many people from the city are coming to our village. I just arrived in Weicheng when many people asked if I was going out. After inquiring, I found they all came to our Goja village. I thought it was a good chance to come back for a meal, so I turned around and returned. Later, you can feed the ox some food and water. Today, it will probably work hard. Go's father took a sip of soup, then finished speaking before starting to eat the pancake. He had never tasted scallion pancakes before. The first bite was so new and strange, and since he was already hungry, he was quickly won over by the flavor. Today's pancake is delicious. If it's good, eat more. Also, take some with you. It might be late tonight when you come back, so it's good to have some to fill your stomach first. Go's mother was happy about earning money, but still worried about Go's father. After all, today was the first day of attracting customers, so it's better to be prepared. Go's father didn't refuse. He quickly ate 3 pancakes, then put the ones Go's mother had prepared into his pocket, and drove the ox cart away again. During his quick trip, Go Chi only said one sentence to him, but she still heard some news from his words. There are quite a few people in Weicheng interested in buying Polygonum multiflorum. It seems Goja village will become very lively. Go's mother surprisingly didn't stop her from running around. How could she miss such a good opportunity? She decided to set up her stall right at the door. As for what to sell, she thought she'd try making some scallion pancakes first. People need to think about filling their stomachs before doing anything else. After Go's father left, Go Chi asked Go's mother to make some scallion pancakes. Although Go's mother didn't plan to eat more pancakes that night, Go Chi wanted to, so she made some again. She also hoped that Go's father could bring some when he drove the cart tomorrow, so she made extra. Just as she finished the first batch of pancakes, she saw Go Chi carrying some out. When she caught up, she saw Go Chi sitting at the door with a small table in front of her, and the pancakes were placed on the table covered with a white cloth. Go Chi was loudly shouting, "Fresh scallion pancakes for sale! Delicious scallion pancakes!" Chi, what are you doing? Go's mother asked curiously. Trying to see if I can sell them, Go Chi explained simply. They're all neighbors from our village. Why sell them for money? Go's mother felt that the villagers were kind to their family, so if someone wanted to eat a pancake, they could just take one without needing to sell it. Father said he brought a lot of outsiders here, so I want to sell to them. Go Chi smiled, then hurriedly urged Go's mother to continue making the pancakes. At that moment, Go's mother remembered there was still fire burning in the stove, so she quickly returned to the kitchen. After Go's mother entered the room, Go-chi kept calling out, and surprisingly, someone actually came. Your Go family village doesn't even have a place to eat. Little girl, how much are your scallion pancakes? 5 coins each, Go-chi said, naming the price she had already thought of. What kind of pancake is that? So expensive. The visitor was surprised to hear that a pancake cost so much and almost left. It's scallion pancakes. These are oil pancakes with a strong aroma of oil and made from high-quality white flour. Most importantly, they have a rich scallion flavor that will surprise you.
Try it if you don't believe me.
Go-chi generously offered the visitor a small piece of the pancake to taste. It's tasty, but it's too expensive. Sir, you're here to dig for medicinal herbs, right? Once you find the herbs, you won't care about these 5 or 8 coins. Plus, digging for herbs is hard work.
You need to eat well to have the strength.
So, 5 pancakes for 20 coins. I'll wrap them in oiled paper. When you're up in the mountains and hungry, you can eat them. As Go-chi spoke, she lowered the price. Of course, it was based on volume discounts, so it wasn't really a big reduction, but it made the visitor interested. In the end, he nodded and bought 5 pancakes. Go-chi asked him to place the coins on the table, then wrapped the 5 scallion pancakes in oiled paper for him, also giving 2 extra pieces of cut paper to prevent his hands from getting greasy when eating. Take care, sir. Come back if you like it. Go-chi loudly saw him off, then happily put the coins from the table into a prepared clay jar. When Go's mother came out, she noticed that some of the scallion pancakes were missing. She didn't think they had been sold. She thought maybe a neighbor passed by and Go-chi gave some away. But when she saw the coins in the jar, she was surprised and asked Go-chi where the money came from. It really sold? I should make some more then. I should have asked your father to bring back some flour earlier. Seeing the money, Go's mother was very happy and even thought about buying more flour. Go-chi didn't tell her that the money was only for a short time and that earning money this way wasn't permanent. After all, having some extra supplies at home wasn't a bad idea. Maybe she would even start a small scallion pancake stand someday. Later, Mother Go made about 30 scallion pancakes. Together with the ones made earlier, she had around 50. She sold all but a few to take with Father Go tomorrow. After subtracting costs, she earned nearly 200 coins. Mother Go happily laughed while holding her coin jar. When Father Go returned happily in the evening, he saw Mother Go sitting on the bed, teaching Go-chi how to count coins. Father Go thought she was just showing him the coins they already had. He handed her today's earnings and reminded Go-chi not to lose the money. He also quietly asked why she was giving Go-chi the money to play with. This isn't for playing, Mother Go said proudly, as if saying, look, I earned more than you. She looked proud of Go-chi, and in his mind, he thought of the word showing off, which made him find her attitude interesting. Go-chi earned this? Did he find some herbs again? Father Go didn't mind Mother Go's show-off attitude and didn't think he earned less than Go-chi. No, this time it's about selling scallion pancakes, those we had for lunch today. After you left, I made some more, and all of them were bought by villagers from outside the village. I earned over 200 coins, Mother Go said excitedly about her earnings. That much? Father Go was surprised. He had seen the coins on the bed earlier and thought there were quite a few, but hearing the exact amount made him even more surprised. He had eaten the pancakes at lunch and they tasted great. But he never thought about making money from them. He wondered if he was just foolish or if Go-chi was really clever. It's not a lot. We don't know how long these outsiders will stay in our village. We can only earn money from them for a little while, but we can earn some more in the next couple of days. Father, when you come back tomorrow, remember to bring some white flour. It's okay to buy more. We'll earn money each day, and Go-chi can buy meat to eat. Go-chi, speaking in a young child's voice, said these clear words seriously, making Father Go and Mother Go listen carefully. They didn't think it was strange for a 3.5-year-old to speak so sensibly. Haha, Go-chi wants meat. He just ate some today, Mother Go said affectionately, patting Go-chi's head. But her words carried a hint of sadness, as if she felt she hadn't taken good care of Go-chi. Eating meat is good for health. When Go-chi earns money, our family will eat meat every day. Go-chi sensed her mother's feelings of guilt, but she still wanted to share her small goals first. This was a way to put some pressure on her parents and also to motivate herself. Yes, our Chi-Chi is the best at earning money. Tomorrow, Mother will make some meat for Chi-Chi to eat, Go Mother said while patting Go Chi's head, but she looked at Go Father, as if asking for his opinion. Go Father naturally nodded in agreement. He liked Go Chi very much. It's just about eating meat. Now he has a way to earn money, even if it means working harder. As Go Chi said, if she can earn money from outsiders in this period, she can also earn money from those who want to visit Go family village. She saw this as a good opportunity to make more money, and saving some would be even better. Go Father and Go Mother seemed to agree with each other through their looks. Go Chi saw this but pretended not to notice, busy stringing the money she earned today. Go Mother said that 1,000 copper coins make a string. With the 300 coins Go Father brought back, they still needed more to reach 1,000, so she had to keep earning. But counting money felt very happy. More money meant more happiness. The family could finally sleep peacefully tonight. Of course, before sleeping, Go Chi hid the money carefully. There were thieves in the village. Although they had just arrived yesterday, they still had to be cautious. The next day, Go Mother woke up very early and started making scallion pancakes. After a while, she finished and used up all the scallions she had planted in the yard. Fortunately, Go Chi had picked the scallions from the mountain, so Go Mother planned to go back to the mountain to gather more today. As for Go Chi, Go Mother thought the mountain was too crowded with outsiders, and if she met someone with bad intentions, it wouldn't be safe. So, although Go Chi wanted to go up the mountain, she could only stay at the door and sell the scallion pancakes Go Mother had made early in the morning. Go Chi sat at the door, and people came to buy pancakes from time to time. Even villagers from her own village came. Go Chi originally didn't charge money, but the villagers who came to buy still paid. After yesterday, they knew the price of the pancakes, and they weren't trying to take advantage. Paying was normal. That kid selling stuff and making quite a bit of money. Probably dozens of coins in just a short time, said two people who had been secretly watching Go Chi from afar. From their words, it was clear they had been watching her for a long time. Go Chi had actually noticed them early on. Although she didn't understand what they were saying, she pretended not to notice and wanted to see what they were planning to do. After Go Chi and the other two people left, they approached her. Chi-Chi selling cakes? The two pretenders greeted Go Chi as if they were very familiar. Yes, Go Chi replied obediently, pretending not to realize they were actually thieves. Your family has enough money to buy a cow, so why are you out selling cakes, little girl? Bought the cow, but no money left. Chi-Chi needs to eat well and grow tall, so I have to earn money. Would you like to buy some cakes from Go Chi's family? Go Chi looked at the two thieves with hopeful eyes. Although she was thinking about their true purpose, she still focused on making her sale. Yes, we want to buy cakes, but Chi-Chi has to answer a few questions first, the two thieves said, exchanging glances, planning to ask questions under the guise of buying cakes. Hearing this, Go Chi knew they wanted to ask questions. She didn't know what they were after, but she couldn't answer carelessly. One question for one cake, Go Chi said, setting her condition. You're a little girl. Your cakes cost 5 coins each. You can ask 5 questions, they argued.
No.
2 questions for one cake, she countered. 4? Just 2. Otherwise, I won't answer, Go Chi insisted. How about 3? Let's buy 2 cakes first, they proposed. Fine. Here's the money. Go Chi pretended to think hard, even counting on her fingers as if she were very serious, then reluctantly agreed. They paid her 10 coins, and Go Chi wrapped up 2 cakes for them, waiting for the questions. Did Chi-Chi go to the Half Mountain Academy a few days ago? Yes, Go Chi answered honestly. There was nothing to hide. She even met the village chief there. Did Chi-Chi see the person selling Hishowu? What does he look like? This question revealed their true intent. They were indeed looking for the Hishowu seller. That's 2 questions. Add the previous one, and it's 3, Go Chi said, counting the questions aloud before answering. Yes, 3 questions. The 2 thieves thought Go Chi must have seen the seller and felt happy. They even wondered if they still needed to ask the remaining questions. Chi-Chi didn't see the Hishowu seller and doesn't know what he looks like, Go-Chi said with a suppressed smile. After thinking carefully, she answered very seriously. You. The two thieves, upon hearing Go-Chi's response, almost couldn't maintain their already fake smiles. Fortunately, they reminded each other, so Go-Chi didn't become suspicious of them. Chi-Chi can't tell lies, right? Did you really not see anything? Is it a tricky question? Go-Chi naturally asked if it was a problem when she heard the question. No, it's not. One thief quickly replied, then grabbed the other and whispered something to him before asking again. The previous question isn't a problem. Now we'll ask about something else. Alright, what else do you want to ask? Go-Chi's attempt to lie about the question failed this time, but she didn't mind. There are only 3 questions left. If they don't get the answers they want, they'll just have to buy more pastries. What did I see at the Half Mountain Academy? Or on the way to the academy? Or on the way back? Who did I meet? Go-Chi didn't answer this question directly. She was thinking about how to respond while pretending to count something. Chi-Chi, don't rush. Think slowly. The 2 thieves saw her counting carefully. Though eager to urge her, they kept their emotions in check and let her think. Soon, Go-Chi seemed to understand and looked seriously at the 2, asking earnestly, "Are you asking about the people I saw at the Half Mountain Academy, on the way up the mountain, or on the way down? These are 3 different times and places. I can only answer one by one." Child, if you answer one by one, isn't that 3 questions? The thief wasn't stupid. He saw through Go-Chi's careful plan, but it was no use. She's young and can only answer one at a time. If you think it's not worth it, just ask about one specific time. Forget it. Let's treat it as 3 questions. Once we know who they all are, we can slowly eliminate them. The thief comforted himself and his companion. Seeing that this question could cover 3 questions, Go-Chi answered very seriously. That day, my father and mother went out to find work. I was bored, so I decided to go find the brothers at the academy. Then I saw Sister Arya, the village chief. Following her route that day, Go-Chi described the houses along the way, but she didn't mention what they were doing at the time. For example, second sister was just in her own yard. The village chief came to remind her about important matters, and some uncles and aunts were working in the fields or chatting under trees. There were many people around. Of course, she didn't tell anyone she saw the director, because that was a key point. If she said so, everyone would guess she sold the Polygonum multiflorum. After she finished talking about the people she saw, both little thieves looked like they saw a ghost. Go-Chi saw too many people that day to be able to identify anyone. But now, the only thing certain was that Go-Chi's family was not involved, since they weren't in Gojia village that day. As for Go-Chi herself, such a young girl, they didn't even consider her. Did she see if these people were holding anything in their hands? With so many people, they used the process of elimination. Those empty-handed might be excluded. Your 6 questions are done. If you want to ask more, you need to buy more pastries, Go-Chi said. She didn't expect these 2 to keep asking questions, so she thought she might as well sell another pastry. You kids, we're all from the same village. Asking questions and then wanting to buy pastries, big brothers only have this one question. Just treat it as a gift. The 2 little thieves seemed to have learned their lesson and decided not to buy pastries anymore. No, that's not allowed. If I answer your questions and you get what you want, you might not buy my pastries afterward. Go-Chi refused to be fooled. Their tricks were too childish. Impossible to fool children. We're grown-ups, the thief swore, but his words had no convincing power. If you're not going to cheat, isn't buying a pastry first the same? Go-Chi naturally wouldn't be tricked by their words and insisted on sticking to her principle of selling pastries first. However, seeing how Go-Chi turned one question into 3 earlier, the 2 thieves were reluctant to buy pastries up front. This standoff caught the attention of someone from afar. It was the security manager of the Half Mountain Academy who was visiting Gojia village today for a leisurely walk. Recently, because of the Polygonum multiflorum issue, many outsiders had come to Weishan to dig for treasure, and quite a few people came to inquire about the truth of the Polygonum multiflorum matter. The academy had become somewhat noisy. The director was worried that someone might threaten their family because of the Polygonum multiflorum incident. Although they hadn't told outsiders that Polygonum multiflorum belonged to Go Chi, they still felt some concern inside. Because of this worry, the director specifically sent the security manager to check on Gojia village. Originally, he wanted to handle everything himself, since the news about the 100 tales of Hishowu was spread by him. But then he thought if he personally intervened, it would be like hiding the truth. Instead, he decided to let Steward go, which seemed safer. Before Steward left, he specifically warned him not to raise suspicion. When Steward arrived at Go's village, he didn't go straight to Go Chi, but instead chatted with the villagers. He often came down the mountain to talk with people when he had free time, so his behavior didn't seem unusual. Recently, the villagers were eager to chat with Steward, hoping to learn some news about Hishowu from him. However, Steward was very discreet. He talked a lot and mentioned many benefits of Hishowu, but he didn't give the answers others wanted. He kept watching Go Chi's side. The two men had been at Go Chi's stall for a long time, not seeming like customers buying cakes, which made Steward worried. Are those two guys bullying the kid? After saying this, Steward didn't wait for others. He went over to Go Chi. The others knew who those two men were, so they didn't think they would bully Go Chi. But since they had been there for a long time, maybe something was wrong, so everyone gathered around. Go Chi's position allowed her to see the group approaching. At this moment, she was already planning to damage the two men's reputation in the villagers' eyes. She was still arguing with them about whether to answer questions first or buy cakes first. But when Steward and the others were about to get close, she suddenly burst into tears with wow. What's wrong? What's wrong? Steward heard her crying and quickened his pace. You two grown men bullying a child? Go Chi, don't cry.
Tell Grandpa what happened.
As Go Chi cried, more villagers gathered around. The two thieves realized they couldn't keep questioning Go Chi, so they looked awkwardly at the crowd, unsure how to explain that they hadn't bullied her. Old Steward, they're lying. They're lying, Go Chi said, only mentioning that they were lying, without explaining further. She was just a child, after all, and it was understandable if she couldn't explain everything clearly. Is there some misunderstanding? These two wouldn't bully a child. It should be, since Chi-Chi is young, she probably misunderstood you. Please explain to her carefully. Exactly, children should not think that adults always tell lies. That's not good. The onlookers don't seem to believe these two are deceiving Go Chi. They think Go Chi might have misunderstood something these two said, and want them to explain clearly. Chi-Chi, don't cry. Tell Uncle what they lied to you about. Uncle looked at the villagers gathered around. From their words, he roughly understood how these two are viewed in the village, but he doesn't think Go Chi misunderstood. He has talked to Go Chi before. Although she is young, she speaks logically and clearly. If she says these two lied, then they definitely lied. Uncle we didn't lie to her. She suddenly started crying, the two said. When they heard Uncle ask Go Chi, they didn't understand why she suddenly cried, but now they need to explain whether they lied or not. Although they survive by stealing, they still have a good image in Go Family Village. To hide how they get their money, they also do some business with the Half Mountain Academy. If Uncle gets a bad impression because of this, it will be harder for them to continue dealings with the academy later. They don't want Uncle to find out their true activities, so it's better not to let him misunderstand them. Let Chi-Chi speak, Uncle said. He doesn't want to hear these two talk. After all, adults can lie, but children don't understand lying. They said they wanted to buy Chi-Chi's scallion pancakes. Go Chi looked at the two and slowly said this. Of course, she didn't say the second part yet, but she was waiting to see if they would interrupt her, using the pancake purchase to cover their earlier questions. Sure enough, the two didn't want the villagers to know they were investigating the Hishowu. So, when Go Chi finished speaking and was about to continue, they interrupted her. Oh, we will buy them. We just bought two to try. The taste is good. We originally planned to buy more, but we don't have much money, so we wanted Go Chi to give us a better price. They made up a reason, but everyone present believed it. Promise Go Chi to buy as many as she makes. Two grown men fooling a child, that's not right. Master doesn't believe that someone wouldn't bring enough money. A pancake costs only 5 coins, and Go-chi only has about 100 coins in total. They probably have some money on them. This purchase was a last-minute decision. I really don't have that much money. Chi, we can only buy 2 more. Do you think that's okay? Since these two said they had no money, they must stick to their story. But now, they need to follow their lie and discuss buying the pancakes with Go-chi. Go-chi knows that with the current situation, it's unlikely to completely ruin their reputation. She reluctantly agrees and even mumbles, "Adults don't keep their promises," planting a small impression in the onlookers' minds. The two thieves bought 2 scallion pancakes and left. Go-chi still felt a little stingy and thought she had been tricked. "Chi, don't be angry. You're the seller. Whether customers buy a lot or a little, we can't force them. Although they originally promised to do something, doing business means you can't force others. If they say no to buying, you can't cry to make them change their mind. You're still a child. Maybe they will be lenient now, but when you grow up, no one will be kind to you." Master softly advised Go-chi, teaching her. People watching nearby agreed with Master. They admired Go-chi for helping her family at such a young age and hoped she would grow up to be better. Go-chi realized her actions today might have hurt herself more than others. She felt she lost more than she gained, so she nodded obediently to show she was listening carefully to Master and Chi. "You're very obedient, Master," and praised her naturally. The onlookers also praised Go-chi for being obedient and well-behaved. This made Go-chi breathe a little easier and realize her thoughts were too simple. Although she was young and had an advantage, she needed to use it wisely, or she might end up losing more. She remembered this in her heart, but continued to listen to Master An's teachings on the surface. Seeing there was no more to say, the onlookers gradually dispersed. No one liked to hear lectures, even if they weren't directed at them. Go-chi didn't like listening either, but she was still obedient and listened carefully. When Master was tired, she poured him a glass of water and even gave him a scallion pancake to eat. "Child, I'm not hungry. You keep this pancake to sell for money." Master would naturally not take advantage of this, but Go-chi still insisted and even packed 2 pancakes for him to take back to the director to try. She said it was a way to thank the director, so Master couldn't refuse. After Master left, Go-chi quietly sat at her door selling the remaining scallion pancakes. The 2 thieves didn't come back for her, so it seems they decided not to take the extra 6 questions with the pancakes they bought later. By noon, all the pancakes Go-chi had were sold out, and Go-mother came down from the mountain. Since she had been earning money these days, Go-chi said she wanted to eat meat, and Go-mother happily agreed. Today, Go-father's return was a little earlier than yesterday, just in time for lunch. While Go-mother was serving the rice, Go-chi kindly went to feed the hardworking cow some food and water. Go-father brought back a bag of flour, enough for Go-mother to make many more scallion pancakes. After eating, Go-father left again. Go-mother naturally went back to making scallion pancakes, and Go-chi took the chance to plant the scallions Go-mother had dug up today. Go-mother dug quite a lot today, so Go-chi worked for a good while until someone knocked on the door. She hadn't finished planting yet. It was Master knocking, and it seemed he had a special reason for coming. "Chi, are you not setting up your stall this afternoon?" Master didn't directly say why he was here. "Mother is still making them. Once she's done, she'll set up." "Is Uncle Butler looking for Chi?" Go-chi couldn't tell his purpose, but since only she and Master knew each other at home, she naturally thought he was here to find her. "Uncle is here to see your mother." Chi, can you help call your mother?" "Uncle Butler, you sit for a while. I'll go call my mother." Go-chi invited Master into the yard and even brought a small stool for him. Only after he sat down did she go to the kitchen to call Go-mother. Go-mother had just finished making the scallion pancakes and was washing the pot. When she saw Go-chi come in, she thought she was here to pick up pancakes. "I made quite a few today. They're too heavy. Once I finish tidying up, I'll help you. Mother doesn't need to rush to take the pancakes out. The butler from the Half Mountain Academy is looking for you," Go-chi said, glancing at the pancakes Go-mother made today. There were indeed more than yesterday, but She wasn't sure if they could sell them all. However, when Go's father returned at noon, he said that many people had come to Gojia village today. Besides his ox cart, many others had started doing business, running between Weicheng and Gojia village. When Guo's father arrived at Guo family village, there were already 2 or 3 carts heading this way. It's likely that more would come later, which might also be why Guo's mother makes so many pancakes. Housekeeper? Why is he looking for me? Guo's mother paused her work, wiped her wet hands on her apron, then took off the apron and left the kitchen. As soon as she reached the yard, housekeeper saw her and politely stood up. Guo's mother saw this and quickened her pace, curious about what housekeeper and wanted to talk to her about. Madam Guo, I came today to discuss a business deal with you, housekeeper said directly, without any small talk. But this news left Guo's mother a bit confused. However, Guo Qi, who was following behind, looked a little excited. She had already guessed what business meant as soon as housekeeper mentioned it. But now is not the time for her to speak up. Today, Chi asked me to bring 2 scallion pancakes to the director. He was very happy after eating them and thinks these can be added to the school's dining hall, housekeeper explained simply, noticing Guo's mother didn't quite understand. At this moment, Guo Qi realized that the school actually has its own dining hall. No wonder there were no food stalls nearby. Luckily, she hadn't foolishly set up a stall at the school gate, or she would have lost a lot. Alright, but how do you plan to sell them? Guo's mother asked. If they could be sold in the school dining hall, that would be a steady income, much better than waiting for customers. Tomorrow morning, I will first deliver 20. Based on how much students like them, we can decide whether to increase or decrease the quantity. As for the price, the more you buy, the cheaper it should be. Don't worry about the price, housekeeper, Guo Qi said quickly, before Guo's mother could react. Although only 20 pancakes were ordered, Guo Qi had already suggested a wholesale price. Guo's mother was worried when she heard about reducing the amount, and now she was even more worried when she heard about lowering the price. She was concerned about not making enough money, but didn't know how to turn her words around. Can you really decide on this, little girl? Housekeeper saw Guo's mother's conflicted expression and thought to himself that adults often lacked the courage that children had. Yes, I can. Mother loves Chi very much, and Chi-Chi's words are trustworthy. Guo Qi patted her chest to show she had influence in the family. Is that so? Housekeeper looked at Guo's mother thoughtfully, then started discussing the pancake supply with Guo Qi. Go's mother accompanied her throughout, and although they spoke in a way that was understandable, there was a feeling that she couldn't quite keep up with what they were saying. In the end, Guo Qi negotiated with the butler, and only when Go's mother was asked to sign the contract did she realize that she was the adult in the family. The contract needed Go's mother's signature. Although she listened the whole time, she still felt a bit uneasy. She looked at the contract, which didn't specify how much scallion pancakes would be supplied, only the price, and the price was written very clearly. For 5 or fewer, the usual price was 5 cents each. For more than 5, it was 4 cents each. This was the final wholesale price, so even if they bought more later, the price wouldn't change. Guo Qi also insisted on a no-credit condition. Every delivery, no matter how many pancakes, had to be paid for immediately. And didn't mind this rule either. Since the pancakes weren't worth much, paying on the spot wasn't a problem, and prepayment was also fine. Guo Qi suggested this because she noticed Go's mother seemed a bit confused and worried she might think that credit sales meant no profit, so she added this rule. In her view, for long-term business like with the Shushan Academy, providing credit was perfectly acceptable. But for small sales, and didn't mind, and it was better to reassure Go's mother. After reading the contract, Go's mother thought there was no problem, though she might not have understood any issues. Anyway, she knew that signing this contract would bring money to her family, so she was fine with it. Tomorrow morning, please have Madame Go deliver 20 pancakes to the academy. Remember to enter through the back gate, and said before leaving with the contract. After and left, Go's mother kept looking at the contract again and again. Guo Qi didn't know what she was looking for, so she decided to go to the kitchen and take out the scallion pancakes she had just made to sell. But before she could go far, Go's mother suddenly hugged her tightly and kissed her on the face. Chi, we've signed a contract with Shushan Academy. Your scallion pancakes will support our family. I need to go back to the mountain to dig more scallions. Chi-Chi, keep selling the pancakes at home, but don't run around. It was clear that at this moment, Go's mother finally understood what the contract meant. She looked very excited, even a bit overly so. She was about to head up the mountain, but before leaving, she helped Go-Chi take out the finished scallion pancakes. Go-Chi was left alone at the door, selling pancakes by herself. Goja village is really very lively today. This afternoon, as Go's father said, many people came. The villagers seem to have noticed the situation. Although they know these people are here to find Polygonum multiflorum, they feel a bit uncomfortable. Still, many have seen a business opportunity in Gookie's selling of scallion pancakes. So, many started setting up stalls outside their homes. Most are selling pancakes, but none are selling scallion pancakes, probably because they don't know how to make them. Even so, this has affected Gookie's business, as her scallion pancakes haven't yet become famous. Take the neighbor area's family, for example. They live closest to Go's house and know best how well Gookie's pancakes are selling. They were the first to think about selling pancakes alongside Gookie. Gookie can't really say much about their actions. She can't stop others from making money. Luckily, her scallion pancakes are tasty, not just filling, so even with competition, she still has an advantage. Plus, they have signed a contract with Banshan Academy, so they're not worried about sales. But even if they're not worried, losing some customers still makes her a bit annoyed. She needs to think of other ways to attract customers. Because others also started selling pancakes, Gookie's scallion pancakes almost didn't sell out today. Luckily, many people came to Goja village today, or all her mother made would have gone to waste. In the evening, the family sat together and talked about the day. They were happy about the contract with Banshan Academy and about Go's father making 2 trips today and earning money. Of course, they were also happy about Gookie selling pancakes, but since many others started selling pancakes too, their happiness was slightly reduced. Looks like I need to make less tomorrow. Go's mother thought about reducing her portion. But we still need to deliver some to Banshan Academy. Let's stick to today's amount. We should still sell out. There are many visitors lately, and many go back with our pancakes because they like them, Go's father said. When Go's father went to Weiqing today, he also brought some people back, and they naturally talked about their family's pancakes. It's better to make less. After all, it's food. If we don't sell all of it, that could be a problem. If we don't have enough, I can make more, he said. Mrs. Go still feels it's not right to take risks. Although she doesn't want to reduce the amount, selling leftovers would be wasteful, which she dislikes. Chi-Chi has an idea. I don't know if it will work. Go-Chi has been thinking all day. Since lowering prices isn't an option to attract customers, and just now Go's father mentioned that most people going back would also take some scallion pancakes home, she got an idea. Tell us what you're thinking, Chi-Chi. Go's father is curious about what's in her little mind. Even though he's been away recently, Go-Chi's skills have helped the family grow richer, so he's willing to listen. We have an advantage over others because we have a cart. We can try a mutual promotion plan, Go-Chi says confidently, happy that her parents are willing to listen. She plans to make a coupon. Anyone who buys scallion pancakes from her can use the coupon to ride the cart for free once. Also, anyone who rides the cart can use the coupon to buy pancakes for 2 cents less. The reason for 2 cents is because the fare from Weiqing to Go's village is exactly 2 cents. Is this feasible? What if someone fakes the coupons? We could lose money, her mother worries. She also thinks her husband might not earn much if he makes a trip. Go's mother first worries about losing money. Of course, she's not wrong to consider the worst-case scenario. Being prepared is wise. It's okay. I've thought of a way to prevent counterfeiting, Go-Chi says. She explains a watermark security method she saw on TV. It's simple. Print on damp paper. When the paper dries, the mark isn't visible. But if the paper gets wet again, the mark reappears, similar to a scene from The Unparalleled. As for Go's father not making money, that's not a big concern. It might seem like the pancakes are free, but they actually earn more from sales. Plus, customers need to buy at least 2 pancakes to get the coupon, and using the coupon requires spending at least 10 cents to save too. So, it looks like Go's father isn't earning much, but in reality, the pancake sales are profitable. Although there's some loss, it will attract more customers. If sales increase enough, the profit will be sufficient. After careful thought, Go's parents agreed that Go Chi's idea is feasible. Although paper was expensive, when Go Chi and his family moved out of the Go household, Go mother brought a stack of paper with her. At the time, it was unclear what she was thinking, but since the paper was just sitting at home, it was convenient to use for the voucher Go Chi mentioned. As for the stamp, it was originally Go father's. He had his own private seal, which was also a sign of the old lady's intention. All three brothers had their own seals. Go Chi never quite understood why the old lady gave all three brothers their own seals, but now that they could be useful, it was probably a good deed on her part. The family worked overnight to make 50 or 60 vouchers. Some were kept on Go father, and others were stored at home. Go mother even stayed up all night. After finishing the vouchers, she looked at the time and decided it was about time to prepare the scallion pancakes to send to the Mountain Half Academy. Go father originally wanted to stay with Go mother, but she thought he should get some rest since he had to catch the train the next day. When Go father woke up again, it was almost time for him to leave. Go mother had also prepared the scallion pancakes for selling in the morning and for delivering to the Mountain Half Academy. Naturally, she went ahead to the academy first, and Go Chi started a new day of selling pancakes. Today, more villagers than usual came out to buy things. Arya looked at so many people and felt a bit annoyed. Chi, why is everyone out selling pancakes? Can't they think of doing something else? Arya, who was sitting in front of her own pancake stall, ran over to talk to Go Chi when she saw her. Everyone can make money, right? My family can earn, your family can earn, everyone can earn, Go Chi replied. And mother said the wind of the Polygonum multiflorum won't forever. When the wind stops, maybe we won't be able to make money anymore. Go Chi pretended to speak like Go mother and gave Arya a meaningful look. Arya didn't see the deeper meaning in Go Chi's eyes, only feeling that what she said made some sense. But she was a little uncomfortable with so many people competing for her business. I need to shout loudly so people will come to my house to buy pancakes, Arya said, seeing some people entering the village. She left those words and started shouting at her own door. Go Chi just pouted at her action and began her own shouting as well. Scallion pancakes. Delicious scallion pancakes. Try one first, then buy. Buy two and get a ticket for a ride in Weicheng. Go Chi's call was similar to usual at first, but the second part was very tempting. The bus tickets sent to Weicheng, although I haven't heard of a bus ticket before, are easy to understand from the words themselves. People coming from Weicheng either take the bus or walk. Most of those walking are doing so because they don't want to spend money, but some are walking because they couldn't get a seat on the bus. Go Chi's goal is to attract those willing to spend money. Already, someone has come to Go Chi's stall asking about the tickets after hearing about them. Go Chi explained in detail how to use the tickets and even mentioned that if someone wanted to go to Weicheng at noon, there would be a bus at that time. She also shared the approximate departure times of her family's bus each day, so people could decide if their schedule fit. Give me two, someone said. I plan to leave this afternoon. I was just thinking of buying two to take home for my kids, and I didn't expect to catch this good opportunity. Once the first ticket was sold, others quickly followed, second, third, and so on. Soon, Go Chi's mother sold out the scallion pancakes she prepared this morning. If anyone wanted more, they have to wait until she made more after she returned. When Go Chi's mother returned, she saw a crowd gathered at her door. Afraid Go Chi couldn't handle it alone, she hurried over quickly. The shopkeeper is back. Hurry and make those scallion pancakes. I plan to leave for Weicheng early tomorrow, and I also want to get a bus ticket. Me too, me too. Why are you leaving so suddenly tomorrow? I plan to leave at noon today, but I didn't get a pancake. When you're done, remember to give me one first. Okay. I'll go make them right now. Very soon, very soon. Go Chi's mother didn't expect the tickets to be so popular. She hurried to wash her hands and start making pancakes. Luckily, she had already prepared the dough earlier, planning to cook after lunch, but now she had to do it earlier. Go Chi saw many people wanting to take the bus, and she overheard some saying they planned to leave today. She was worried that their father's ox cart wouldn't be able to fit everyone, so she quickly came up with another idea. She mentioned the other discount feature of the tickets. If some people wanted to take the bus today, but there were no seats left, they might think the tickets were useless. Instead of making them feel that way, she decided it was better to encourage them to buy 2 more pancakes and leave happily. Right now, most people just want to buy tickets, so they are not planning to buy extra pastries. If they can't get a ride this afternoon, they can buy pastries later without any problem. The business outside the Go family's door is very busy, so other shops naturally aren't doing as well. Second sister looks at all the people buying Go cheese pastries, feeling very eager. She hurried home, rummaging through her belongings to see if she had anything to give as a gift. Unfortunately, she couldn't find anything suitable. Either she was reluctant to give it away or thought no one would want it even if she did. In the end, she had to sheepishly return to her small stall, hoping to find some leftover or something valuable. At noon, Go father finished his meal and prepared to leave. Today, everyone on the bus used tickets. Go mother felt very worried for a moment, but then remembered that she had sold a whole day's worth of pastries in the morning, and her worries quickly faded. In the following days, fewer people came to Go village. Probably because most of those going up the mountain didn't find the medicinal herb they were looking for, or even if they did, they didn't find the right shape. It seemed like the trend was really fading away. People in the village made some small money from this trend, but of course, the biggest gain was Go Cheese family, since they were the first to spot the business opportunity. Hey, fewer people are coming to the village now, and our scallion pancake business isn't doing well. This morning, I only made 10 pancakes and they still haven't all sold. Go mother looked worried as she watched the remaining pancakes. She had completely forgotten that she had sent 50 pancakes to the Half Mountain Academy earlier that morning. Didn't I already guess this would happen? My cart business has also slowed down these days. But because of the medicinal herb thing, many people now know I run a line between Weiqing and Go Village. I've already gained a few regular customers. Yeah, I understand. Just venting a little. Anyway, you should take a break now. You'll be going out again soon. I'll go feed the cattle some more grass. After a brief sigh, Go mother's mood seemed to improve again. She then went about her usual chores. Only Go Chi was lost in thought, looking at the remaining scallion pancakes from this morning. Making money can't rely on a passing trend. It needs to be sustainable. Go mother seems to be quite skilled at making money from scallion pancakes, so maybe this small stall could become a bit more formal. After a few more days, business indeed became harder. Those who followed the trend gradually gave up selling pancakes. In the end, the whole village seemed to return to its usual peaceful state. The number of outsiders has decreased, so Mother Go is now more at ease with Go Chi running around outside. Recently, Go Chi has been thinking about opening a small scallion pancake stall somewhere, so even if she is running around, she doesn't go up the mountain. Near the Half Mountain Academy, there's no need to consider it. There's their own cafeteria, and they also sell scallion pancakes there, so there's no reason to compete with them for business. As for the village, it's even less necessary. Previously, it was for convenience for outsiders, but now there are hardly any outsiders. The villagers all know they make scallion pancakes, so if anyone needs some, they can just come to her house directly. However, such needs are not frequent, so to make money, she really needs to go somewhere else. In the end, Go Chi thought about going to the small market outside the village. Although they set up stalls every other day, it's still better than staying in the village. With this idea, Go Chi looked for a chance to tell Mother Go. Mother Go once again kissed Go Chi's face affectionately. She thought her daughter was a genius, and she could ride her father's ox cart back and forth every day, so they didn't have to carry heavy loads. Chi is truly our little lucky star, said Father Go. He also wanted to kiss Go Chi's face, but as a father, he restrained himself and only expressed his love verbally. The next day was market day. Mother Go got up early again. Besides delivering pancakes to Half Mountain Academy, she made 20 more. On the first day at the market, she didn't dare make too many, wanting to see how things went before deciding. After finishing the pancakes, the family set out together. Father Go's ox cart first went to Half Mountain Academy for the morning, then he took Mother Go and Go Chi to the small market. At the market, Go Chi immediately saw the butcher from Li family village. His meat stall had a vacant spot nearby, and Go Chi happily ran over to greet him, also asking if the spot next to him was available. When the butcher saw Go Chi, he immediately remembered her. After all, he had never seen such a young girl come with a 20-tael silver note to buy meat. "Aren't you the little girl from Go family village? Coming to the market today? Want to buy some meat? Today, my mother and I came together. We planned to set up a small stall to sell pancakes. Uncle, is there anyone occupying the spot next to your place?" "No. Let your mother come over," said the butcher. Although he didn't hear Go Chi mention buying meat, he warmly welcomed their small stall to be his neighbor. Mrs. Go had just taken the items off the ox cart when Go Chi took her to an empty spot near the meat stall. They quickly set up the stall and waited for customers. Go Chi offered a piece of pancake to Butcher Lee as a way to build good neighbor relations. Mrs. Go, who usually worries about money, didn't say anything. "Your pancakes smell really good. I've heard that someone in Gojia village has been selling scallion pancakes lately." "Turns out it's your family," said Butcher Lee. He had heard about the aroma of scallion pancakes many times recently and wanted to buy some but hadn't had the chance. Today, he finally got to taste them. "Yes, my mother made them. They're very tasty," Go Chi said, chatting with Butcher Lee. But after a few words, someone came to buy meat from Lee's stall. Go Chi stopped talking and waited until the meat was sold before selling her scallion pancakes to the customer. "Annie, are you going to make meat soup with this meat at home?" Go Chi cheerfully asked the person buying meat. No matter if others told her what they planned to do with the meat, she would naturally promote her family's scallion pancakes. The family buying meat was okay, with paying 5 cents for a pancake. Go Chi also made sure everyone could taste a small piece, and since her family was still giving out ride tickets, today's business was quite good. This eased Mrs. Go's worries a lot. "Cousin, I don't think this market will have what we need. Looks like I really have to ask for leave and go to Weicheng," Xiaoji and Fongqing said as they looked for a place selling rice paper at the market. Unfortunately, this market only sold everyday household items, so there was no rice paper to be found. "It's not just you. If you hadn't accidentally wet all the paper in the academy, this wouldn't have happened," Fongqing said helplessly, thinking about the wet paper and feeling overwhelmed. "Hey, I didn't do it on purpose. Don't blame me. We need to think of a way quickly," Xiaoji said, knowing he had caused trouble. He was anxious because there was no solution at the moment. "Hey, what are you two brothers doing here?" Go Chi had seen the two running around the market like headless flies early in the morning. She didn't know what they were looking for, but they had walked back and forth several times without buying anything. "What are you two girls suddenly doing sneaking up on us?" Xiaoji, already annoyed, was startled by Go Chi and spoke somewhat harshly. "Brother Chung, Brother Ji, did you eat firecrackers today?" Go Chi didn't seem too concerned when speaking to Xiaoji, but she still made a joke. "Why bother with fireworks? He's just made a mistake and is anxious." Fongqing rolled his eyes at Xiaoji, thinking he shouldn't have such an attitude toward Go Chi. "Made a mistake? What kind? Do you need help?" Go Chi said this casually, but inside she thought that if Xiaoji could climb a tree, he could also get down from water. She wondered what he did to make him so anxious. Probably something serious. If not handled quickly, it might get out of control. "You're just a little girl. What help could you be?" Xiaoji didn't think Go Chi could help. He had been wandering the market for a long time and hadn't found anyone selling paper. Could this little girl really find some? Unfortunately, he didn't think Go Chi could help, but Fongqing thought it was worth asking her. Maybe she really knew where to find paper. "Ignore him. Fongqing briefly explained the situation, and Go Chi immediately understood their current problem. "So you're sure that Wei City has the kind of paper you mentioned, but you can't leave today?" Go Chi repeated their situation. "Yes, that's why he's so worried." Fongqing glanced at Xiaoji. Although Xiaoji was at fault, he still hoped to fix the problem if possible. "It's simple. Just ask someone to help run an errand." Go Chi thought their problem wasn't really a problem. "That's easy for you to say. Although this area is under Wei City's jurisdiction, It's still far from Wei City. By the time we get there, it might be dark and we might not make it back. Xiaoji initially thought of a solution too. But the carriage from the academy would alert his grandfather if it moved, so he came down the mountain himself to check out this small market for safety. Little Cheng, is Xiaoji always so impatient? Go Qi bypassed Xiaoji and spoke directly to Fang Cheng, hoping to speed things up.
Don't worry about him.
Do you have someone in mind who can help? Fang Cheng didn't think Go Qi was just suggesting. He felt that she not only had ideas but might have already thought of the right person. Little Cheng is clever. My father goes to Wei City twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Let's calculate the time. The morning trip should be about time to return now. You can talk to him later and tell him what to buy, or make a list for him. When he comes back in the evening, he can bring it all for you. Really? Are you sure your father can come back tonight? Hearing Go Qi say this, Xiaoji, who was feeling a bit confused earlier, suddenly became more alert. My father runs around like this every day, so of course he can come back. Go Qi sighed helplessly. Isn't Xiaoji a bit naive? That's great. No need to make a list. I already have the store name and the quantities I need. Xiaoji took out a piece of paper from his pocket, showing he had already thought about going to Wei City. Since your father is running this errand, it might take him quite a bit of time. Could you ask him later how much it will cost? Fang Cheng didn't want to owe favors, so he brought up paying money first. If it were Go Qi normally, she would think about charging, but this time she didn't mention money and seemed very generous.
How can that be?
We shouldn't let your father do this trip for free. Xiaoji felt the problem was halfway solved and finally relaxed enough to talk to Go Qi. When Fang Cheng mentioned money, he also thought they should pay. If you really feel bad about it, maybe you can do us a favor instead, Go Qi said with a smile. But Fang Cheng felt she was just waiting to say that. Go girl, just say it. We will do our best to help, Fang Cheng said first. Yes, Xiaoji agreed naturally. Go Qi then explained what she needed them to do. It wasn't anything big. She thought selling scallion pancakes alone wasn't very profitable, so she wanted to develop some other products. Do you mean asking her classmates if they're interested in meat pies? Xiaoji didn't expect Go Qi to ask this. Yes, my scallion pancakes are quite popular in your school cafeteria. I think my mother can also make other flavors of pancakes. I wonder if you're interested. Go Qi could have directly asked the housekeeper in, but since most of the customers are students, she decided to ask the students' opinions first. This is a small matter and easy to handle. We can ask about it this afternoon. That's great. Thank you both so much. Go Qi thanked the two people, and of course, they also expressed their gratitude in return. Then the two of them waited by Go Qi's pancake stall, and as time went on, they started to feel a little anxious. Fortunately, when Go Qi and the others finished selling their pancakes, Go's father's ox cart appeared from afar. Go's father had met Cheng and Xiaoji before, so after hearing their situation, he also became worried for them. Originally, they planned to eat and rest at home before leaving, but they were afraid they wouldn't have enough time, so they ate quickly and then left. This time, they didn't wait at the busy market. Instead, they just passed by and met two people heading to Weicheng, so they invited them to go together. Today, we'll probably lose a bit, Go Qi said as she watched Go's father's ox cart go away. She knew without thinking that he wouldn't wait at the market today.
Why?
Xiaoji didn't understand what Go Qi meant. Unfortunately, Go Qi didn't explain and instead told them to go back to Banshan Academy first. She also mentioned roughly when Go's father might return, so they could be prepared. Xiaoji wanted to ask more, but Fang Cheng pulled him away. Before leaving, Fang Cheng promised to help Go Qi ask her classmates about her concerns. From his actions, Go Qi understood that Fang Cheng knew what she meant by losing a bit. But today's small loss wasn't a big deal. Sometimes, human relationships are the most valuable. When Go Qi returned home, her mother was already making scallion pancakes for the afternoon sale. Although Go's father had left, her mother decided to continue selling pancakes at the market in the afternoon because tomorrow wasn't market day, so she couldn't earn money then. They didn't make many pancakes in the afternoon. When they slowly arrived at the market, they found that someone had already taken their usual spot. What's going on? Has someone taken our stall? Go's mother looked worried and hurried forward to find out. Go Chi, with sharp eyes, recognized the person at the stall as someone who bought scallion pancakes from them that morning. She knew this wasn't someone trying to steal their spot. "Oh, I thought you wouldn't come this afternoon," and was worried. "Luckily you're here. This morning, you said this coupon could cover 2 coins, right? I want to use this coupon and buy a few more. Your pancakes are so tasty. My little grandson is quite picky. He doesn't like meat at all lately. I didn't expect that today he would enjoy your pancakes. I'll buy a few more." It was clear that this customer genuinely thought Go Chi's scallion pancakes were delicious. She kept saying she would buy a few more several times. Mother Go saw that they were not here to take a stall, so she felt relieved. After learning how many cakes they wanted to buy, she generously offered a small discount. "Big sister-in-law, your cake business is really good. I feel like you make more money selling cakes than I do selling meat all day," Lee the butcher joked, but he genuinely believed Go Chi's cakes were profitable. "It's not that much. The money I earn will go to your family when I buy meat. My daughter just loves eating meat," Mother Go said. After a morning of chatting with Lee the butcher, they had become quite familiar. When there were no customers, they often talked casually. However, this time, Lee the butcher's talk had a purpose. He had overheard Go Chi and the 2 boys discussing meat pies earlier. Of course, the meat pies need meat. He wanted to establish a long-term partnership with Go Chi's family. After a few words, they started talking about the meat pies again. "You're right. The meat will naturally come from your family, but we need to ask those 2 kids what their classmates think first. If we do it, you can buy meat at a cheaper price later," Mother Go said. Although she knew about the meat pies, she was unsure about starting this business because she had never made them before. If they turned out bad, she might not do it again. So, she didn't firmly commit to Lee the butcher about buying meat. Lee the butcher understood her hesitation. He knew there were other butchers nearby, so it was better to start a long-term business carefully. While chatting, they agreed on the plan, and Go Chi felt that her mother actually had some talent for business negotiations. That evening, Go father came home, and Go Chi waited at the village entrance. When she saw her father, she quietly led him up the mountain. Why so secretive? It was because Xiao Ji had said he was afraid the headmaster would find out. When Go father's ox cart reached the mountain, he saw Xiao Ji sneaking around under a tree, looking around nervously. Anyone seeing him would know he was up to something. As for Fong Chung, he was also hiding under a tree, but he looked much calmer, mostly just waiting. And indeed, he was waiting for someone. "Finally, you're here," Xiao Ji said, relieved when he saw Go father's ox cart. It was like seeing a savior, and he almost started dancing. Go father handed over the rice paper they had bought for them, and also returned the remaining money. "No need, just consider it as a reward for helping buy things," Xiao Ji said, not even looking at the leftover money, implying it was a gift for Go father. "This won't do. We agreed that things would stay as they were before. Father Go is an honest man. Although he wants to earn money, he wouldn't ask for more than agreed upon. By the way, these are the results of our survey. It seems everyone is interested in meat pies and also likes some other flavors. I wonder if your mother knows how to make them. I've written everything down on paper for you to see." After confirming that Father Go wouldn't take any money, Fong Chung took out his survey results. Although Father Go knew that Go Chi had asked the students for their opinions, looking at what was written on the paper made him feel that helping them was very worthwhile. The notes are very detailed, even listing how many students in the academy prefer salty flavors and how many prefer sweet ones. Father Go doesn't know how to make pies, but he understands how important it is to know what customers like. Now, he definitely wouldn't accept money from Xiao Ji. After firmly returning the money to Xiao Ji, he left with Go Chi. Before leaving, Go Chi naturally thanked Fong Chung and also asked about his personal food preferences. However, Fong Chung isn't very clear about what he likes to eat. He probably sees food just as something to fill his stomach. Back home, Father Go handed the paper written by Fong Chung to Mother Go. Although she can read, she didn't know how to use the paper. "Mother, when we deliver the pies tomorrow, let's talk to the steward and see if we can add a few meat pies first. As for the sweet ones, we can add them later gradually. Go Chi said after looking at Fong Cheng's data, but she didn't change her initial plan to include meat pies. Talking is fine, but I don't know how to make them. Mother Go worried not about whether the Half Mountain Academy wants their pies, but about her own lack of skill. Chi knows how to do it. Tomorrow morning, she'll go to Lee's village to buy some meat from Uncle Butcher, then try making the pies herself. No matter if they taste good or not, we'll send a few to the academy to see how they're received. Go Chi completely forgot that she originally heard about scallion oil pancakes at the Half Mountain Academy. Because of this, Mother Go always thought that the cooks at the academy were too lazy to peel scallions, which is why they bought their scallion oil pancakes. Therefore, Mother Go also believed that the recipe for the meat pies was told to Go Chi by someone at the academy. Since the academy must have plenty of meat, she thought they could make the pies themselves. She was worried that even if they made the meat pies, they might not be as popular as the scallion oil pancakes at the academy. Mother Gu was worried, but Gu Chi insisted. She also spoiled Gu Chi by accompanying her to try. Since the market was not open today, after finishing chores in the morning, there was nothing much to do at home in the afternoon. First, they went to Lee's village with Gu Chi to buy 2 jin of meat from the butcher. Then, they both started busy in the kitchen. Gu Chi originally wanted to help, but with Mother Gu there, when would she get a chance to do anything? It was better to speak at the right time. Mother Gu would understand what to do just by listening to her. Making the dough for the meat pie was quite easy. Mix flour and water in the right ratio to form a dough. Cover it with a damp cloth and let it rest for about 30 minutes. While waiting for the dough, they could prepare the filling. They bought fatty meat with some lean parts, peeled it, chopped it into small pieces, and added chopped green onions, soy sauce, and salt. Stir everything in one direction until well mixed. You could add a little water to make the filling sticky. In theory, they should add some vegetable oil, but Gu Chi hadn't seen any available for sale yet. She wasn't sure if they had it at all. As for pepper, they couldn't consider it now. Pepper was very expensive, almost like gold. Using pepper in the meat pie at the school's cafeteria would be too luxurious. Plus, green onions can help remove the raw smell of the meat. Since this was just an experiment, they could adjust the seasoning later if needed. Step by step, they would get it right. They didn't use all the meat filling when seasoning, so they wouldn't use all the dough when making the pies either. Once the meat filling was thick and sticky, the dough was ready. They took out a portion of the dough and kneaded it into a ball. Then, roll it out into a rectangular sheet about 1 millimeter thick. Spread the meat filling evenly on the dough, leaving about 1/6 of the edge free of filling. Mother Gu left the lower right corner empty. After filling, Gu Chi asked Mother Gu to cut the side near the empty space on the left. Cut just to the length of the empty part of the dough. Then fold the empty part up, then fold to the left. Next, cut a line on the left side, fold the dough down, then fold to the left again. Finally, fold the last part of the dough down over the entire pie. Pinch the edges tightly to prevent the filling from leaking out. Gently press with your hand to flatten the pie slightly, which also increases the surface area. This is how the meat patty begins to take shape. Next, it is fried in a pan. Heat the pan, add a small amount of oil. Using a brush works best to spread the oil evenly, then place the meat patty in the pan. When both sides are slightly browned, add a little water to the pan. This helps cook the meat evenly and makes the whole patty less hard. After about 5 minutes, the meat patty is fully cooked and ready to serve. Cut a large pancake into 4 pieces. You can clearly see the layers of meat and dough. The aroma of meat and green onions mingles, creating a different flavor compared to scallion pancakes. Try it and see if it tastes like this. Mother Go gives Go Chi a piece of the cut meat patty, watching eagerly as Go Chi takes a big bite. The crispy crust and tender meat make Go Chi squint with delight. Of course, she notices a small issue. The meat still has a slight raw smell. But that's okay. Next time, adding water to the meat filling should fix this problem. Go Chi thinks the meat patty has a slight raw smell, but Mother Go doesn't notice it after tasting. She is completely won over by the flavor of the meat patty. However, Go Chi still hopes to improve the taste by adding some water to the next batch of meat filling. So, Mother Go makes another one following the same steps, but this time, she adds a little water to the meat. With the water, The flavor is different this time. Go Chi is satisfied with the taste, but Mother Go doesn't notice much difference between the two patties. However, Go Chi says there's no more raw smell, so it must be gone. Then Mother Go makes 3 more for dinner when Go Father comes home. But before Go Father arrives, the delicious aroma of the meat patties attracts Uncle and Aunt, who haven't eaten meat in a long time. Uncle and Aunt have been busy working hard every day since they found jobs, and Go Chi hasn't seen them in a long time. Even during the previous fuss over He Shou Wu, they seemed indifferent. Today is the first time Go Chi sees them again, but from their expressions, it's clear they have worries. Go Chi pretends not to notice and generously gives each of them a piece of the freshly cooked meat patty. Uncle, Aunt, try this. It's a new recipe Mother just invented. It's really delicious. Go Chi's words once again shifted the blame for the appearance of the meat pie onto Go Mother's shoulders. Go Mother didn't bother to explain much, thinking that Go Chi might be keeping a secret from the person who told her the recipe, so she simply went along with Go Chi's words. Yes.
Try it.
Tomorrow, I plan to take it to the Half Mountain Academy to see how it sells. The taste is really good. Sister-in-law, I never realized you were so good at making food. Our Chi-Chi is truly talented. The eldest aunt wanted to pat Go Chi's head when she spoke, but she noticed her hands were covered in oil from the meat pie, so she had to withdraw her hand. Does your sister-in-law use so much oil in these pies? Seeing the oil on her hands, the eldest aunt felt a bit uneasy. Her husband and she worked outside, exhausted and earning little, and they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Looking at Go Chi's family, she initially thought Go Father's legs were weak and that they might be worse off than her family. But now it seemed they could eat oily foods every day and life was much better for them. It's not much. These are for selling, so there's no need to be stingy. Good flavor and texture are what keep customers coming back. Go Mother recalled Go Chi mentioning this before, so she brought it up now, sounding a bit proud. That's true. Making money is the most important, the eldest aunt said, pretending not to care, but she was already looking forward to Go Mother inviting her to join the pie business. By the way, why did you come back so early today? Go Mother seemed to see a hint of longing and hesitation in the eldest aunt's eyes. She didn't understand what the longing and hesitation meant, but didn't ask. Instead, she inquired about the reason for the early return of the eldest uncle and aunt. We finished the work over there. The foreman had no new tasks, so we came back early, the eldest uncle sighed, feeling that his good mood from eating the meat pie had suddenly disappeared. So, does that mean you'll need to find new work again? Go Mother asked with concern, surprised by this situation. Yes, but I don't know how easy it will be to find work now, the eldest uncle said helplessly. He actually wanted a steady job, but it didn't seem to be that simple. Tomorrow, I'll ask Chi-Chi's dad to help inquire. When he's out gathering customers, he might find out if there's any work nearby, Go Mother said eagerly, offering to have Go Father help look for work. The eldest uncle and aunt naturally expressed their thanks. It's all about relatives helping each other. That's the right way to do things. By the way, it's been a while since Big Brother and Uncle Chi-Chi's dad drank together. Since you guys are back early today, I bought some meat. You two brothers should have a drink. It looks like Uncle Chi-Chi's dad will be back soon. Chi-Chi is going to get some coins to buy drinks for your dad and eldest uncle. Mother Go invites the eldest uncle's family to dinner tonight, so Uncle Go can comfort his brother who lost his job. When Chi-Chi heard that the eldest uncle's work was finished, she was thinking about whether to bring them along to start a business together. Before she could decide, Mother Go asked her to buy wine. There is a wine cellar in the village, so Mother Go felt safe letting Chi-Chi go alone. On the way, Chi-Chi kept thinking about whether to bring the eldest uncle's family. They have been very kind to them, and after some time together, her uncle's family seemed trustworthy. Chi-Chi thought it might be good to bring them along. If they work together, their business will grow bigger, and they will need more workers. Instead of hiring strangers, it might be safer to work with relatives she knows well. But she also worries that once the business gets big, her uncle's family might have other ideas. Such stories are common in TV shows, so she needs to think carefully. When Chi-Chi returned with the wine, She still wasn't sure if she should bring her uncle's family. In the end, she decided not to think about it for now, since her business is still far from growing big. And since she's still young, she doesn't need to worry about her uncle's work. Those are grown-up matters. At dinner, Mother Go rarely cooked so many dishes. Of course, the garlic pork she learned to make from Chi-Chi was on the table, along with some vegetable dishes made from meat broth and other vegetarian dishes. 5 people could eat enough from this meal. Why did my sister-in-law make so many dishes? The meat pie already has meat, and she even made a special meat dish. That's a bit wasteful, said the eldest aunt, looking at the large plate of garlic pork. She said it was wasteful, but inside, she was already craving it. Mother Go said the meat dish was just experimental, to see if it could be sold. She didn't mention the meat was Chi-Chi's favorite. She didn't want to embarrass her in front of guests by saying her daughter made the best dishes. Yes, yes, uncle and aunt, please taste it and see if it can be sold. Go father naturally knew Go mother's thoughts and quickly invited the two to eat some pancakes. Actually, the eldest uncle and aunt had already tasted the meat pancakes earlier, but under Go father's enthusiasm, they ate 2 or 3 more pieces. When they took the pancakes, everyone at the table officially started eating. Go Chi didn't say a word during the meal and ate very seriously. Go father and the eldest uncle naturally drank wine and chatted. They started talking about the dishes on the table, then moved on to work. The eldest uncle couldn't help but take a few more sips of wine when talking about work. It's okay. Tomorrow, my older brother and I will go to Weiqing to see if there are good jobs there, Go father said, comforting and giving advice while drinking with the uncle. After the meal, most of Go Chi's wine went into the uncle's stomach, and in the end, he was helped back to his house by Go father and aunt. After sending the uncle home, Go father and Go mother sighed inside. You said you were worried that because of my leg, our family would have a harder time, but who would have thought that our older brother and them would have an even harder time than us? Our good life is because of Go Chi. If it weren't for her. Go mother paused here, choosing not to say what she wanted to, and changed the subject. Scallion oil pancakes can make money, and pulling a cart can also make money. I think the older brother and them could buy a cart too and go to Yanqing. Yanqing is farther than Weiqing, but a round trip in a day is still possible. Go mother thought that Go father earning money by pulling a cart was actually quite easy. Even though it wasn't as profitable as her making pancakes, it was much better than doing hard labor. Is that possible? Fewer people go to Yanqing than to Weiqing. Go father, who pulled the cart every day, naturally knew about the flow of people. It doesn't have to be people, they can also carry goods. But carrying goods is risky because of theft. And even though fewer people go to Yanqing, there are still some. If the older brother makes a trip to Weiqing every day, it should be fine. Let's see. What if tomorrow the older brother finds a good job in Weiqing? Go father still felt that going to Yanqing might not be the best idea. Actually, Go Chi thinks that if the eldest uncle bought a cow, he could also run to Weiqing, maybe sharing shifts with dad. For example, the uncle's cart could leave at the first watch of the morning, and dad's at the 7th watch, with departure times fixed from Weiqing as well. This way, people who want to travel would gradually learn how to plan their schedules and know which bus to take at what time. And with this plan, father can help mother deliver the cakes to the academy every day before leaving, so mother doesn't have to work so hard. Go Chi thought about the idea of public transportation, which would make it easier for people to travel. I think that's a good idea. There are quite a few people going back and forth to Weiqing every day, so running 2 trips a day might not even serve everyone. Alright, I'll talk to Big Brother about it tomorrow. If he's reluctant to buy a cow, then all our plans are for nothing. Go father strongly agreed with Go Chi's idea. Besides not minding being overshadowed by uncle in business, he also appreciated Go Chi's offer to help mother deliver cakes to the Half Mountain Academy. Because of his leg, he always felt like a burden to the family. So, when Go Chi mentioned the word help, he felt a deep touch inside. I'm just worried Big Brother might be reluctant to spend the money, Mother said earlier when she suggested buying a cow. Now, she felt her idea might be a bit naive. Sometimes you have to spend money to get what you want, Go Chi said calmly. She had thought about buying a cow to hire uncle, but she felt the small profit from the cart wasn't worth her current investment. Originally, the idea of buying a cow was mainly out of concern for Go's father. Now wasn't the right time to invest more. So, the cow still had to be bought by Uncle himself. When Go's father heard Chi say such wise words, even though it sounded strange coming from someone so young, he agreed that it made sense. He thought that if Uncle couldn't find a job tomorrow, he should buy a cow himself. He also believed they needed to persuade Uncle so the brothers could support each other. That evening, Uncle came back looking very dejected, riding in Father's carriage. It was obvious he hadn't found a suitable job. His expression showed he was deeply troubled. It was clear that Father had talked to him about buying a cow. Uncle's family had spent 5 taels of silver on the cow, which was a lot. Whether they could come up with 5 taels now was uncertain. They needed to discuss this carefully. Meanwhile, Mother had delivered meat pies to the academy today. In the afternoon, Steward and sent someone to say they could deliver more pies tomorrow. This meant the students accepted the pies. Mother would be even busier now making both scallion pancakes and meat pies. It would be a little better if the market wasn't open, as she wouldn't have to make so many pancakes. But when the market is open, she has to make pancakes for both the academy and sell them at the market. Her busy schedule is very different from her aunt, who stays at home all the time. This makes her aunt even more jealous of Go's pancake business. Chi saw all this but still didn't ask her aunt to help make pancakes at her house. Instead, her aunt kept letting her play around every day. One day, Chi was carrying her small basket and dragging her cloth doll, wandering around. At the foot of Weishan Mountain, she saw Arya and a group of children gathered together. She didn't know what was happening, so she curiously went over to see. It's so sad. It got beaten up like this. I wonder if it can still live. There's nothing we can do. It's so fierce and bites people. But I saw it before, and it didn't bite me. Why has it suddenly become so fierce? Who knows? Maybe it's just a wild dog that wants to bite people. Maybe you were too skinny before, so it didn't see you as a threat. What do you mean it didn't see me as a threat? The children's conversation quickly drifted off, but Chi roughly understood what they were talking about. It was probably a nearby wild dog that had been beaten. Chi still remembered that dog. She saw it often some time ago, but then it disappeared for a while for some reason. Recently, it appeared again, but it looked much thinner. She also heard people say the dog had become more aggressive, but she hadn't paid much attention, so she wasn't sure if it was true. When Chi pushed into the crowd to see how badly the dog was hurt, Arya grabbed her. Chi, don't go over. That dog is really fierce now. Be careful, it might bite you. Arya was obviously worried about Chi, but Chi was already attracted by the black aura around the dog. The black aura covered almost the entire body of the dog. The eyes showed signs of being beaten, but there were ways to treat it. However, Chi didn't have any medicine with her. She thought she could find some on the mountains, so she wasn't worried about that. What she was really concerned about was the clear sign that the dog had just given birth. This meant it was a mother dog. She didn't know how many puppies it had, but if this mother dog died, her puppies probably wouldn't survive either. Chi used to be a small nurse, and because of her job, she had a deep respect for life. Therefore, she wanted to save this dog, and even more, she wanted to rescue the puppies it had just given birth to. So she turned around and headed up the mountain immediately. She needed to find medicine for the dog. Since she had already figured out what medicine the dog needed, mainly simple bleeding stops like herbal leaves, she quickly found some, such as mugwort, which can help stop bleeding. Chi plucked several pieces and hurried down the mountain. At this moment, the children watching nearby seemed to have finished their curiosity and dispersed. Only the severely injured old dog remained, barely alive. Don't be afraid, little dog. I'm not here to hurt you. Please don't bite me. I want to check your wound and stop the bleeding, okay? Chi whispered to the dog. She didn't know if the dog was intelligent, but it had been wary of her earlier. Now, it seemed to relax and was waiting for her to treat it. Although Chi was small, she had basic nursing skills. She tore a cloth from her clothes to bandage the dog carefully, making sure not to cause any additional harm. I know you're very weak now. Maybe you can't even stand. But I hope you can be strong and keep living. You probably have puppies. Can you tell me where they are? I'll find them and bring you all back to my home to rest and recover. Go-chi kept watching the dog, feeling that the dog was very intelligent, which was why it lowered its guard around her. Sure enough, shortly after she finished speaking, the dog tried to stand up. Unfortunately, it failed after several attempts and could only look at Go-chi with pleading eyes. See, you really can't stand up. It's a pity. You're too heavy for me to carry. Look towards the puppies, and I'll follow your gaze to find them, okay? Go-chi had no choice. She was small and probably lighter than the dog, so she knew she couldn't carry it. She could only try her luck. The dog seemed to understand this was her last chance and nodded cooperatively, moving its head and then looking toward Weishan. On the mountain? The dog whined in agreement. That's troublesome. I can't go too deep. Are your puppies at the very top of the mountain? This time, the dog didn't make a sound. Go-chi looked at the dog and felt her guess might be wrong. Not far, right? The dog whined again.
Got it. Wait here for me, Go-chi said.
Go-chi finished speaking, then carried her small basket and went back up the mountain. She never thought she was actually communicating with the dog just now. Now she was walking carefully in the direction the dog was looking, paying close attention to her surroundings. She didn't want to miss the location of the little dog because of her own mistake. I wonder if my eyes can give me a signal when I see those little dogs. If they could, that would be very helpful, Go-chi thought. She wasn't sure if her eyes had this ability, so she could only hope it was possible. After walking for a while, she saw many things with green and white mist, but none of these misty things were the little dogs. Go-chi could only keep searching slowly. Strange. Why is there such a big cloud of gray-black mist under that tree? Go-chi suddenly noticed a puff of mist. This mist looked black, but not completely black. After seeing the black energy on the big dog earlier, this mist seemed less black in comparison. It wasn't exactly black, but a very faint black mist mixed with a large amount of white mist, forming a gray-black color. Go-chi was very curious about what it was, so she carefully looked at it with her eyes. Weak puppy, 7 days old, ordinary breed solution. Add nutrition, mother's milk is best. Keep warm. A few simple words told Go-chi she had found the little dog. She quickly walked to the tree and only then saw how terrible the environment was for these two puppies. Although the mother dog had probably searched hard to find this tree with a hollow, the damp and cold woods still made the puppies shiver. They instinctively huddled together to keep warm. Go-chi reached out to pet the two puppies. Maybe because her hands were warm, the puppies couldn't help but lean toward her. Their soft feel melted Go-chi's heart completely. The puppies were only 7 days old and hadn't even opened their eyes yet. Go-chi was very glad she found them. Otherwise, even if the big dog recovered, these two puppies wouldn't survive. She gathered some dry grass and lined her basket with it, then placed the two puppies inside. Since the puppies weren't heavy, Go-chi's descent down the mountain was very quick. As she was walking down, she heard faint barking from the two puppies behind her. Perhaps they were smelling their mother's scent. Go-chi came to the big dog's side and looked at the two puppies. Only then did she see from the big dog's eyes that it was relieved. I'll go home first and call an adult. I can't carry you alone. Wait for me, Go-chi said to the big dog. She greeted the dog and quickly headed home. Today was not a market day, so Go-chi's mother was at home. She was checking if the mushrooms Go-chi had dried were ready, as they weren't all dried at the same time. Seeing Go-chi run back in a hurry, her mother thought something had happened. When she heard Go-chi talk about the big dog, she put down the two puppies from her basket and started pulling Go-chi to go get the big dog. Mother, hurry up. The dog is very pitiful. You child, a dog that's almost about to be hurt badly. Even if we bring it back, we don't have extra money to help it, her mother said, but she still went out with Go-chi. There was no choice because Go-chi wanted to help. Her mother loved her very much, and this was a good chance to teach her kindness. She wouldn't force Go-chi not to help the dog. Hey? Who bandaged it? This cloth. Chi, did you do the bandaging? Her mother first wondered if someone else shared Go-chi's idea. When she saw the cloth wrapped around the big dog, she immediately recognized it was Go-chi's clothes. She asked curiously if Go-chi had done it. She was curious partly because the bandaging looked so good, like a professional at a clinic had done it. Go-chi didn't sense any other meaning behind her mother's question and simply admitted she did the bandaging herself. Her mother looked again at the bandaged areas and couldn't help but praise Go-chi's skill. Just as her mother reached out to hold the big dog, the dog's suspicion rose again, and it looked at her fiercely. This startled her mother, who thought even injured, the dog was still dangerous. No wonder it had been beaten so badly. In the end, Go-chi communicated with the big dog, explaining that the people who came this time were here to help it. She asked it not to be so hostile. Only then did the dog relax, and her mother was able to carry it home. With Go-chi's help and careful care, the big dog's injuries gradually began to heal. Since the puppy was very small and couldn't eat anything else, Go-chi specially went to a nearby dog owner in the village to find some milk to feed the puppies, ensuring they could survive. When the big dog was able to stand and walk a few steps, the puppies also opened their eyes. The big dog resumed its responsibility of caring for the puppies. How long does Go-chi plan to keep the dog? I think the big dog can walk now, Grandma asked every time she saw Go-chi playing with the dog. Go-chi likes it, so she will probably keep it forever. Her father and I are busy, so having a dog for company is good, Go-chi's mother said. Recently, she had been very busy. Since she started making meat pies, they became popular not only at the Half Mountain Academy, but also in the market. Even when the market was closed, many people came to buy, leaving Go-chi's mother with no rest every day. I heard this dog bites people. That's why it was beaten so badly. Grandma was still worried. Although Go-chi was not her child, she still loved her.
Don't worry, Grandma.
The dog won't bite us. That day, someone approached them, and the big dog thought it was trying to steal the puppies, so it bit to protect them, Go-chi explained. Having interacted with the big dog for a long time, Go-chi gradually understood how intelligent and caring the dog was. She naturally guessed why the dog had bitten that day. Is that so? Go-chi, you should be careful, Grandma said, still not convinced. She believed dogs tend to bite, so she was quite afraid of the big dog. Yes, Go-chi will be careful. She even told the dog that it wouldn't bite Grandma. Right, dog? Go-chi innocently asked the dog. The dog looked at Grandma, then made a whimpering sound and even nodded. This gesture didn't make Grandma feel reassured. Instead, it made her more afraid, as if the dog was becoming too clever. She secretly decided not to get close to the dog. However, it was certain that the dog family was now living at Go-chi's house. Soon, everyone in the village knew that the dog that could bite had been adopted by Go-chi's family. It seemed to be tamed, but whenever Go-chi took the dog for a walk, no one dared to approach them. Most importantly, Go-chi could go out alone now. With the dog's protection, Go-chi's mother felt much more at ease. It seemed Go-chi's safety had an extra layer of security. Today, Lee the butcher didn't send meat for some unknown reason. Mother Go was busy making pancakes, so she felt safe letting Go-chi go to Lee's village alone. With 3 dogs, Go-chi arrived at Lee's house. Many people gathered outside, and there were crying sounds from inside. It was obvious something bad had happened. Go-chi pushed through the crowd and saw Lee the butcher sitting silently in the yard. The crying woman was his wife, Lu, and nearby were some people Go-chi didn't recognize, who looked like troublemakers. From their looks, they seemed to be related to Lu in some way. Uncle, what's going on at his house? Go-chi asked curiously, wanting to know the situation. If something serious happened to Lee's family, she would need to find another meat seller. To avoid trouble, she hoped nothing bad had happened to Lee's family. What's going on? Lu's family is here asking for money. The onlookers were from Lee's village and seemed to know a lot about Lee's family. One of them was very nosy and loved gossip, so it didn't matter if the person asking was just a small child. If he could tell what he knew, he was happy. This person might really know the full story, or he might only know the surface. But whether true or not, Go-chi listened carefully and might find useful information. There were many people watching and they kept talking, so Go-chi quickly learned the full story of Lee's family. It turned out Lu's brother and his family had come to borrow money from Lee. But it was really more like they were taking it without plans to pay back. They had come before, and Li, thinking they were relatives, lent them money. But after several times, Li realized they had no intention of returning it. Today, when they came again, Li decided not to lend more, which made Lu's brother unhappy. Lu's sister-in-law was also difficult to get along with. She started scolding Lu, calling her heartless, and complaining that her brother's family couldn't even afford food and didn't help. Lu was weak and didn't argue back when scolded. She just cried, which made Li the butcher very annoyed. That was the scene Go Chi saw. Hearing all this, Go Chi took a deep breath. I see the support sister demon again. This time, she looks more like herself. I have now escaped from the difficult times, but when I see other support sister demons, I still remember my own past. I can't help but want to reach out and help them. Uncle, when will you send the things you owe my family? Go Chi suddenly entered Lu Tufu's house and said this. She used the word "oh," which confused Lu Tufu a little. Go Chi was afraid he might accidentally reveal something, so she didn't give him a chance to speak and kept talking. Oh, you have guests at home? Are you using my family's things to entertain them? That's not right. Wait, this uncle looks a lot like Annie. They must be relatives. If they are relatives, and since you owe us things, you should give them to me. Otherwise, I will let my big dog bite someone. As Go Chi spoke, the big dog bared its teeth and looked fiercely at the Lu family members. Whoever owes you, find them. Don't let your big dog show its teeth at me, or I will beat it to death, said Lu's younger brother, scared of the dog, though he still spoke tough words. But when the dog took 2 steps toward him, he was so frightened he almost fainted. If he hadn't bumped into his wife, he probably would have fallen to the ground. I heard you just now say you are a family. I am looking for him and you, and it's the same thing. If you don't give me what you owe, my big dog will go crazy and bite people, Go Chi said, finding it funny how scared they were of the dog. Of course, since they were afraid, she decided to scare them even more. No, she, as a married woman, can't possibly be part of our family. We are not family. You want the dog to bite them, but not us, Lu's sister-in-law, also afraid of dogs, was scared and backed down under the dog's fierce growling. Really? Why did I just hear something different? I see now. You adults are working together to cheat us. Dog, bite them. Go Chi, seeing how scared they were and that they wouldn't leave, ordered the dog to attack. The big dog wouldn't really bite anyone. It seemed to understand people very well, especially what Go Chi said. When Go Chi ordered it to bite, it pretended to be extremely fierce and lunged forward. This one move scared Lu's brother and his wife so much that they lost their legs and ran away, using their hands and feet. While running, she loudly declared that she had no connection with Lu the butcher's family and that they should not come to her for help. As they ran away, the big dog obediently sat beside Go Chi, wagging its tail, showing no sign of fierceness anymore. Onlookers were initially frightened by the dog, but when they saw that the dog was just pretending to be fierce, they couldn't help but laugh loudly at Lu's family, who had been scared off by the dog. They also became curious about Go Chi's dog. Chi, how can you be so brave? What if this dog suddenly bites someone else? Li the butcher looked at the big dog beside Go Chi and was a bit worried. It won't happen. My dog is very obedient and smart. It only bites bad people, Go Chi replied, not mentioning that the dog doesn't bite people in general, because she still relies on the dog for protection. That's good. Thank you and your dogs today. Just wait a moment. I'll go get the meat from your house and take it back with me, Li said as he prepared to go get the meat. I can go back alone. With things like this today, you should stay and keep company with Andy. If you leave now, those two might come back again. But I hope such things don't happen again. We wait for this meat every day, Go Chi said, without explicitly telling Li to hurry up and handle his brother-in-law's issue, but she did remind him that their families had a partnership. This implied that if such incidents happened often, her family might consider buying meat elsewhere. Li the butcher understood her meaning clearly and repeatedly assured her he wouldn't delay delivering the meat anymore. To show her gratitude, he even gave Go Chi 2 extra beef bones today. Whether she or the big dog eats them later depends on her arrangement. She carried the meat back home and what Lee the butcher did afterward was not her concern. As she left Lee's village and headed back, she wasn't sure if today was an unsuitable day for her to go out. After walking for a while, near the small market, Go Chi heard sounds of a fight. "How dare you steal from me? I won't let you get away with this," someone shouted. "Sir, please, we're sorry. Don't hit us anymore. We're going to be killed." Go Chi recognized the begging voice. It sounded very familiar. After thinking for a moment, she realized who it was. The people stealing must be the two little thieves from their village, as she found the voice familiar. "I didn't expect to meet them here. It seems their theft went badly this time. I wonder if the person they stole from will really be so ruthless as to hurt someone to the point of death." Go Chi didn't want to interfere but was curious, so she slowed down her steps but didn't go closer to watch. Even if I had to kill you, I wouldn't dirty my hands," the attacker said before leaving. Since there was no market today and not many people passing by, no one watched the two brothers who were beaten. Go Chi stood nearby, secretly watching the two battered and swollen brothers. She wasn't sure if they were lucky or unlucky. "Brother, hold on. I'll take you to see a doctor right away." "You must hold on." One of the two thieves, who had been relatively protected earlier, was anxious to help his injured brother. Go Chi looked at the black energy around the two, and although she thought it might be better if these two thieves just got hurt, her nursing background made her unwilling to ignore someone in need. She could clearly see how serious their injuries were. In the end, she didn't turn away, but approached them carefully, warning the less injured brother seriously. "I advise you not to move him." "Chi-Chi? You little kid, what do you know?" "My brother is badly hurt. I have to take him to see a doctor." The man snapped at Go Chi when she tried to stop him. "He's in pain because of a broken muscle or bone. You're not a professional, and if you use the wrong way to move him, the broken bone could puncture his lungs. Then, someone who might have been saved could be lost forever," Go Chi said, not to scare him, but because she saw that his ribs were broken. She knew how to handle such injuries, but she and the other injured person couldn't do it alone, so it was better to find someone else. "Broken bones?" The man hesitated, not trusting Go Chi's words, but worried that his brother might really be injured. He wanted to ask his brother about it, but his brother was in too much pain to speak, so he received no answer. "I know you might not believe me, but whether you do or not, I advise you not to move him. Go find a doctor. Once he arrives, you'll see for yourself. By the way, it's best to tell the doctor that the patient might have hurt his ribs and leg bones, so he should be prepared to lift him carefully." Go Chi knew her words might not be very convincing, but since she had already spoken up, she decided to keep warning. "What about my brother? I'm here watching over you. Don't worry, my dog is here, and no one dares come close." Go Chi glanced at the big dog, which was sitting proudly nearby, and the two small dogs sitting similarly, giving a very reassuring feeling. There was no other choice now, so she truly decided to stay with the person and hurried off to find the doctor. Go Chi looked at the person lying on the ground and then started talking to him. "Don't fall asleep, or your brother won't be able to help you when he comes back. Let's just chat. You don't need to speak, just nod." She waited for him to nod, then continued. "You've been stealing for a long time, right? Is this the first time you've been caught in the act?" The person didn't nod or shake his head, just looked at Go Chi with wide eyes, surprised that the reason they were beaten was known by people in his village. "Thieves, huh? Stealing a couple of copper coins is still stealing. Stealing a purse is also stealing. What did you steal today? Is it worth that much?" He still didn't answer, just looked more surprised. What he was thinking now wasn't about Go Chi knowing they were thieves, but about her mentioning 2 copper coins. They had stolen from Go Chi's house before. To avoid alerting others and breaking family rules, they took 2 copper coins from her home. Although Go Chi's family didn't realize they had been robbed later, her words now made him think she knew they had stolen those 2 coins. "You say you follow your ancestors' rules carefully, but how come that ancestor didn't protect you from being caught? Look at how badly you're beaten now. Even if your body recovers, the trauma will stay in your mind. In the future, you might be afraid to steal again. I think you probably can't keep doing this kind of work anymore. Why not change your path? Take your brother and walk the right way. You're young. There's no reason you can't support yourself, right?" Chi kept talking to the person lying there, but her words sounded surprisingly mature, not like what a 3-year-old should say. The person lying down is feeling very complicated inside. As an adult, he was lectured by a little child, and now he can't even speak up for himself. He even feels he might lack the courage to speak out. Look at my dad. His legs and feet are not good, but he still works hard to support the family. I believe you all know that our family is doing pretty well now. You have hands and feet, so you can also make a living. Why take the risk of stealing? Chi kept talking nonstop. She didn't think her words could immediately change someone's mind, but she hoped her words would make him think more. The person lying down was indeed thinking, and he was thinking about more than Chi expected. So, he almost never nodded or shook his head seriously when asked questions. Chi didn't care whether he was truly thinking or answering. As long as he stayed until his brother found a doctor, she would be eager to go home. Hurry up, doctor. It's just ahead. She finally heard someone speaking. Chi and the big dog stood up when they heard the voice. Be careful. His left chest ribs and left leg shin might be broken, Chi warned when she saw the doctor. The doctor looked at the little girl, but didn't look down on her. Instead, he carefully checked her and confirmed that those bones might indeed be broken. Then he started instructing the person who brought him on how to lift the person onto the door panel they carried. Fortunately, you didn't rush to bring your brother here earlier, or the bones might have punctured the lungs. Even a divine being couldn't save him then, the doctor sighed as he and his helpers left. Chi naturally wouldn't follow them. She was eager to go home. To her, this small episode was over. When she got home, Chi's mother didn't even notice she had been gone for a long time. She was still busy. After finishing her work, she realized Chi had brought back not only meat but also 2 bones, and the bones even had some meat on them. Chi, did you buy these bones? No, Uncle Butcher gave them to me. Mother is making bone soup today. Bone soup is good for Dad's legs. It can also help me grow taller, and the dogs can eat the bones, Chi said cutely. Her doting mother naturally wouldn't refuse her suggestion. However, since she had never made bone soup before, she didn't know where to start for a moment. Chi naturally noticed her embarrassment, so once again used the Half Mountain Academy as an excuse, saying she knew how to make a type of bone soup. Gua's mother had now become used to Chi knowing how to cook some dishes. After she delivered the previously owed pancakes back to the academy, she was about to wash her hands and wait for Chi to teach her how to make the bone soup. Making bone soup is simple, but takes time. Chi can handle the process, but some initial steps need to be done by Gua's mother. For example, cutting the 2 bones into pieces is too difficult for Chi's small arms and legs. First, wash the bones thoroughly, then blanch them in water to remove some of the foam. Next, boil a new pot of water, and once it boils, add the blanched bones. When it boils again, some foam will float to the surface, which should be skimmed off. Add chunks and scallion nuts to remove the smell. If you have cooking wine, you can add a little, but in this era, Chi only found yellow wine, which is also usable. Once everything is in the pot, simmer on low heat. This is the time-consuming part. Unlike gas, firewood needs constant attention, so Chi is responsible for managing the fire. While the soup simmers, Gua's mother prepares the carrots for later use, and then goes to do other chores. There are many small household tasks, like laundry, which are Gua's mother's responsibility. After handing over the task of cooking the bone soup to Gua's mother leaves the house. Chi enjoys cooking, so she doesn't feel bored alone in the kitchen making the soup. Soon, the aroma of the bone soup wafts out of the kitchen. Though it's made from bones, it also has a meaty smell, which naturally makes one's stomach rumble with hunger. This younger sister-in-law keeps making meat for Chi. Their family eats meat every day, must be earning quite a lot of money. The eldest aunt couldn't help but swallow her saliva at the smell, her words full of envy. That should be the case. She's busy every day, but it's okay. Soon I'll find a job, and then we can eat meat every day too. The eldest uncle also wanted to eat meat. Even as the eldest aunt spoke, he felt a bit wronged for his wife. It's hard to find a job. How long have you been looking? Let's buy a cow instead. I still have some dowry left, and I think I can use it to buy a cow. Then I can go with second brother to sell goods, and we might earn about 20 copper coins a day. Big Aunt feels that sitting around and wasting time isn't good. Recently, they've been eating at Go's house several times. Although Go's parents don't say anything, as the elders, it's not proper to keep eating at their younger brother's place. This can't go on. They've already used some of your dowry before, and if they do it again, what if? Big Uncle is worried. His wife's dowry isn't much, and if they pawned it to buy a cow and it doesn't make money, they might really be in trouble. There's no what if. I believe second brother can make money, and you can too. Big Aunt knows what Big Uncle is worried about, but they're a couple and they can share any problems together. Big Uncle is still hesitating. All right, tomorrow we'll go buy a cow together, Big Aunt decides quickly. Big Uncle smells the delicious meat and wants his wife to be happy, so he agrees after some hesitation. Big Uncle and Big Aunt's decision, Go-Chi, doesn't know about it. She is simmering beef bone soup that needs at least 3 hours, so while Go's mother washes clothes and gathers firewood, Go-Chi is still cooking in the kitchen. Finally, the soft cartilage on the bone cracks, indicating the soup is almost ready. She can now add the prepared radishes. After another half-hour of cooking, the radish and bone soup is finally done. At dinner that night, Go's mother looks at the big pot of soup and thinks their family of 3 probably can't finish it all. She asks Go-Chi to call Big Uncle's family over. Big Uncle's family hesitated at first, but eventually sat down at the table. Coincidentally, Big Uncle had something to ask Go's father, so they came over to eat again. During the meal, the brothers talked about buying a cow. But since the small market opens tomorrow, Go's mother can't go with them. Go's father said he could go, but if he went with them, he might only be able to make 1 trip. Big Uncle didn't want Go's father to make fewer trips just because of him. Tomorrow, Chi-Chi will go with Big Uncle and Big Aunt to buy a cow. Chi-Chi will choose the cow. The cow in our family was chosen by Chi-Chi. Go-Chi could tell that her uncle and the others actually wanted Go-Fu or Go-Mu to accompany them. After all, Go-Chi's family's cows looked very healthy, but they were worried about delaying Go-Fu and Go-Mu's business. So, Go-Chi offered to go herself. Of course, she had planned to go from the start since she could choose healthy cows. Really? Your cows were chosen by Chi-Chi, her uncle said happily when he heard Go-Chi. Although Go-Chi was young, her uncle trusted her a lot. In the past few days, Go-Fu's family had been doing very well because of Go-Chi's ideas, which made her uncle even more confident in her. It was her choice. There was a good-priced cow at the time, but she didn't like it. Later, we found out there was something wrong with that cow, so we bought the one Chi-Chi liked. It turned out to be in good condition, Go-Fu explained briefly. This made her uncle even more sure that Go-Chi could recognize good cows. The next day, except for Go-Mu, everyone else took Go-Fu's cart to Weiqing. Her uncle and aunt went first to the pawn shop. It was Go-Chi's first time there, and she was very curious about everything. The tall counter gave a feeling of pressure as soon as she entered. Go-Chi only glanced at the items her aunt was pawning and thought they looked okay. But the price offered by the pawn shop made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Still, to buy the cows, her aunt reluctantly accepted the very low price. She managed to get about 7 taels of silver after much bargaining, and her aunt had to be persistent to get that much. She also said that this was a dead, which usually meant a higher price. Hearing this, Go-Chi couldn't help but make a face. No wonder pawn shops are known to be shady. Thinking about how her mother had pawned things before, Go-Chi felt annoyed. She decided she needed to find a way to earn more money. She definitely wouldn't come back to this pawn shop. With the money her uncle had, they went straight to the place selling cows. It was still busy there today, with many cows for sale. Go-Chi looked around and quickly picked out a few cows she could buy. The rest was up to her uncle and the others to negotiate. They knew how much Go-Chi's family paid for their cows, so they negotiated confidently. However, they didn't find any cows with carts attached today, so after buying the cows, they needed to order a cart frame. The place to customize the cart was also inside the market for convenience, so it wasn't too much trouble. While they were waiting at the bus stop, it seemed someone was causing trouble at the cattle seller's place. At the cattle sellers area, there was first some noise, then people started shouting. If you listen carefully, you could hear someone yelling someone's hitting. My aunt liked to watch lively scenes, and since they were waiting at the bus stop, she took Gookie to see what was happening. Gookie didn't like noisy places, but since her aunt was holding her hand, she couldn't refuse and had to go along. Many people had already gathered around the scene. My aunt was quite brave. She managed to lead Gookie through the crowd to the center to see what was going on. The person being hit was someone Gookie recognized. Well, maybe not exactly, but Gookie had seen this person before. He was the seller of the sick cow that Gookie's family had looked at earlier when they came to buy cattle. The reason he was being hit was because he sold a sick cow. The person hitting him was the buyer of that sick cow. The seller refused to admit his cow had problems, even though he was being beaten. It seemed he wasn't going to admit it. But the attacker didn't believe him and hit him even harder. Gookie even saw one of his teeth fly out during the fight. This time, he's finally met his match, someone said. Yeah, his cows are always in poor condition, only healthy for a short time each day, then they get sick again, another replied. Probably he's been giving them medicine, but who knows what kind, someone else added. No matter what he's giving them, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. Look, he's getting beaten now, a person said. A cow costs several taels of silver. That's enough for a family's food for a year or even several years, another pointed out. If he gets beaten, he deserves it. Let's see if he still dares to sell sick cows after this, someone else said. Exactly, the crowd agreed. Many of the onlookers were traders themselves, people who bought and sold livestock, and they looked down on those who played tricks. Listening to these comments, Gookie felt that these people sounded a bit fake. It was obvious from their words that they knew the seller's cows had problems, probably more than just one or two. Maybe some had tried to confront him before, but they didn't have the temper to handle today's scene. That's why they said, finally met his match. Since they already knew about his bad practices but didn't step forward, it made the seller of sick cows even more reckless. Fortunately, this time someone noticed, and the beating should have made him more obedient. Go-Chi doesn't know how the matter was finally resolved because she doesn't know who called the constable or if the constable just happened to pass by. Anyway, the two people were taken away by the constable. Since the main people involved in the incident were taken away, there was no point in watching anymore. However, the eldest aunt still talked with people in the crowd for a while, understanding the full story, before returning to the place where the cart was being prepared. The carts were already made and only needed some simple adjustments based on the specific situation of the oxen. After watching, the eldest aunt and Go-Chi finished fixing the carts. The eldest uncle had been admiring the cart for a while. When the eldest aunt and Go-Chi returned, they naturally prepared to leave. The eldest uncle learned to drive the cart from Go-Fu, so although he was still a bit clumsy, he managed to get the oxen moving forward. Over time, his driving skills became more and more skilled. Soon he felt like he could fly. Fortunately, the eldest aunt was afraid, which made him slow down and head out of the city. At the city gate, Go-Fu was no longer there. He had probably already gone back. So, the elders also prepared to leave. As they were about to go, someone asked for a ride, and the eldest uncle started earning money. This made him very happy. This was the first income he had made in a while. Go-Chi took the opportunity to tell the passenger about Go-Fu and the eldest uncle's usual route and approximate times. The passenger was very pleased and nodded repeatedly, silently noting down the times Go-Chi mentioned. Chi-Chi, is this really okay? Isn't this taking away your father's business? Although they had already agreed on the plan, the eldest uncle still felt it was not quite right. While Go-Fu and Go-Mu were not around, he asked Go-Chi what she thought. Why not? This business isn't just my father's alone. Look, my father has already started pulling people, but we still picked up quite a few along the way. That shows there's demand. Plus, the eldest uncle and father are running the same route, so they can look out for each other, which is much safer. Go-Chi's words made the eldest aunt strongly agree, especially with the phrase look out for each other. So she also joined in persuading the eldest uncle. With their encouragement, the eldest uncle finally let go of his uneasy feelings. When they were close to Go Village, Go Chi, and the other saw Go Fu pulling a cart full of people coming from the opposite direction. Big brother, I bought a cow. When I get home, I will ask my sister-in-law to make some cushions for the car seats so everyone can sit more comfortably. Father Go started talking as soon as he saw the eldest uncle. After he finished speaking, the car just happened to pass by, crossing paths with the eldest uncle's vehicle. Got it, the eldest uncle replied with just 3 words. Father Go didn't say anything else, only raised his hand in a wave, then continued to drive seriously. The eldest uncle also focused on driving. When everyone on the car got off, he didn't go to the small market but went straight home. When the eldest aunt got home, she started measuring the car seat for cushions. The eldest uncle was preparing to groom the big cow, making it look clean. So Go Chi didn't bother with them and decided to go inside to rest. Mother Go wasn't home either. She was probably at the market since it was the opening day of the small market and very busy. After Go Chi had enough rest, she planned to do something else. Just as she stepped out, she saw second sister. Chi, you're back. Uncle Urfa came to your house several times today, but no one was home. Who is Uncle Urfu? Go Chi had no impression of him, so when second sister mentioned him, she thought he was there to buy cakes. My mother is at the market today. If he wanted to buy cakes, he would go directly to the market, Go Chi replied. I also thought he was here to buy cakes, but he said he wasn't, and since you weren't home, he left. He came back several times, probably because something happened. His family had an incident yesterday, and I wonder if he needs your help, second sister explained, but she didn't specify who Uncle Urfu was. Finally, Go Chi asked directly. Based on second sister's description, Go Chi figured out who Uncle Urfu was. It turned out to be those 2 thieves, the older one called Dafu, the younger one called Urfu. As for the incident at his family, it was just that they were beaten. Why Urfu wanted to find her, Go Chi had a guess, but she wouldn't tell second sister that guess. Since she was fine now, she took her big dog and 2 puppies and headed to Dafu's house. When they arrived at Dafu's house, she immediately smelled a strong medicinal odor, which made it obvious someone inside was taking medicine. Is Uncle Urfu at home? I'm Chi. Go Chi called out loudly at the door because she was small and couldn't reach the doorbell. Hearing her voice, someone inside hurried to open the door. Chi, you're back. I came to find you several times today. Uncle Urfu looked a bit excited when he saw Go Chi. He was so excited that Go Chi was a bit confused. My brother wants to see you, so. Fu also seemed to realize that his actions confused Go Chi, so he hurried to explain. What's wrong with Uncle Dafu? Go Chi heard that Dafu was looking for her, and she became even more confused. She didn't have much contact with these 2, which is why she brought her big dog when she came. It's nothing, just that he wants to see you. Fu wasn't really sure why her brother wanted to find Go Chi. When Go Chi arrived at Dafu's hospital bed, Dafu was awake, but because he was injured, he looked a bit weak. Uncle Dafu, Go Chi called out, and she saw a glimmer of joy in his eyes. You're here. Sit down quickly. Fu, go get some water for Go Chi, Dafu said to her, but Go Chi didn't sit down. Seeing that Go Chi didn't move, Dafu didn't force her. Instead, he started talking to her about other things. It turned out he was looking for Go Chi because of what she said yesterday. He thought about it for a long time. Although he was taught by a young child, every word Go Chi said made sense. So even if it was a child speaking, he still found it very reasonable. Plus, the pain he felt in his body made him really afraid he might really die. Even if he didn't die this time, he might get caught stealing again and be beaten to death. Most importantly, he was very afraid that his brother might be the one to hurt him. So he thought about it all night and finally decided to give up his sneaky ways and never steal again. Why are you telling me all this? I think it's good that you've realized it, but I'm just a kid. It doesn't really matter what I say, Go Chi said. Although she was glad that Dafu understood and decided to stop stealing, she felt that this had nothing to do with her. It's meaningful. I know you're different from other kids. Although you're young, your way of thinking is not typical of children. Your family was able to recover so quickly, and you must have played a part in that. Honestly, we've met your parents before. We know what kind of people they are. They're not the type to take risks in business, but they did it anyway. And when we first met you, we thought you were just a kid and tried to tease you, but in the end, you played us. So we've concluded that you are actually the one in charge of the family. Dafu spoke a lot, but because he was weak, he had to stop and rest after talking so much. My family's situation doesn't seem to have much to do with yours, Go Chi said, not hearing anything useful. She even thought she might have underestimated these two brothers before. My brother means that you know our situation and we know yours. We think we can follow you, so we want to join you directly to help you lead us on the right path and become rich. At this moment, Second Fu came back with water and directly shared their idea, without any decoration or preamble. Go Chi didn't expect these two to want to follow her. She was just a 3-year-old girl, and these two were much older, like uncles. She wondered what they were thinking. Are you joking? Go Chi asked in disbelief. No, this is the decision my brother and I thought about all night, Dafu quickly explained. He sensed Go Chi's distress and said it was a decision made by both brothers, but he still didn't say why they wanted to follow her. Yesterday, you warned me not to move my brother, and even helped me watch him, telling me to call a doctor. Later, the doctor said I made the right decision. If I had moved my brother then, he would have definitely died. So, in a way, you are my brother's savior. My brother also said you helped him understand many things. Therefore, we think we should follow you. Not to mention, saving a life is enough reason for us to follow you. Besides, we know your family's current situation isn't ideal, and your business will surely grow bigger in the future. When that happens, you'll need more help. Instead of finding strangers later, why not let us, the two brothers, follow you now? Finally, Second Fu explained why they made this decision, but Go Chi didn't see herself as their savior at all. Most importantly, these two were thieves, and her family would become richer over time. Having two thieves follow her made her a little uneasy. I know we are thieves, and Go Chi probably won't trust us. Even if we promise, it might not help much. So, you can watch us until you're willing to let us follow you. Dafu directly expressed Go Chi's worries. Seeing that Dafu understood her concerns clearly, Go Chi began to consider whether to accept these two people's help. However, observation was necessary, and it wouldn't be short-term. Since she didn't need these two people immediately, she didn't make any firm decisions now. These are future matters. You should focus on healing your injuries first, Go Chi finally told Dafu to rest well. As for everything else, those could wait. Dafu and Air Fu seemed to have anticipated this outcome, so they didn't insist, and instead let Go Chi leave. When Go Chi left Dafu's house, Air Fu asked Dafu why he chose Go Chi. Dafu didn't explain in detail, but simply asked Air Fu to take care of Go Chi's family from now on. When they went up the mountain to chop wood, they collected extra firewood for Go Chi's family, especially since Go Fu's leg issues were well known in Go Jia village. Air Fu listened to Dafu and started bringing firewood to Go Chi's family every day. At first, Go Mu hesitated, but Go Chi said she paid for it. Although Go Mu was worried about the money, she was very busy and reluctantly accepted. Go Chi said she wanted to observe, but the thief's movements were too tricky for an ordinary person to track. In the end, she couldn't figure it out, but she did need someone to help her with chores. Once Dafu could walk again, Go Chi gave the two brothers their first task, sort of a test for them. The task wasn't difficult. They needed to help find business in nearby cities to expand the sale of Go Chi's family's cakes. When Dafu and Air Fu heard Go Chi's task, they were happy. Go Chi also mentioned that if they succeeded, they would get a commission. She didn't say they would officially work for her yet, but it was like a trial period. The reason Go Chi agreed to let them help was mainly because they believed what she, a 3-year-old girl, said. Also, Go Fu and Go Mu weren't the type to sit down and discuss business seriously. To grow her business, she needed an adult to help her. The brothers took Go Chi's family's cakes and first headed to Wei City. They split up and went around the city. Dafu thought about opening a small stall there, so he didn't carry the cakes Go Chi gave him but wandered the streets of Wei City instead. Urfa was thinking about contacting taverns and inns, as making pancakes for breakfast was a good idea. He also believed travelers would buy some to take with them on the road. The two brothers thought about different things, so their ideas were different. When they returned to Go family's village in the evening on Go father's ox cart, Urfa looked happy, but Dafu seemed worried. I plan to set up a stall in Weiqing, but I haven't found a good spot yet. I'll look again tomorrow, said Dafu. Although setting up a stall is easy, finding a good location is hard. Dafu spent the whole day wandering in Weiqing but didn't find a suitable place. I visited 5 inns today. 3 of them are willing to try. Tomorrow, we can send 10 scallion pancakes and 5 meat pancakes to each. If the business is good, they might buy more. If not, they might not buy at all. But just getting them to try is good enough, Dafu said. Urfu had better news. Although nothing was final yet, it was still positive. Our family's affairs have caused you two so much trouble. It's mainly because Chi-Chi doesn't understand. Go father felt a bit embarrassed. His family's business had made these two run around a lot. I paid them wages, Go Chi said. She didn't think it was a big deal, earning money by working. She just hadn't told Go father and Go mother about paying wages when she hired people.
Ah,
really? Go father and Go mother were surprised. They never expected Go Chi to pay wages. Even though they usually made decisions for the family, this still caught them off guard. It's nothing. When we earn enough, we plan to rebuild the house and buy land, Go Chi said. Her words made Go father and Go mother feel like they were dreaming of a big pie, but they couldn't help but imagine it. Before dividing the family, Go family owned quite a bit of land. Go father had also collected rent for the family before. Although the couple never talked about missing the old days since dividing the family, they still dreamed of having lots of good land and a house with 3 courtyards. Yes, who wouldn't want to earn more money easily? Sister-in-law, remember to make more pancakes tomorrow. I want to take some to Weiqing. There are 3 shops, 30 scallion pancakes and 15 meat pancakes. It's getting late, so we should head back now. Come early tomorrow, Urfa said. Seeing that Go Chi hadn't yet told Go father and Go mother about her plans, Urfu pulled Dafu, who looked a bit disappointed, and left first. After they left, Go Chi carefully explained to her parents that Dafu and Urfa should help with the business negotiations. The couple really spoiled Go Chi, so whatever she said, they just asked a few questions and then agreed immediately. However, Go's mother was a bit worried that if the deal really went through, she might not be able to handle everything alone. Go's mother's worries were not unfounded. After the first day of trial sales, all 3 shops were willing to sign contracts with Go Chi's family. Her father went to sign the contracts, and there were quite a few. Most importantly, Urfu was really good at business negotiations. Besides the initial 3 shops, he kept talking to a few more later on. This made Go's mother even busier. That day, Go's mother asked Go Chi to massage her waist because she was very tired. No, this money really can't be earned enough. My old waist is about to give out, Go's mother complained as she enjoyed Go Chi's massage, lamenting her tired back. Then we should hire someone to help. Mother only needs to focus on making the filling. Our key to the pastries is the filling. As long as we control that, we don't need to worry about others copying us. You say that, but meat pastries can be made this way, but scallion pancakes are different. Go's mother didn't refuse the idea of hiring help but was worried about the scallion pancakes. Actually, it's the same. When we sprinkle scallions, we add some oil crust. We can mix the oil crust with the scallions beforehand, claiming it's a secret recipe. Who would think it's just a blend of 2 seasonings? It's called creating something from nothing. Go Chi playfully stuck out her tongue, mainly because her explanation sounded too logical, and she wanted to act cute. All right, let's try hiring someone tomorrow, Go's mother decided, despite her back pain. Maybe we can ask Auntie if she's willing, Go's father, after hearing Go's mother and Go Chi talk, agreed to hire someone. After all, Go's mother was too tired, but his first thought was not an outsider, rather the always idle Auntie. Would Auntie be willing? We can't pay much, at most 20 coins a day, Go's mother considered. She had thought about Auntie before, but she didn't know if she was willing to do this work. Remember, the previous job Annie took paid 35 coins a day, which was quite a high salary. Whether she's willing or not, we should ask her first. If she's not interested, we can find someone else. After all, we should prioritize our own family. Mr. Go thinks he should ask first. After all, Auntie is not working now, and if he bypasses her to find someone else, she might feel upset. Go Chi usually doesn't like to rely on relatives, but since Mr. Go said so, she couldn't really argue. Plus, Go's mother is quite busy now, so getting help is necessary. Yes, I'll go talk to sister-in-law now. If she's willing, that would be great. If not, I'll ask someone else tomorrow. Go's mother had back pain earlier, but now she seems energetic again. She turned over and went to find Auntie. Go's mother was gone for a long time. She didn't know what they talked about, but she came back very happy, probably because Annie agreed to help. Meanwhile, after Go's mother left, Auntie finally relaxed. She has been looking for work lately. Although she has been making embroidery, her earnings are very little. Fortunately, Uncle's carriage business is doing well, or she would feel her family was about to go broke. The next day, Auntie woke up earlier than Go's mother. Unfortunately, she didn't know what to do, so she waited until Go's mother got up. Then, the two sisters-in-law started making today's pancakes. Auntie kneaded the dough. Go's mother prepared the filling. Both of them were busy and happy. Go Chi looked at her small vegetable garden. The green onions were being used up quickly. Although they could still be used now, if business gets busier, the green onions might not be enough. It seems she should go up the mountain again to dig some and plant more. This time, Auntie is also making pancakes, so her part of the yard can be used too. Go Chi went up the mountain. The green onion area wasn't very deep, and she took her big dog family along. Go's mother was very relieved. But Go Chi isn't an obedient child. Since she was on the mountain, she couldn't help but explore a bit, looking for anything valuable. Moreover, she had several dogs to protect her, which made her braver. In the deep mountains, Go Chi talked to her big dog while observing her surroundings. She picked mushrooms easily and sometimes collected herbs like mint that could be brewed into tea. However, she didn't find anything very valuable. Maybe she was too short to see far, so she couldn't spot distant things. Since she couldn't see far, she looked up at the trees. If there were fruits or something similar, she could use a stick to pick them. But suddenly, she felt that the temperature in the forest didn't seem as warm anymore, and the dogs had become quiet as well. It was as if there was some danger nearby. Go Chi felt uneasy and looked around, but she didn't see anything unusual. Still, she decided not to move forward. She believed that animals have better senses than humans, and since they were all quiet, there must be some danger. She thought it was best to leave early for safety. She moved quietly back, constantly watching her surroundings. Suddenly, she saw a white-haired head on a tree, which startled her so much she didn't dare to move. When did this person appear on the tree? She had looked at the tree earlier and didn't see anyone. Why was this white hair still emitting green energy? Could it be some kind of magical creature in disguise? Had she traveled back to ancient times? Or was she in a fantasy world? Thoughts raced through Go Chi's mind. Luckily, she kept her eyes fixed on the white-haired head. Soon, she found information about this person. Monkey head mushroom, a rare medicinal herb and delicacy. Medicinal effects: nourishes the body, aids digestion, benefits the 5 internal organs. Contains active ingredients like peptides, polysaccharides, fats, and proteins, which can help with digestive tract tumors, stomach ulcers, duodenal ulcers, gastritis, and bloating. Cultivation techniques: asexual and reproduction. Seeing this name, Go Chi realized how silly her earlier guesses were. She only thought of the mushroom because she saw it, which made her forget that the forest was still very quiet. Climbing trees, I haven't tried that before. Maybe I should give it a shot. This mushroom is valuable. If I miss it, I might not find another one. She rolled up her sleeves and started climbing the tree. She had seen Arya climb trees before, so she mimicked her style and climbed with effort. She wasn't sure if she had a natural talent or if her body, transported from another world, was especially favored by fate. To her surprise, she actually managed to climb up. Just as she reached out to pick the mushroom, a snake silently slithered out from the branches and was now facing her, flicking its tongue. King Cobra, non-venomous snake. Features: excellent hunting ability, explosive strength, obvious dominance, fierce attack, strong constriction. This warning made Go Chi freeze in place, too scared to move. Although the words non-toxic made her feel a little more at ease, the ideas of and strong constriction ability made her unable to stay calm and think clearly. Isn't a snake supposed to eat mice? When did snakes start eating monkey head mushrooms? Go Chi dared not move at all, only praying that the snake was just passing by. Once it left, she could pick the mushroom. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she had been ready to leave earlier. Why did she forget the danger whenever she saw the mushroom? The big dog under the tree was anxiously circling. It couldn't climb the tree, so it couldn't protect Go Chi. It could only watch helplessly as Go Chi and the big snake stared at each other from the tree. Second cousin, hurry up. We're about to arrive. I saw that big snake nearby yesterday. If we work together, we can catch it. Someone's voice came from a distance. Even if Go Chi could hear, she didn't dare call for help. She was afraid that if she spoke, she might scare the snake and cause it to bite her in a fit of excitement. Although the snake was non-venomous, it would probably hurt for days. If it bit her small arm or leg off, she would be in big trouble. The big dog also heard the voices and, being clever, didn't bark. Instead, it followed the sound toward the people. Then she heard the person speaking curiously ask the big dog, "Are you the big dog from the Chi family? Why are you running into the woods alone? Don't bite my clothes. Are you trying to lead us somewhere?" Xiaoji initially wanted to tease the big dog, but seeing its anxious look, he had no choice but to be dragged along by the dog. Go Chi couldn't see who was coming, but she could hear their footsteps getting closer, which made her feel a little more at ease. Chi. Feng Cheng saw Go Chi hanging from the tree immediately, and also saw the big snake. Yes, it's that one. I saw this big snake nearby yesterday. I didn't expect it to still be here today, Xiaoji whispered to Feng Cheng. Clearly, this was the snake they were looking for today. Chi, don't be afraid. We're here to save you. Xiaoji tried to control his voice and then started thinking of ways to catch the snake. They had come prepared for snake catching, with tools and even snake-repelling medicines like realgar. Xiaoji was responsible for climbing the tree, while Feng Cheng stayed below to assist. After finding the right position, Xiaoji directly threw a handful of powder at the snake. The big snake clearly sensed the hostility, immediately stopped staring at Go Chi, and turned its head to attack Xiaoji. This movement was exactly what Xiaoji had predicted. The snake moved, but it had been affected by the powder Xiaoji had sprinkled on it. Its original attack was now useless and even caused its whole body to become uncontrollable. It could no longer stay on the tree and fell straight down. Feng Cheng was just underneath, and he quickly caught the snake with a prepared pouch. He sealed the pouch in one smooth motion, capturing the large snake that had once made Go Chi nervous for a long time. Xiaoji also quickly climbed down the tree, making space for Go Chi to descend. Go Chi naturally first picked the monkey head mushroom, then slowly started to climb down. Unfortunately, she was quite frightened by the snake earlier, and her hands and feet felt weak. As she was climbing down, she missed a grip and suddenly fell. Seeing this, Feng Cheng immediately threw the pouch with the snake in it and rushed to catch Go Chi. But even though Go Chi was a child, she still had some weight. Plus, Feng Cheng wasn't an adult. Even if he was stronger than Go Chi, catching her was impossible. So, her fall not only caused her to tumble but also made Feng Cheng, who was trying to catch her, fall as well. During the fall, Go Chi seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. But she looked at herself and saw that besides a sore, she had no other injuries. There was not a single black aura on her body. However, Feng Cheng, who caught her, was different. He was sweating coldly from the pain. Looking at his arm, black aura was emanating from it, clearly indicating an injury. Go Chi frowned, knowing that this wound must have been caused while saving her, and she felt very guilty inside. "Brother Cheng," she called out, her voice tinged with tears, but she was not just crying now. She hurriedly looked around for any herbs she could use. Fortunately, her eyes gave her hints. Although she knew she couldn't do a perfect treatment given the current situation, she still needed to do some first aid. Her familiar hands and her ability to identify medicines seemed to make Fong Cheng forget his pain. After bandaging Fong Cheng's hand, she checked if he had other injuries. There were scratches and minor wounds, but they were all small. Once they returned home and cleaned them, applying medicine would be enough. This made Go Chi feel a bit more at ease. Hurry and find a doctor. I only did a simple bandage. A professional doctor should look at it, she advised, preparing to leave with Fong Cheng and the others. Fong Cheng seemed to have gotten used to the pain by now and didn't want Go Chi to follow him. However, Go Chi couldn't possibly stay away. She needed to see the doctor properly treat Fong Cheng's hand before she would leave. Otherwise, if Fong Cheng developed lasting health issues because he saved himself, he would never forgive himself. At the academy, Steward immediately saw Fong Cheng's bandaged hand and quickly called for the doctor, also informing the dean. He didn't even have time to ask what had happened. There was just a chaotic scene of confusion. Go Chi obediently stood beside Fong Cheng, waiting patiently for the doctor to arrive. The doctor, who had recently seen them, he was the same one who treated Dafu, did not recognize Go Chi but carefully examined Fong Cheng's injury. This first aid was done very well. I just wonder what medicine this is? The doctor untied Go Chi's bandages and saw that they were covered with plant juice. He sniffed it slightly, already having an idea of what it was. Still, to be safe, he asked to avoid any conflicts when using the medicine later. Unfortunately, he was looking at the dean when he asked, so he didn't get any answer. At this moment, Go Chi spoke softly, explaining the herbs she had used earlier and saying she acted in a hurry. Her words surprised everyone present except Fong Cheng and Xiaoji. "Did you bandage this?" the doctor asked curiously, examining Go Chi from head to toe. Suddenly, he seemed to remember her. "So it was you. It seems that day you also warned those two brothers wasn't accidental. The medicine you used was correct, but the dosage was still off. It can temporarily stop the pain, but to be truly effective, the dosage needs to be precise. You're young, but understanding this much is already impressive. Your bandaging skills are very good, better than some doctors. I've prepared the medicine. You'll be responsible for the bandaging later. With your skills, his hand should recover fully without any problem." The doctor spoke highly of Go Chi. Everyone else was still in shock. Even Steward, holding the prescription the doctor gave, instinctively turned to leave. Only after stepping outside did they come back to themselves and call someone to fetch herbs and prepare medicine. The doctor left only after Go Chi had carefully rebandaged Fong Cheng's hand. Before leaving, she kept praising Go Chi and even wondered who Go Chi's master was. Unfortunately, Go Chi had no master. If she had to say, it was the teacher from her school days. After the doctor left, Go Chi did not go away, but waited for what she believed would be the coming storm. "Chi, why haven't you left yet?" Housekeeper after seeing the doctor off, returned and found Go Chi still there. "Brother Xiao Cheng was hurt because he was saving me. Go Chi initially wanted to say she would pay for the medicine. But just now, the doctor had left, and she hadn't had a chance to give the money. "It's okay. It's not your fault." The director now understood the full story. Knowing that Fong Cheng was injured while saving Go Chi, he couldn't criticize him, nor could he blame Go Chi. But the more the director didn't blame her, the more guilty Go Chi felt. In the end, she took out the monkey head mushrooms from her basket. "These are the monkey head mushrooms I picked. You can give them to Brother Xiao Cheng to help him recover. Child, we've already said it's not your fault. These mushrooms are worth a lot of money. You should sell them or give them to your parents," the director said, knowing their value and not wanting to take them.
Then,
Go Chi wanted to say more, but unfortunately, she didn't get the chance before the director interrupted her. "Saving people is a good thing. If you keep these mushrooms, it might seem like we're after them." The doctor also said earlier that the injury wasn't serious and would heal soon. You can't let Xiao Cheng's act of saving someone change its meaning. The director advised Go Chi, and in the end, she didn't keep the mushrooms and was led away by housekeeper and from Banshan Academy. What she didn't know was that after she left, Xiaoji, the boy who took Fong Cheng into the woods, was punished. He was not only slapped but also made to copy books as punishment. When Go Chi returned home, she emptied the contents of her basket to dry in the sun and then silently went back to her room. She had told Go Mu she was going to dig for scallions, but when she returned, her basket was empty, not even a single scallion. She didn't speak afterward, which made Go Mu feel something was wrong. After greeting her aunt, Go Mu asked what had happened to Go Chi. Go Chi hadn't planned to tell her mother, but since she was asked, she had to give a simple explanation. She didn't mention going deep into the mountains, only that she almost fell and accidentally hurt Fong Cheng's hand. After Guamu finished speaking about Guiqi, she didn't think much more about it. Based on what Guiqi described, she imagined the scene and thought she understood what had happened. It's important to thank that child properly. He was injured saving you, and that's no small matter. If the bones are hurt, they don't heal easily. My father's leg was like that once, and now he's left with a lasting problem, walking with a limp. That child is so young and has a bright future ahead. We can't let this incident hold him back. Guamu was now worried, fearing that Fong Cheng might also develop a lasting problem, which would be troublesome. I already thanked him properly. I even gave him the monkey head mushrooms I picked today, but the director didn't accept them, Guiqi explained, sharing her thoughts from the Half Mountain Academy and also mentioning the value of the mushrooms. They're not short of money, but we shouldn't forget to be grateful. Guamu taught Guiqi that people should be grateful. Although the other person felt it wasn't a big deal, they shouldn't take it for granted. Later, go buy some bones from Lee the butcher. We'll make some bone soup for that child. Guamu thought this was the best idea. Once the soup is ready, she believed the other person wouldn't refuse. Guiqi thought that just one bowl of bone soup wouldn't be enough, so she decided to send nourishing soup to Fong Cheng regularly. For now, making bone soup was enough, something nutritious to help Fong Cheng's bones heal faster. Since Guamu was busy making pancakes and only a small amount of bone soup was needed, she kept some for Guamu and the rest for Guamu's father. Guiqi used a small stove in the yard to simmer the soup. This way, Guamu wouldn't be delayed. She only needed to help chop the bones, and Guiqi could handle the rest herself. Using a small stove also allowed Guiqi to control the fire well. When the soup was ready before nightfall, she stored it in a small jar and took it to Half Mountain Academy. The gatekeeper at the academy knew Guiqi and was aware of Fong Cheng's hand injury today. Seeing Guiqi carrying a small jar, he teased her a bit. But despite the teasing, he still went to inform Steward and might have been busy at the time, but upon hearing it was Guiqi, he asked the gatekeeper to take her to see Fong Cheng. Fong Cheng, with his injured hand, couldn't write, but to distract himself, he was reading a book. Meanwhile, Xiaozhi was in his own room copying texts, so Guiqi didn't see him. This is the bone soup my mother made. Drinking it is good for your injury. I carried it all the way here, so it should still be warm. Let me serve you a bowl. Guiqi said this while skillfully pouring the bone soup. Fong Cheng wanted to delay, but Guiqi had already served the soup, so he couldn't refuse. Holding the bowl with one hand was a bit inconvenient, but he didn't want Guiqi to feed him, so he had to hold the bowl himself and drink. Even while holding the bowl, Fong Cheng still drank the soup gracefully. He took small sips and didn't comment while drinking. Only after finishing the bowl did he praise how delicious the soup was. If you like it, drink more, Guiqi said, then went to serve another bowl. But this time Fong Cheng didn't drink. Isn't it tasty? Why aren't you drinking anymore? Guiqi was completely unaware of why he stopped. Don't be greedy, Fong Cheng said like a little adult. His eyes showed how much he loved the soup, but he was holding back. It was hard to tell if he was well-mannered or just very self-disciplined. This is just soup. There's no such thing as being greedy. It's like drinking tea. You can't just drink 1 cup a day. Besides, you're injured now, so you can't be too strict with yourself. Or, do you dislike my soup and refuse my thanks? Guiqi intentionally misinterpreted Fong Cheng's restraint, even acting a bit wronged, just to make him drink a little more soup. Seeing Guiqi's sad expression, especially those big, watery eyes, Fong Cheng's eyes started to get misty. He couldn't help but stop being so disciplined and picked up the bowl again, slowly drinking the soup. Go Chi saw he had finished and wanted to serve more, but this time Fong Chung was clever and didn't rush to hand the bowl back. Instead, he said he couldn't eat anymore. Go Chi saw he wasn't lying, so he let it go. But he left the soup for him, so he could ask someone to reheat it when he wanted to drink again. In the next few days, Go Chi brought Bone's soup to Fong Chung every day. To avoid him getting tired of it, she sometimes added some small dishes. When the doctor came to change Fong Cheng's dressing, it was unclear whether the Bone's soup really helped, but Fong Cheng's injury was healing very well. Chi, you bring my cousin Bone's soup every day. Drinking the same thing all the time can get boring. Maybe tomorrow you shouldn't bring it anymore. Even if you do, I'll be the only one drinking it, Xiaoji said, watching Go Chi bring soup to Fong Chung again. He was bored and deliberately teased Go Chi. I suppose you've also drunk quite a bit of the soup I made, but I haven't seen you get tired of it. Go Chi knew Xiaoji was teasing her, but she wasn't really a 3-year-old child and wasn't easily fooled. How much can I drink each day? Grandpa said bone broth is good for my cousin's injury, so I can only have a little when he can't finish it. It's strange, I've also made bone broth in the kitchen, but it's not as good as the one you brought. Xiaoji also seems to love food. He always cares about every sip of the soup. Who knows? I just made it like that. Go Chi didn't tell him how she cooked it because her method was really simple and hard to explain. Sometimes simple ingredients just need simple cooking methods, which can make them taste better. Otherwise, Xiaoji wouldn't be looking forward to Go Chi bringing him soup every day, even though it wasn't meant for him. Brother Xiao Chung, did Xiaoji say you're tired of drinking the soup? When Go Chi reached Fong Chung, she twisted Xiaoji's words a bit and told him, Hey, I never said my cousin was tired of it. I just said maybe, just maybe, understand? You little girl, you haven't read much, so you can't even understand what others say. After Go Chi finished speaking, Xiaoji saw Fong Chung glaring at him and quickly explained that he didn't mean it that way. Yes, I haven't read much, but I can read. Maybe Brother Xiaoji can lend me a few books to look at, Go Chi joked, but both of them thought that was a good idea. After all, they felt a bit embarrassed about drinking Go Chi's soup every day. But Go Chi said it was her way of showing gratitude. If they didn't accept, she would cry. This had left both of them unsure how to properly thank her for the soup. Now that Go Chi said she could borrow books, it gave them a good solution. The Half Mountain Academy has many books, more than enough for a lifetime of reading. And based on what they knew about Go Chi, they believed she would cherish the books even if she borrowed them, so there was no need to worry about her damaging them. Reading books isn't a small matter. I'll talk to Grandpa about it later. Xiaoji and Fong Chung exchanged a glance, and Xiaoji made his stance clear. Really? A girl, can also borrow books here? Go Chi didn't expect that her casual remark would lead to the chance to read. Since she arrived, her only entertainment every night has been counting money. Although she really enjoyed counting money, there is always a limit to how much she can count. During the long nights, when it's not yet time to sleep, it becomes very hard to endure. If she could read a book, even just holding a copy of the Xinhua dictionary, she would probably enjoy it very much. Now, Xiaoji said she could borrow books, although she needed the director's approval first. But since they have a grandson and a granddaughter, both of whom the director favors, it shouldn't be too hard to get the director's approval. When Go Chi left the mountain library, she didn't yet know whether the director would agree to let her borrow books. But her mood was already very happy. She believed Fong Chung and Xiao Ji would surely persuade the director. These two children are really good. It looks like tomorrow's soup will need to be made with more care. Xiao Ji even said he's tired of drinking bone broth. That makes sense, since he's been drinking it for several days. It's time to change the flavor. Go Chi carried an empty soup jar down from the mountain, thinking about what kind of soup she should make for Fong Chung. Not long after she started down, she saw children playing by the river in the village, apparently trying to catch fish. Suddenly, she thought she could catch 2 crucian carp to make soup. She happily skipped over to watch the children catch fish. Don't rush. You have to wait until they all go into the trap before you catch them, or they'll run away. I know. Speak softly, or you'll scare the fish away. It's not that easy to scare them. They're in the water, and they can't hear us talking. You're so loud that even underwater, they can hear you. Stop arguing, everyone. Watch carefully. They're about to go into the trap. This sentence made the noisy children suddenly quiet down. They stared intently at the trap placed in the river. A few fish were really swimming foolishly into the trap now. The onlookers felt very excited, but the children weren't in a hurry. They kept waiting until the fish reached the very back of the trap, then suddenly lifted the trap out of the water.
Got them.
Got them. The children happily placed the trap on the bank and poured out the fish inside. Although their way of catching fish was a bit strange, it was effective. They caught 3 fish in total. Now, because they were out of the water, the fish were flopping wildly on the ground. Gochi only approached at this moment and carefully looked at the 3 fish. 2 were small crucian carp, and 1 was a larger grass carp. Of course, the fish soup was naturally made with crucian carp, but unfortunately, they only caught 3 fish in total. If they were to give her 2 of the crucian carp, it might not be so easy. Chi-Chi, how did you come here? Asked the boy who seemed to be called Go Chong. Go Chi and he rarely talked, but since they were neighbors, they often saw each other. I saw you catching fish and wanted to buy some, Go Chi said, making the children very happy. They only caught fish because they wanted to eat meat. Although fish meat isn't very tasty, it's still meat. They never thought about selling the fish for money. Go Chong looked at Go Chi, thinking she was usually very smart and always did things that could make money. Now she suddenly wanted to buy fish. Could she have some clever idea to make money from them? Unfortunately, Go Chong didn't know much about fish. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how to make money from fish. In the end, he discussed with the children and sold the 3 fish to Go Chi for 5 cents. Go Chi didn't bargain. She simply paid and put the fish into an empty jar on her back. It's heavy. I'll help you take it home, Go Chong said, noticing Go Chi had put water in the jar, clearly wanting to keep the fish alive. But the fish were already heavy, and adding water made it even heavier. Go Chi, small and weak, tried a few times but couldn't carry it. Thank you, Chiangzi, Go Chi said without being polite. She really couldn't carry it. Go Chong helped Go Chi carry the fish home. Go Chi hurried to get a big basin and put the 3 fish into it. I thought you bought these fish to eat, Go Chong said, looking at the relaxed fish swimming in the basin. His curiosity grew, and he started chatting with Go Chi. Yeah, I want to keep them for now and cook tomorrow, Go Chi said honestly, not knowing what Go Chong was thinking. Tomorrow. Go Chong wanted to see how Go Chi would prepare the fish, but she was only going to do it tomorrow, so he had no chance to learn. Yes, they just came out of the river, so they need to spit out some sand first, Go Chi explained. She had never eaten wild fish before, but she had heard on TV that fish like loaches need to spit out sand. She thought these fish might need to do the same. Plus, she had already sent the soup to Fengcheng today, so the fish soup would naturally be sent tomorrow. She kept the fish alive to kill and cook them tomorrow, since they weren't fresh anymore. Alright, I'll go back now. Remember to cover the big basin, or the fish might jump out, Go Chong said before leaving. Go Chong left, reminding Go Chi to cover the big basin before he went. Go Chi obediently agreed, as the fish was already showing signs of eager movement. That evening, when Go father and the eldest uncle returned, they immediately saw the large basin by the well and curiously asked Go mother what the fish was for. Go Chi brought it back. She said she plans to make carp soup for the children at the academy tomorrow, Go mother replied with a smile, noting how Go Chi often acts on impulse. The fish had a strong muddy smell, so they thought it was best to eat it at home and felt it was not appropriate to serve it to others. This child, Go father said, try the soup first after it's made tomorrow. If it doesn't taste good, don't let her give it away. Go mother teased Go father with a smile. If it tastes good, I'll save a bowl for you, right? If the soup was truly delicious, neither Go father nor Go mother needed to insist. They would definitely save some for him. The next morning, Go Chi prepared scissors to kill the fish. However, her small hands found it difficult to handle the scissors smoothly, and she struggled to catch the fish. Go mother and auntie were busy making pancakes, but Go Chong secretly peeked from the doorway, watching Go Chi's clumsy attempt to kill the fish. Chi-Chi, do you want help? Go Chang asked anxiously after watching the fish slip from Go Chi's hands for the 8th time. Qiangzi, no need. I'll just knock it out, Go Chi said casually. It sounded simple in theory, but in practice, it was quite difficult. Not to mention knocking the fish out, she couldn't even catch it now. When the fish escaped from Go Chi's hands once more, Go Chang stopped asking and went into Go Chi's yard. He then took the scissors from Go Chi and skillfully helped kill 2 carp. Are you not going to kill the bigger one? Go Chang asked curiously, looking at the grass carp. He thought if they were going to kill it, they might as well do both, since 2 small fish wouldn't be enough to eat. The big one will be cooked after my dad comes back tonight. I'll just do these 2 small ones first. Thanks for helping, Qiangzi, Go Chi said, grateful for his help. But Go Chang didn't seem ready to leave. Although Go Chi didn't understand what he was thinking, since they were neighbors, visiting each other was normal. So Go Chi continued chatting with Go Chang while starting to prepare the carp soup. After washing the killed fish, Go Chi made a few cuts on its body. Then she prepared chopped green onions and slices of. Are these ingredients used for cooking? Guo Chang's mind was filled with questions when he saw the green onions and he had seen these on the mountain before, and he knew that Guo Chi's family also used green onions in their scallion pancakes, but he didn't know these ingredients could be used for other things. Yes, to remove the fishy smell, Guo Chi replied. She hadn't thought about explaining the purpose of the onions, and because she didn't want Guo Chang to learn it. Anyway, she wasn't a petty person, and in her mind, these were common knowledge, so she didn't think it was a secret. Hearing that it could remove the fishy smell, Guo Chang thought of the earthy smell on the fish and started planning to try these methods later to see if they really worked. Guo Chi didn't know what he was thinking. She had already prepared all the ingredients and was about to start cooking. Are you going to use oil today? Do you want your mother to help? Guo Chi's mother watched her take out the oil and felt very nervous, worried that the oil might hurt Guo Chi. It's okay, mother.
You can do your own thing.
Brother Chang and I will do it together, Guo Chi said. She initially wanted to say she could handle it herself, but thought her mother wouldn't be at ease, so she decided to use Guo Chang as a temporary shield since he was nearby. All right, be careful not to get burned by the oil, and don't waste it, Guo Chi's mother reminded her, then surprisingly relaxed and let Guo Chi handle it herself. Guo Chi nodded in agreement and then started working. She used slices of to wipe around the bottom and sides of the hot pan, but Guo Chang didn't understand why. Guo Chi said it was to prevent sticking. Next, she added oil to the pan to fry the crucian carp. She was very careful during this step because oil and water reacting can be quite lively. After frying the fish until both sides are golden, she added chopped green onions and to release their aroma, then poured in a suitable amount of yellow wine to replace cooking wine and remove the fishy smell. Finally, she added boiling water. This step was crucial. Once the water covered the fish, she covered the pot and brought it to a boil over high heat. When the water boiled, she poured the fish and broth into a clay pot, covered it again, and brought it to a boil. Then she removed some firewood from the stove and simmered the soup on low heat. During this process, the aroma of the fish soup started to spread, and Guo Chang watched the whole process, naturally smelling the fragrance first. He had never smelled anything like this before and couldn't help but swallow hard. How long does this soup need to simmer? Until the soup turns milky white, Guo Chi replied, carefully watching the fire and occasionally checking the color of the soup. Will it turn white? Guo Chang thought carefully and really couldn't understand why this soup turned white. He had originally planned to wait until he knew how long it took to cook and then go home to try it himself. Now, he was afraid Guo Chi might be lying to him, so he decided to wait here until the fish soup truly turned white before leaving. Guo Chi didn't care about him. She found cooking soup boring anyway, and having someone to chat with was nice. Finally, when the fish soup turned white, it was ready. It really turned white. So amazing, Guo Chang said, smelling the aroma, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Want to try some? Guo Chi took a small plate, really a small plate, and scooped a spoonful for Guo Chang. Although the plate looked stingy, Guo Chi didn't dare give more, since she still needed to leave a bowl for Guo Fu and then take it to the half-mountain study. Guo Chang didn't mind that Guo Chi only used a small plate to serve the soup. He just wanted to taste it now. The small plate could only hold one bite, but that one bite was enough for Go Chang to understand how delicious the crucian carp soup was. How is this possible? There's not a trace of fishy smell in this soup, and just one small sip makes my mouth full of its fresh flavor, Go Chang said. Then he licked his lips, savoring the taste. Unfortunately, it was too little. Just one sip wasn't enough to satisfy him, only making him want more. Exactly, very fresh. Sadly, yesterday, you only caught 2 crucian carp. If you caught more, I could make more of this. Go Chi didn't offer Go Chang another taste, but instead poured the soup from the clay pot into a jar and prepared to go up the mountain. Isn't this for yourself to drink? Go Chang saw her put the soup into her small basket and realized it wasn't for her family to eat. Yes, this is for others, so I can't give you more to taste. If Brother Chang wants some, go catch a few more, and I'll make more when I return. Go Chi thought leaving only one bowl for Go Fu wasn't enough. Instead, she decided Go Chang could catch more, and she could also let Go Mu have some because crucian fish soup was really good. Okay, I'll go now, Go Chang said happily when he heard Go Chi was willing to make more. He ran off immediately. After Go Chang left, Go Chi naturally greeted Go Mu and prepared to go up the mountain. Go Mu, feeling uneasy, took a small sip of the soup and, from her reluctant expression, it was clear the soup had also won her over. Brother Chang went fishing again. When I come back, I'll teach Mom how to make this fish soup. Go Chi noticed that Go Mother loved this soup. Luckily, Go Chang went fishing, or she wouldn't know when she could satisfy Go Mother's wish to drink this soup. Go Chi's fish soup not only impressed Go Chang and Go Mother, but when Go Chi carried her soup jar to the Half Mountain Academy, Fong Chung had just opened the lid. Within a few minutes, Xiaoji arrived, smelling the aroma. Today's flavor is so fresh, different from the usual bone soup. Is this a special soup today? Xiaoji asked casually, reaching for a bowl to serve himself. What are you doing? You always drink Brother Xiao Cheng's soup. Today, there isn't much left, and you've already drunk some. What will Brother Xiao Cheng drink? Go Chi didn't really mind Xiaoji drinking, but today's soup was limited, so she wanted Fong Chung to have some first. It's okay, I probably can't drink much anyway, Fong Chung said. He didn't like fish and felt a bit uncomfortable when he found out it was fish soup. When Xiaoji appeared, if Go Chi hadn't been there, he might have let Xiaoji drink it all. But that's not okay. You have to drink a bowl first, Go Chi insisted, knowing the soup was made for Fong Chung. All right. Fong Chung saw Go Chi watching them carefully, probably worried Xiaoji might steal some soup. Reluctantly, he prepared himself mentally and then brought the bowl to his mouth. He took a small sip. Instead of the fishy smell he expected, he tasted a fresh, delicious flavor he'd never experienced before. His initial resistance was instantly conquered by this taste. He quickly finished the entire bowl and even wanted to have another. Xiaoji, waiting nearby, couldn't help but feel anxious. He could smell the delicious aroma and was eager to taste it. Cousin, save some for me, he pleaded. In the end, Xiaoji snatched half a bowl of soup from Fong Cheng's hand. The 2 small carp fish were carefully eaten by each of them. They ate so deliciously that Go Chi couldn't help but feel envious. She had only tasted a few bites after cooking for a while and felt frustrated. She could only hope Go Chang caught more fish so she could drink her fill. While she wished Go Chang luck, Xiaoji couldn't. Half a bowl of soup had completely stirred his craving. After licking the fish and shellfish clean, he looked longingly at Go Chi. His eyes showed clear desire. Don't think about it. Fish like this are hard to find. You have to be lucky to meet some. Yesterday, I just happened to catch 2, and I cooked them all. Go Chi guessed Xiaoji's thoughts right away, so she quickly refused. Older cousin. Xiaoji knew his words might not work, so he looked at Fong Chung, hoping he could persuade Go Chi. Chi said the fish is hard to buy, so we have to give up. Of course, if I can find that fish today, I want to have fish soup again tomorrow, Fong Chung said, clearly feeling a bit uncomfortable when he mentioned the last part. In his upbringing, asking for food was not acceptable, so even if he really wanted more, he hadn't spoken up until now. If Xiaoji hadn't asked him to help, he might have just silently hoped in his heart. I can't promise that, but if I find it, I will make it tomorrow. This carp soup is good for your health and can help your wounds heal faster, Go Chi said. After saying this, she looked at Fong Cheng's injury as usual and then left. The two brothers looked at the pile of fish bones on the table, both feeling a bit embarrassed and smiling. Older cousin is willing to go so far just for a bite to eat. Xiaoji originally wanted to tease Fong Cheng, but before he finished, Fong Cheng's gaze made him hold back his words. Tomorrow's soup won't have your share, Fong Cheng said lightly, then started reading his book again, pretending Xiaoji wasn't in the room. Older cousin. Older cousin. Xiaoji now looked forward to Go Chi's soup every day. If Fong Cheng didn't let him have it, he might really miss out. But now Fong Cheng was seriously reading, ignoring him completely, so he could only show his feelings in other ways. He did chores like cleaning up the leftovers on the table, which servants usually did, and also prepared some tea and snacks for Fong Cheng. However, after Fong Cheng drank the soup, he wasn't hungry for these things anymore. Seeing Xiaoji's cautious attitude made him want to laugh. He never expected his younger cousin to go so far just for a bite to eat. It showed how tempting Go Chi's cooking was. Go Chi didn't see the funny scene between the two brothers. She was thinking about the carp soup herself. She was glad that Go Chong had caught quite a few fish, and he was still fishing in the river now. Brother Chong, why are you catching so many fish? Will Chi buy fish again today? Yeah, Chi-Chi's family doesn't eat fish every day, right? The children who were close to Go Chong were helping him catch fish, but they didn't understand why he was catching so many today. No, I caught them for myself to eat. Go Chong didn't tell others that the fish soup he made was delicious. He planned to secretly experiment at home first. When Go Chi went down the mountain, she happened to see Go Chong and his friends, so she curiously looked to see how many fish Go Chong caught. She wanted her family to also enjoy some, and if there was extra, she would make some for Fong Cheng and the others. Go Chong saw Go Chi coming down the mountain. After this last fish-catching trip, he decided not to fish anymore and headed straight to Go Chi's house with the fish. Since Go Chong and Go Chi are neighbors, his direction of travel didn't seem strange to others. However, they noticed Go Chong caught a lot of fish today, but didn't leave any for them, which made them feel a bit strange. Brother Chong is acting weird today. Maybe it's just because Arya is craving food. That area of his. Although they felt a little strange, when they thought about Go Chong's family, they seemed to understand why Go Chong didn't leave fish for them anymore. After laughing for a while, the kids caught some fish in the river and roasted them by the riverbank. Unfortunately, they had no seasonings, so the taste of the fish was predictable. Meanwhile, Go Chi had just finished washing the soup pot when Go Chong arrived. Without saying much, he directly poured all the fish he caught that day into the large basin Go Chi used to hold fish. The basin originally only had one grass carp, which looked lonely, but now it was filled with many fish. Brother Chong, what are you doing? Go Chi knew Go Chong caught fish, but didn't expect him to catch so many. Just thinking that Sister Chi might help me make fish soup later. I can't let her do it for nothing, so I caught a few more as a reward, Go Chong said simply. From his words, Go Chi understood that he wanted his family to enjoy the fish soup, which is why he caught so many fish. Alright, that works. I'll accept your reward, Go Chi said without hesitation. She then asked Go Chong to kill the fish he planned to use and requested 4 fish. Go Chong naturally kept 4 fish for Go Chi, 2 of which he helped her kill because she said she would use those 2. Once Go Chong finished preparing the fish, he took Go Chi to their house to help make the fish soup. Today, the adults in their family seemed to be out working, leaving only 3 children at home. Big sister was sewing as usual, since her embroidery could sell for a good price. Second sister was also learning embroidery. Seeing Go Chong bringing Go Chi home, she curiously put down her embroidery and followed them into the kitchen. Brother, what are you taking Chi-Chi to the kitchen for? Arya was already curious about what Go Chong had been doing since early morning. Now that he was bringing Go Chi back, she became even more puzzled. You're just in time to help with the fire. Go Chong initially planned to light the fire himself. But since Arya came, she naturally had to do it. Arya was a bit reluctant. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so curious. It's nothing much. Just help me light the fire, Go Chang said, not caring whether Arya wanted to or not. He was now focused on helping Go Chi. He had already gathered some scallions and from the mountain earlier, and they were cut into the same shape as Go Chi had done before. His pot was big, so even though he said Go Chi was helping, he was the one actually doing the work. Be careful when flipping the fish, so it doesn't break. Otherwise, there might be fish bones in the soup, Go Chi instructed Go Chang as he watched him operate. Arya, who had been tending the fire, looked unhappy. Her brother was very capable, so why was he listening to this little girl Go Chi? And from his expression, it was obvious he was asking for advice humbly, which didn't match her image of her brother at all. But now she couldn't just stop cooking, or Go Chang might get angry. So she could only vent her frustration by adding more firewood into the stove fiercely. Don't make the fire so big, or the fish might get burnt, Go Chi warned as she saw flames coming out of the stove's edge. It was just a reminder, even sounding a bit childish, but Arya was venting her bad mood and didn't want to listen to Go Chi. Lower the fire, Go Chang said, surprised that Arya didn't listen to Go Chi. The fire was even bigger than before, so he had to speak up, his tone a bit stern. When he spoke sternly, Arya obediently controlled the fire to make it smaller, but she was feeling very upset inside. All right, add water now, Go Chi said, noticing Arya's unhappiness but not paying attention to it, since her frustration was mainly because of Go Chang. Just simmer until it turns milky white on low heat, Go Chi added before heading home to make fish soup for her parents. Of course, Go Chang knew what to do next, so there was no need for her to stay longer. After she left, Arya wanted to give up and stop cooking. Brother, what can a little girl like her cook? Why did you specifically call her over? This fish has many bones and a strong smell. You made so many pieces and used so much oil. When Dad and Mom come back, they will scold you. You underestimate Chi-Chi. Once the soup is ready, you'll see. If you don't want to light the fire, go embroider your flowers. I'll watch the pot. Go Chang was just strict with Arya in front of Go Chi, acting like a big brother. Now he is very caring. Seeing Arya not wanting to light the fire, he let her stop. But compared to embroidery, Arya still prefers to light the fire. She knows embroidery can make money, but she's not good at it and wastes thread. In the end, Arya was the one to light the fire, and she was the first to smell the fish soup. As the aroma grew stronger, she understood why Go Chang wanted Go Chi to teach her how to make this fish soup. Brother, come quickly and see if the fish soup is ready. It smells so good, Arya couldn't hold back anymore. She didn't know if it was done, so she hurried to call Go Chang. Unfortunately, the soup's color wasn't yet milky white, so it had to keep cooking. The smell of fish soup from Arya's house mixed with the smell from Go Chi's house, which also had the same aroma, making nearby people curious about who is cooking something delicious. What's that smell? It's so good. It smells like it's coming from Xiao Chang's house. No way. Xiao Chang's parents left early today. Their 3 kids probably aren't making anything special at home. I think it's coming from Chi-Chi's house.
No.
Chi-Chi's probably still making pancakes. They're pancakes. People in the village started talking about who was making the tasty smell. Soon, the conversation turned to Go Chi's pancake business. Making money from pancakes in Gojia village was no secret anymore. Many knew that the green onion in the scallion pancakes was picked from the mountain. Some had tried to make them, but they didn't want to use lard, so their pancakes never matched Go Chi's. They couldn't imitate her, only watched jealously as Go Chi made big money from mountain-grown green onions. Sometimes, jealousy can change a person completely, making them feel uncomfortable inside. But there's nothing they can do. After all, they lack the skills. When people talked about Go Chi's pancakes and the delicious smell, no one paid much attention anymore. Go Chi didn't know that the villagers were once again gossiping about her family. She was focused on boiling the soup carefully. Since this time the fish soup didn't need to be sent to Fangcheng, there was enough for the whole family to enjoy. At the same time, a bowl was given to the eldest aunt's family, so she could try it too. The eldest uncle returned earlier than Go Fu, so their carts arrived at different times, and the eldest uncle tasted the fish soup before Go Fu. When Go Fu returned, The eldest uncle was about to leave again and praised Go Chi's fish soup highly. This made Go Fu very curious about how delicious Go Chi's fish soup could be to earn such praise. But soon, after tasting the fish soup himself, he understood why the eldest uncle was so impressed. By the time they headed out in the afternoon, he couldn't stop thinking about the taste of the fish soup he had at noon. He even hoped he could have it again that evening. However, Go Chi knew that although the soup was good, it couldn't be eaten every day. She even postponed her plan to cook grass carp that evening. Eating fish every day might cause gout, which was a risk, and since they knew that, they couldn't let the risk grow. So Go Chong originally wanted to learn how to cook grass carp, but after several days of not seeing Go Chi interested in that fish, he decided to focus on making carp soup instead. For several days, he was seen catching fish by the river and cooking it at home. Without Go Chi guiding him, he always struggled to make good carp soup, which seemed simple. Especially the frying part. Sometimes the fish wasn't fried well, or it was burnt. This greatly affected the taste of the soup. "Brother, I don't want to eat fish anymore. You've caught fish for several days, but it doesn't taste like that day anymore. There must be something we're doing wrong. I don't want to eat it, and it's so greasy." After several days of eating fish, Arya finally complained to Go Chong. Go Chong looked at the bowl of soup, which was not very white and even a bit blackened, and didn't want to take a sip. He had originally wanted to secretly learn a type of soup that might help him set up a stall outside to make money, but it didn't work out. He was curious why he couldn't get it right. He followed all the steps, but the soup still didn't turn out right. "I think this definitely isn't a way to make money. If it were, why wouldn't Chi-Chi's family use it to earn money?" Clearly, they had their reasons. They came back from the city, and they are very clever. Dia also tried to persuade Go Chong, saying that this soup probably wouldn't make money, and they should just enjoy it at home. Yes, they came back from the city. They think this soup is something city people often make. They know this, so they didn't take it to make money. "We shouldn't be silly, and go try to make money from it." Arya agreed, as long as she doesn't have to drink this soup again. Maybe. Oh, such a waste of a few days. Go Chong felt a bit annoyed, wondering why he didn't think of this earlier. He spent days catching fish for no reason and delayed bringing firewood to the Banshan Academy. After that, Go Chong stopped making fish soup. It seemed like their days returned to normal. But Go Chong kept watching Go Chi's family, waiting to see when they would eat that grass carp. Unfortunately, he watched for so long but never saw Go Chi touch the grass carp. One day, he forgot to peek, and coincidentally, Go Chi remembered her grass carp in the big basin. "Dad, please come home early tonight," Go Chi reminded her father as he was about to go out again. It's been a while since they last had Christian carp soup, so they could enjoy fish again. "Okay, I'll come home early today," her father replied. He didn't understand why Go Chi suddenly wanted him back early, but he loved her and agreed happily. After her father left, Go Chi started preparing the ingredients for spicy fish. Since they lacked chili and pepper, she had to use other substitutes. Chili was especially important for the spicy flavor of the fish, so nothing could be missing. Fortunately, they were using Sichuan peppercorns now. Although Sichuan peppercorns taste different from chili, as long as they had some, they could just add more. For preparing the fish, Go Chi's mother was busy, so Go Chi waited until she was almost done before asking her to handle the fish. Her mother had never killed a fish before, but under Go Chi's guidance, it was quite easy. After cleaning the grass carp, she cut off the head and then sliced the fish along the backbone, removing the belly bones and taking out the fish meat. She added a little salt and yellow wine, cooking wine, to the fish head and bones, mixed well, and set them aside to make fish bone broth later. Then she sliced the fish meat diagonally into thin pieces. This was very challenging and required good knife skills. Her mother was skilled with a knife, but she was especially careful when slicing. Go Chi said the slices should be very thin, almost transparent, which was a very difficult task for her mother. After slicing all the fish into pieces, Mother Go didn't think her fish slices were transparent enough. She wasn't sure why, but Mother Go seemed a bit worried, afraid that her mistake might cause the fish Go Chi wanted wouldn't meet her standards. Fortunately, Go Chi didn't complain about the thickness of the slices, which reassured Mother Go. Once the fish slices were prepared, she washed them several times with clean water to remove blood, then squeezed out the excess water. This required skill. She couldn't press too hard because the slices were thin and might tear, but she also couldn't be too gentle or the water wouldn't come out. Luckily, Mother Go quickly mastered the right amount of pressure, which helped reduce the water content in the fish. Next, she added a suitable amount of salt to the fish, then mixed in a little egg white and half a tablespoon of starch. At this point, she should have added pepper, but unfortunately, there was none, so she skipped it. After adding all the possible seasonings, she stirred everything clockwise with her hand to mix the fish and seasonings well, then added a little oil and mixed again to lock in the moisture. Next, she prepared the vegetables and other ingredients. She chose some seasonal vegetables, as there were many available at this time of year, and adding a few different kinds was no problem. For the seasonings, she chopped and garlic finely to remove the fishy smell. She used a bit more and garlic than usual. Then, she added Sichuan peppercorns, which surprised Mother Go because Go Chi said she needed a lot, enough to make Mother Go worry about the fish being too spicy to eat. But Go Chi said it was fine, and since it was just an experiment, she prepared everything according to Go Chi's wishes. Once all the seasonings were ready, the fish was marinating well, and it was time to heat the oil. This dish requires quite a bit of oil, and even Mother Go, who usually isn't concerned about using oil, confirmed with Go Chi again. The oil in the pot was more than usual, but Go Chi didn't think it was too much. After Mother Go asked about it, she continued to cook as Go Chi instructed. Once the oil was hot and the heat was lowered to low, she added Sichuan peppercorns and Sichuan pepper, which have strong flavors and release their aroma quickly in the hot oil. Next, she added minced and garlic, frying them gently to bring out their fragrance. Normally, she would add dobanjiang, fermented bean paste, but since there was no chili or dobanjiang available, she skipped that step and added water directly. While waiting for the water to boil, she added some salt to give the broth flavor. Next, bring the water to a boil and cook for about 5 minutes, allowing all the flavors of the seasonings to fully infuse into the broth. Once the water is ready, remove the remaining residue from the soup. Then you can start cooking the vegetables. After the vegetables are cooked, take them out and place them in a large bowl as a base. The next step is to cook the fish slices. Since this step is quick, Go Chi waited until Go's father returned before starting. While Go's mother was waiting for Go's father to finish taking the car panel to the cattle shed, she began cooking the fish. Reheat the broth until it boils again, then turn the heat to low. Quickly add the marinated fish slices one by one into the pot. Cook on low heat for about 30 seconds until the fish turns white and is just cooked through. Then, pour the broth and fish into the large bowl with the vegetables. Now comes the most exciting part. Place Sichuan peppercorns, dried herbs, and minced garlic on top of the fish slices. Once the oil is hot and boiling, pour it directly over the garlic, peppercorns, and herbs. There's a sizzling sound, and the oil and seasonings make a wonderful crackling noise. This pouring of hot oil releases a spicy, fragrant aroma. Next, sprinkle some chopped green onions for decoration, and if available, add sesame seeds. A fragrant, spicy boiled fish dish is now ready. This big bowl of fish looks delicious, with appealing color, aroma, and flavor, very tempting. Although the oil used was a bit much, Go's mother felt a little guilty. But once she saw the finished dish, she couldn't help but want to try it. Go's father, as the head of the family, was the first to pick up a piece of fish. He blew on it slightly before putting it into his mouth. He had previously tried Crucian carp soup and knew Go Chi had methods to remove the fishy smell, so this time he didn't worry about that. He just focused on enjoying the flavor of the fish. The words spicy, fresh, and fragrant can't fully describe how delicious this fish is. The fresh, tender, and smooth fish slices fill the mouth with flavor. The spicy kick makes him feel completely refreshed. Delicious! Go's father exclaimed, and once again, he reached for his chopsticks. Go Chi was initially worried that dried herbs and chili peppers might taste different, but her father's praise made her curious about the flavor of this boiled fish. She picked a piece and ate it. As soon as it hit her mouth, She couldn't help but close her eyes. Although the spiciness was different, this was the spiciest dish she had eaten since crossing over. The familiar yet slightly strange taste reminded her of the times she had eaten boiled fish before. It would be even better with some chili peppers. Go-chi was thinking to herself, but she didn't realize she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Chili pepper? What's that? Go's mother had never heard of such a thing, but the word spicy suggested it was something with a hot taste. Go-chi couldn't quite describe it, so she just said she had heard of such a thing, but wasn't sure if she could see it. Anyway, now there was Yu Cornelian cherry, and as long as it was spicy, that was enough. After all, eating too much spice isn't good. One meal of boiled fish left only the broth, and later Go's mother added some noodles to the soup, saying they shouldn't waste all that oil. Go-chi naturally let her mother do as she pleased because the broth with noodles was indeed tasty. It was after this fish meal that Go's father fell in love with eating fish. Unfortunately, fish was rarely sold nearby, so he could only wait for the right opportunity to eat some. The children in the village often went to catch fish in the river, and whenever Go-chi saw this, she would buy a few to keep at home, so she always had fresh fish when she wanted to eat. When Go-chang noticed that Go-chi's grass carp was missing, he knew he had missed his chance to make fish dishes with it. But he wasn't as eager as he was when making Christian carp before, probably because he didn't see Go-chi selling fish, so he naturally thought the fish wouldn't make much money. It seemed that Go-chang gave up on the fish idea just like that. Go-chi didn't notice Go-chang's change at all, but recently De-fu and Er-fu, who kept coming to report work, had noticed something. He's been lurking outside my house every day? And now he's not? Go-chi asked curiously. Yes, I saw him almost every day before, but not lately. I wonder if he has other plans. Probably not just to check, since it would be easy for him to get into your house if he wanted. No need to lurk outside the wall. De-fu and Er-fu, being thieves by nature, naturally thought of everything.
Who cares about that?
Better to stay alert anyway. By the way, besides him, quite a few others have been hanging around near your house recently, De-fu added. Quite a few people? Go-chi felt like she had been blind. She hadn't seen these quite a few at all. Yes, they are all villagers. If you're not paying attention, you wouldn't notice. You might think they're just chatting idly. But every time they pass by your door, they secretly look at your house. I think, whether or not someone is home, it's better to keep the gate closed. Da-fu reminded Go-chi, but at that moment, Go-chi didn't realize what was happening, so she didn't pay much attention. Until one day, she was making chicken soup for Fong Chung when suddenly a group of people barged in to steal her soup. She was confused at first, not understanding what was going on, and tried her best to stop them from taking the soup. You should know that she and Fong Chung had agreed yesterday that today would be the last time she delivered soup, so Go-chi had bought a bigger chicken. But before the soup was ready, someone came to steal it. Why were they stealing the soup? What's wrong with you? Coming into someone's house and stealing things, don't you have any sense of decency? Go-chi's mother and her aunt heard the commotion outside. They stopped making the pancakes and hurried out to see what was happening. When they arrived, they saw a group of people surrounding Go-chi, who was holding a lit stick of fire, standing in the middle of the crowd. Whoever got close, Go-chi would burn with the fire. The 3 dogs at home were also beside Go-chi, always protecting her from these people trying to bully her. You're grown-ups bullying a child. Aren't you ashamed? Her aunt joined in the protest. Go-chi was their precious treasure, and they wouldn't let these people bully her. Who's bullying a child? We're just here to take back what belongs to us, the leader of the group said when he saw Go-chi's mother and aunt come out. Since there were adults present, he spoke to them, otherwise it seemed like they wanted to bully a child. Of course your things are at your house. Coming to my house to take what's yours. Are you shameless or just joking? Go-chi's mother usually looked gentle, but seeing Go-chi holding the fire, she suddenly had a fierce, fiery attitude. You let Go-chi steal my chicken, and now you're blaming us? Finally, the person explaining the situation revealed the reason. But what was this chicken theft about? Go-chi looked at the speaker with a confused expression. She recognized her. It's the old woman Zhao from the village. Her family kept quite a few chickens, and they were well cared for. Arya said she would dig worms for the chickens, and she saw Zhao doing just that. Seeing how well Zhao took care of her chickens, it was clear she cared a lot about them. Now, accusing Go Chi of stealing chickens, it's obvious that some chickens are missing from her family. Stealing chickens? Do you think your chickens are treasures? A chicken only costs a few coins. Why would anyone bother stealing one? Great Aunt speaks firmly. She knows that Go Chi's chicken was bought at the market yesterday, and today it is being cooked for the scholar at Banshan Academy. Why isn't it a treasure? My family's chicken is very good, and it can sell for a good price. Everyone in the village knows my chicken is excellent. Go Chi must have stolen it because she saw how good my chicken is. She's just a child and probably doesn't understand about selling or not selling. She just wants to eat meat. It's normal for children to crave meat. If you adults want to buy it from me, I am willing to sell. Why do you let the child steal? Greytant's words seem to have shifted the focus from stealing chicken to demanding money. Stealing is stealing. This chicken was bought, and I didn't expect you, old Zhao, to still be trying to cheat children out of money at your age. My Greytant's words made old Zhao very angry. No one is cheating money. You're the one stealing chickens and refusing to admit it, and now you say I'm cheating? That's unfair. Old Zhao sat down on the ground, feeling very wronged. You think it's unfair? I also think it's unfair. My good girl Go Chi is only 3 years old, and you call her a thief. What about your conscience? Have you even fed your chickens? Oh my, this is bullying. Even a 3-year-old is being bullied. This Go family village is really unbearable. Seeing old Zhao sit on the ground, Go Chi's mother also sat down, shouting loudly and painfully. Her shouting would surely wake the village chief, but he didn't know how to solve this problem right away. Old Zhao lost her chicken, and Go Chi's family was cooking chicken today. It's such a coincidence, but is it really that coincidental? Even if Go Chi said her chicken was bought, the market was closed today, so she couldn't ask. Neither side would give in. It's just a chicken. Your family made so much money. Just compensate old Zhao. Why make such a fuss? You probably still need to make pancakes. Don't let this chicken ruin your business. Someone in the crowd suddenly said this, and others agreed, thinking Go Chi's family had earned a lot, and giving old Zhao some money would be a way to avoid trouble. Why should we? If we didn't steal, we didn't steal. If I really gave her the money, you'd say we're guilty. Business isn't everything, but I can't ruin Go Chi's reputation. Go Chi's mother was firm. She refused to give the money, saying she would stop doing business if necessary, but Go Chi's reputation had to be protected. Go Mother's words moved Go Chi, but she knew that continuing to argue like this wouldn't help. Mother, don't get angry. Be careful not to ruin your health. If you do, Grandma Zhao will want us to pay for the medicine again. Besides, the chicken we cooked was bought with money, so the seller is a witness. Even if Grandma Zhao claims our chicken stole hers, she needs proof. Without evidence, she can't just say we stole her chicken because hers is missing and ours is there. That's foolish. I believe Uncle Village Head won't make a quick decision based on her words alone. Go Chi's voice was soft and childlike, but everyone present was annoyed by her words. Still, since she was young, it was okay for her to scold these grown-ups who didn't seem to have any sense. After all, none of them were smart. Of course, don't worry, Chi. Uncle Village Head will ask clearly, the village head said. He understood what Go Chi was implying, but right now he had no other choice but to speak carefully and show some respect. He then asked Grandma Zhao how she was sure that Go Chi's chicken was hers. Grandma Zhao was already upset because her chicken was missing. Now Go Chi said she should pay for the medicine, which made her even angrier. When the village head asked her how she identified her chicken, she felt even more frustrated. She was the victim, yet the village head was questioning her. How can I be sure? The chicken's feathers are all pulled out, and it's been boiled into soup. How can I recognize it? If Dazhuang hadn't told me they were cooking chicken, I wouldn't even know where my chicken was. But they refused to admit it, claiming they bought it. Who in the world has such luck? They must have stolen my chicken, Grandma Zhao said, showing she had no proof. As for Dazhuang, Go Chi didn't bother to look at him. He had just said he wanted Go family to suffer losses to avoid disaster. That person really loves causing trouble. Uncle Village Head, the matter is clear now. Grandma Zhao didn't watch her chickens properly, and they went missing. She's blaming me because I'm young. Please help me seek justice, Go Chi said, bowing respectfully to the village head. Her attitude was polite but firm, making the onlookers believe that Go Chi had nothing to do with the chicken. You little girl, if you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Denying it won't work, Da Zhuang suddenly said. Seeing the crowd start to agree with Go Chi, he quickly added this comment, clearly eager to prove that the theft was real. His actions made Go Chi feel something strange, but she wasn't sure what her family had done to offend him. She could only ignore his words for now and see how the village chief would handle the situation. By the way, the village chief is quite a stubborn person. Usually, he appears kind to others, but in critical moments, he struggles to decide. He is delaying a very obvious matter, which makes Go Chi's soup start to burn. Smelling the burnt smell, Go Chi knows the soup is ruined. Unfortunately, the soup promised to Fong Cheng is probably a lost cause. However, she doesn't know that Fong Cheng and Xiao Ji are rushing to her house at this moment. When Go Chang realized something was wrong, he ran to the Half Mountain Academy to inform Fong Cheng and Xiao Ji. At the same time, as Fong Cheng hurried out of the Half Mountain Academy, Director Xiao was saying goodbye to a visiting student and happened to see these two figures running away. Why did those two boys run off instead of studying properly? Director Xiao looked at their backs and then at the student visiting today, asking housekeeper and with some helplessness. Housekeeper knew what was going on, so he explained that Go Chang came to report the news. Was that chicken for Xiao Cheng's soup? Is she still making soup for Xiao Cheng? Director Xiao knew Go Chi was making soup to thank Fong Cheng, but he didn't expect that after so long, Fong Cheng's injury was almost healed, and Go Chi was still boiling soup. I heard today is the last time. Who would have thought something like this would happen? Housekeeper inside. It seems the teacher trusts that kid a lot, but a chicken probably isn't enough to accuse someone wrongly. Maybe that kid stole it. Director Xiao's student thought their teacher trusted the child too much, but since he hadn't met Go Chi, he remained suspicious. You don't understand that girl. She really wouldn't steal a chicken. Let's go and see what's really going on. Director Xiao liked Go Chi very much, so he felt he should go see if he could help when Go Chi was wronged. He said they should go take a look, and the student naturally followed, curious about what kind of little kid could be so loved by the teacher. When Director Xiao arrived at Go Chi's house, the entrance was already crowded. Fortunately, everyone saw Director Xiao and automatically made way for him. You have no evidence or witnesses. Wrongfully accusing someone without reason will lead to punishment. If you still insist that Chi-Chi stole your chicken, then report it to the authorities. The government will naturally investigate theft cases. Similarly, they will also handle cases of falsely accusing good people. Director Xiao observed Fong Cheng's expression carefully. He was impartial and did not favor Go Chi because of their friendship, nor did he falsely accuse Go Chi based on others' careless words. Reporting to the authorities? That seems unnecessary. It's just a chicken, the village chief said when he heard about reporting. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Go Chi's voice. Can the government handle this? If they can, then Mother and I will report it. Not only for their false accusations against good people, but also for breaking into our home and attempting theft. And let's also calculate how much money we lost because of their robbery. The pot of chicken soup, the money we should have earned from selling pancakes today, and the compensation for the pancakes not being delivered on time. All these costs should be charged to those who broke into our home. Plus, the medical expenses from Mother being upset and the damage to Chi-Chi's reputation. Go Chi listed many costs in one breath, shocking everyone nearby. At first, Fong Cheng didn't expect this. He only thought about reporting to scare them into stopping their false accusations. But Go Chi followed his words and managed to calculate all these expenses, clearly aiming to make a big profit. That little girl is quite clever. She speaks so confidently, but I wonder if she really plans to make others pay so much, a student curiously chatted with Director Xiao. Who knows? If they get angry enough, they might make people pay. But it depends on whether your parent official, Lord Song, can handle this. Director Xiao smiled as he looked at his proud student. Yes, This is the newly appointed prefect of Weicheng, Lord Song Yuza. He originally came to visit Director Xiao today, but unexpectedly saw this interesting little girl, Go Chi. People won't pursue cases without reporting, but if she really reports, I will handle it fairly. Besides the chicken, we need to find witnesses. But for breaking into a home and attempted theft, no witnesses are needed. I can be a witness myself. This way, she can get compensation. Song Yuza looked at Go Chi, thinking her idea was very interesting. He also seemed to understand why Director Xiao didn't believe she stole the chicken. Let's see. Reporting to the authorities isn't something you just do on a whim. It seems these people are afraid when they hear about reporting. Director Xiao knows quite a bit about the Gojia village people. Of course, not just Gojia village. Anyone who hears about reporting officials would feel nervous. So, it's very likely that reporting the matter might not succeed. You don't need to report, kid. Let's all help look around and see if we can find another chicken. If we find one, it means you didn't steal this chicken. There's no need to report. The village chief didn't expect Go Chi to actually want to report, and he kept talking about all sorts of things. In the end, it was just about making others pay, which would anger everyone. He hurriedly tried to persuade him. But what if we can't find it? Uncle Village Chief, I think we should report. First, about breaking into someone's house. And then, Granny Zhao's chicken is missing. That shows there's a thief in our village. Today it's a chicken, but tomorrow it could be money, or even a child. This is a serious matter. For the good of the village, it's better to report. Go Chi exaggerated the danger, making the village chief look surprised. It's not that serious. They probably don't have the courage, he said. It could be. Maybe the thief is just testing how tolerant we are. If he finds out that we just accuse someone randomly, he might think he can get away with it. Maybe tomorrow, someone's child will go missing. So, Uncle Village Chief, our family has decided to report. I don't know what Granny Zhao thinks. Go Chi still insisted on reporting, this time pulling Granny Zhao to ask her opinion. By now, Granny Zhao roughly understood. Since Go Chi's family was so firm that they weren't involved, it was very likely not them. Reporting might help find the chicken, so she decided to go along. Of course, she was mainly thinking about the chicken and completely forgot that Go Chi's reason for reporting wasn't just about the chicken, it was also to accuse her of breaking into someone's house. Granny Zhao, what are you reporting for? They're accusing you of breaking into someone's house. If you report, you'll just be putting yourself in danger. Even if you find the chicken, it won't change the fact that you broke in. De Zhuang saw Granny Zhao seem to waver, so he quickly pulled her aside and whispered something in her ear. Although he spoke softly and no one heard what he said, his action made the onlookers feel something was odd. Song Yuza looked at De Zhuang and then curiously asked the villagers nearby who he was. He then gave a glance to his own attendants, who quietly left the crowd. After listening to Da Zhuang, Granny Zhao's initial decision wavered. She felt wrong about sneaking into someone's home, thinking she was just there to ask for a chicken, but now it seemed like she was breaking into a house. You must hold on. It's these two little kids who suddenly appeared and said they would report us if we didn't let Chi-Chi's family do the same. We need the village chief to make these kids leave because this has nothing to do with them, Da Zhuang said, noticing Granny Zhao was hesitating again, and he started giving her bad advice. Granny Zhao was confused about the chicken, and Da Zhuang took this chance to give her more bad ideas. She started to foolishly worry about Xiao Ji and Feng Cheng. This has nothing to do with you. It's a simple matter, but you insist on reporting us. Are you trying to make everyone think our Go family village has a thief? Would tarnishing our village's reputation benefit you? Don't forget, your school, Banshan Academy, isn't far from our village. You're risking ruining your school's name too, Granny Zhao said, all based on what Da Zhuang told her. Everyone watching saw this and thought Granny Zhao was acting very foolish today, but they still hoped Chi-Chi and the others wouldn't really report them. How do you know it has nothing to do with us? Because of your sneaking into someone's house, my cousin's chicken soup delivery was delayed. I just checked the chicken soup earlier. It was not only cold, but also burnt. That's a loss for us. So even if Chi-Chi doesn't report, we will, Xiaoji said, making it clear to everyone that the chicken soup was meant for someone else. Since the chicken soup was prepared, it probably wasn't stolen. If it was, it would be hard to explain how it was discovered, someone added. Yes, and I heard Chi-Chi has been delivering soup to Banshan Academy recently. Today's soup was probably meant for there too, which doesn't match Granny Zhao's story about kids being greedy, another said. Chi-Chi wouldn't be greedy. They make meat pies at home with plenty of meat. If they wanted to eat meat, they could just do so. It's fake to say they're greedy for meat, someone else added. Yes, maybe Chi-Chi is greedy for other things but not for meat, others chimed in. At this point, the onlookers seemed to realize they had been led by the conversation, and the scene started to change. People looked at Granny Zhao differently now. Did Granny Zhao really lose her chicken? Who knows? Her family has so many chickens. Maybe they really lost some, or maybe it's just her saying so. The chickens probably are lost, but Dazhuang is acting strangely. Didn't Granny Zhao say earlier that Dazhuang was the one who told her that Chi-Chi's family was boiling chickens? Could it be that Dazhuang stole the chickens and blamed Chi-Chi? That's really shameless, especially since Chi-Chi is just a child. Don't jump to conclusions. Whether the chickens are lost or stolen doesn't matter right now. We should find a way to leave Chi-Chi's house first. If Chi-Chi's family reports it to the police, will we also be considered trespassing?
That.
Probably not. Although they said this, everyone was pushing and shoving each other as they backed away from Go Chi's house, leaving only Granny Zhao and Dazhuang still in the yard. Go Chi rolled her eyes at their cowardice and curiosity. She said she wanted to report trespassing, but she wouldn't really offend most of the villagers just for that. She understood the lesson of warning others by punishing a chicken. Granny Zhao didn't notice that the people who had come with her to support her had already left. Dazhuang saw it, but he couldn't leave alone now, so he was actually more anxious than Granny Zhao. He thought he could pin the blame on Go Chi this time, but now things were going out of his control. Granny Zhao still listened to his analysis, but without evidence, it was a serious problem. Accusing Go Chi of stealing chickens might also put him in trouble. Everyone else was staying away from the main event, and he needed to find a way to stay out of it too. Is this soup for young Master Fong? The village chief was still at Go Chi's house. As the village chief, he couldn't sneak away like others. But now things were getting more complicated. He hadn't thought that the chicken soup was for Fong Cheng. Recently, everyone in the village knew Go Chi was delivering soup to a student at Banshan Academy. Why didn't he realize this earlier? The village chief was very annoyed. If he had thought of this sooner, maybe Granny Zhao and the others wouldn't have caused so much trouble here. Now, Go Chi said she would report to the police. Seeing how Go Mu looked, she seemed to support Go Chi's decision. As village chief, he felt he had no right to interfere with whether they reported or not, but he still thought reporting was not a good idea. He wanted to look around and see if anyone had a good relationship with Go Mu and could help persuade her. Unfortunately, Go Mother and the others didn't stay in Gojia village for long, so they haven't really found good friends yet. Fortunately, he saw Director Xiao, and in that moment, he even felt like he saw a savior. He quickly went to ask Director Xiao for help with his current trouble. There's no real need to solve anything. You just said that the chicken was missing since early this morning. The person who stole it probably hasn't gone far, so just search around the village. Kiki said her chicken was bought and can be proven with a witness, so she definitely didn't steal it. If you don't believe it, just send someone to ask around. The people selling chickens at the small market are mostly from nearby villages, so a little inquiry should be enough. As for the lost chicken, it would be best to find it. If not, then the chicken's owner will decide whether to report it to the authorities. But no matter what, we need to clear Kiki's name. She's so young, and being falsely accused by so many adults might scare her. As for breaking into someone's home, that depends on whether Kiki's family wants to pursue it. For now, it's better to find the chicken first. Director Zhao's words were straightforward and practical. Does the village chief not know about this? Of course he does, but just now he thought it was his own village's matter and didn't see the need to ask outsiders. And since it's just one chicken, he didn't think it was that complicated. Now that Director Xiao has said so, they'll start by looking for the chicken. At this moment, Song Yu's attendant, who had left the crowd earlier, quietly whispered something in Song Yu's ear. Song Yu nodded and then told Director Xiao to also help look for the chicken. Actually, this is something their official personnel should handle, so Director Xiao naturally didn't refuse. Mother, there's nothing here now. You and the others can continue making the cakes. We can't let a chicken that has nothing to do with us delay our business. Seeing the village chief leading people to find the chicken, Go Chi told Go Mother and the others to continue making the cakes. Go Mother didn't expect Go Chi to be so calm. Even in this situation, she still reminded herself to keep making the cakes. Don't worry, this won't be blamed on us, Go Chi said, then looked at the person standing with Director Xiao. She didn't recognize this person, but their demeanor was impressive, so she thought they must be an important figure. Also, when Dazhuang said he wanted to go look for the chicken, the person beside him naturally followed. It seemed they had also noticed Dazhuang's unusual behavior. Although Go Chi still doesn't understand why Dazhuang is targeting her, she believes she will find out soon. Everyone in the village seems to know about Zhao Posi's chicken being stolen. Although they know the village chief is leading people to search house by house, whenever they visit a home, they hear quiet but clear scolding and complaints. At first, De Zhuang followed the crowd. He tried several times to leave, but whether by coincidence or not, whenever he wanted to walk away, he was stopped and spoken to by two strangers nearby. This kept him from slipping away. When he reached his own house, he started to feel nervous and even lied, saying he forgot his house key. Your door isn't locked, so what does the key matter? The village chief didn't notice De Zhuang's strange behavior and cheerfully reminded him that his door wasn't locked at all. Now, De Zhuang had to let others into his house. Still, he wanted to control the situation and subtly guide the searchers away from the inside of his home. Let's go. It probably isn't De Zhuang. He's been helping me look, Zhao Posi said after inspecting De Zhuang's messy house. It was obvious whether there were chickens there or not. Earlier, everyone had been careless when checking other homes. Now that Zhao Posi, the owner, spoke, there was no need to look further. De Zhuang was overjoyed and started calling others to leave his house. But at that moment, he turned around and saw the two strangers, not from the village, standing on a small mound, seemingly talking about something. What's going on? Although the village chief didn't recognize these two, they had been with Director Xiao earlier, so he kept an eye on them. The two explained what they saw on the mound. Based on their experience, they could tell it was freshly dug. Today, I buried some wine. De Zhuang was surprised that someone noticed the mound and hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. Let's look elsewhere, Zhao Posi said, feeling a little nervous when she saw the mound. She was worried it might be her chicken, but when she heard it was wine, she relaxed and urged everyone to keep searching.
Wine?
Since it was just buried today, we might as well dig it up and check, said Song Yu's two followers, pulling out their knives and starting to dig. What are you doing? I already said it's wine. Why dig it up? Furthermore, we're still looking for the chicken. Once we find it and have a drink, I will treat both of you to a good one. De Zhuang felt nervous and quickly offered to buy drinks for them. Unfortunately, the two people in front of him kept moving without stopping. Plus, the jar De Zhuang buried wasn't very deep, so it was uncovered after just a few digs. The jar wasn't sealed tightly, so everyone knew it couldn't be used for storing wine. When they opened the jar, they saw a chicken lying inside, motionless. Old Lady Zhao immediately recognized it as her lost chicken and hurriedly took it out. The chicken's neck was hanging down, clearly twisted and broken, indicating it was killed violently.
Dazua.
Old Lady Zhao couldn't believe it. Just moments ago, De Zhuang was helping her, but now he's the one stealing chickens. I always thought De Zhuang was acting strange today. Turns out he's a thief, and he even encouraged Old Lady Zhao to falsely accuse Chi-Chi, a little girl.
What kind of person is he?
He buried the chicken, but it's probably not for eating. What's his real purpose? Maybe he's jealous of Go Chi's family making money. I never thought he was like this. The chicken was found, and De Zhuang was taken to Go Chi's house by Song Yu's guards. At this time, Song Yu and Director Xiao were still at Go Chi's house. Go's mother was nervous but stayed with them, not really following Go Chi's instructions to make pancakes. Go Chi was obediently acting cute nearby. When a group of people arrived with De Zhuang, he looked unhappy. "It's just a chicken. Why are you treating me like a murderer? Let me go. I can walk by myself." De Zhuang twisted his body, trying to break free, but the guards were professionals and wouldn't let him go. "Are you sure?" Song Yuza asked, not bothering to ask what was happening, just confirming if it was certain. After getting a positive answer, he ordered the guards to arrest De Zhuang directly. "Why are you doing this? It's just a chicken. I'll pay for it. Why are you arresting me? And who are you anyway, to just seize people like this?" Hearing he was going to be taken away, De Zhuang became nervous and resisted even more. But Song Yuza didn't respond to his words. He just said they were taking him to the yamen in Weicheng. After Song Yuza and his men left, the villagers were still confused.
Who was that?
Why did they just take De Zhuang away like that? Looking at his demeanor, he must be an important person. De Zhuang is also unlucky. He stole a chicken and was caught by such a big figure. He'll probably get scolded. Getting scolded is a small punishment. I feel sorry for my chicken. When Zhao Pozi heard others say De Zhuang would be scolded, she felt a bit relieved, but looking at the chicken in her hand, she thought it was a small punishment for De Zhuang. "Maybe you should apologize to Chi-Chi first," the village chief reminded Zhao Pozi. Earlier, Zhao Pozi had wrongly accused Go Chi. Yes, I was mistaken. Zhao Pozi realized she had wrongly accused Go Chi, so she took the dead chicken into Go Chi's yard. "Chi-Chi, it's my fault," an elder apologized to the young girl. Although she was prepared for this, saying such things in front of so many people made her feel a bit embarrassed. Zhao Pozi was also tricked. Now that she knows Chi-Chi didn't steal the chicken, that's good. "My chicken soup got ruined, so maybe Zhao Pozi can sell me a chicken." Go Chi didn't argue with Zhao Pozi like before, even though Zhao Pozi had been unreasonable earlier. "You're a good kid. I was deceived by that wicked person, so I came to trouble a young girl like you. We have plenty of chickens at home, and I'll send you a big one soon. But you'll need to spend some time recooking it. The chicken soup for the young man will be delayed, so I hope he won't mind." Zhao Pozi was quite rational. Soon, she brought Go Chi a live chicken and slaughtered it in front of her. Go Chi offered to pay, but Zhao Pozi didn't take the money. She lost 2 chickens in total, but now she seemed to care less. It seemed like everything was settled. The onlookers dispersed, and Director Xiao and the others also left. Only Xiao Ji and Fong Qing stayed at Go Chi's house, watching her cook the chicken. Go Chi took this chance to ask who the people with Director Xiao were. She just found out that the person was the newly appointed prefect. She felt a bit annoyed for not seizing the opportunity to get to know a high-ranking official. Go Chi felt a little regretful but comforted herself internally. At least she had seen him. Next time, she could try to get familiar with him. Now she should focus on cooking the chicken soup with Fong Qing, or they might stay there longer. But she seemed to have guessed wrong. Just as she was about to start cooking, Fong Qing suddenly stopped her. "Chi-Chi, you must be scared today. Maybe we shouldn't cook the chicken soup anymore. Anyway, I'm feeling better, and missing a day won't matter."
"It's okay.
The chicken is already killed, so it would be a pity not to use it. Your injury is almost healed, but it still needs proper care. I was planning to cook it for a few more days, but since you're unwilling, I will prepare it as promised for the last time. Although we can't have it this morning, it should be ready by the afternoon. By the way, how did you two come out of the school? Today isn't Mu Xiu's day, is it?" Go Chi said while still busy with her work. "The chicken still needs to be cooked. It's not just for one person. She also needs to help Go's parents recover their strength. It wasn't us who came out. It was Go Chong who came to find us. He said someone was causing trouble at your house, so we came to see what was happening," Xiao Ji said, not mentioning helping, just saying they came to watch the scene. But Go Chi knew they had come to help after hearing the news. She appreciated their kindness, whether it was Xiao Ji, Xiao Xiu, or Go Chong. "Since you've seen the trouble, isn't it time to go back to class? Dean Bai has already gone back. If you don't return soon, you might get into trouble." Go Chi's reminder made the 2 boys realize Dean Bai had already left. They quickly stopped watching Go Chi cook and hurried away. Because of this delay, Go's mother didn't have enough time. After Go Chi finished cooking the chicken soup, she came to help too. Although her small arms and legs couldn't do much, she could still help with lighting the fire. Go's mother and Annie each had a pot, and they both made pancakes at the same time. Finally, they made enough pancakes for the afternoon. Since they were making pancakes, there was no time for lunch. When Go's father and others returned, they only managed to eat a bowl of noodles as a quick meal. At this time, Go's father and the others learned about what happened in the morning. The two men were naturally angry but also relieved to have found the person who stole the chicken. Otherwise, Go Chi would have been blamed unfairly. Chi, don't be upset. It wasn't your fault. They have no proof, and even if they say it loudly, they can't blame you.
Don't worry, Dad.
And when those people barged in, the big dog was right beside me. They didn't dare come close. It's a pity about the soup we made this morning, Go Chi said casually, trying to keep everyone from worrying about her. Actually, there is really nothing to worry about. She believes the matter has already been settled. However, Father Go still thinks it's better to keep the gate closed when he and Uncle are not at home, to prevent anyone from sneaking in. This idea was shared by Mother Go and others, so from today onward, Go Chi's family no longer keeps the gate open when people are around, as they used to. In the afternoon, Go Chi took the cooked chicken soup to Fong Chung, but she didn't see him this time. Instead, Director Xiao called her over and gave her a book called The Great Peace Laws. Go Chi looked at the book The Great Peace Laws with curiosity. Although she now had Director Xiao's permission to borrow books, she still chose simple and easy-to-understand ones to avoid raising suspicion. This Great Peace Laws seemed too advanced for her, a young girl, to understand. Here is the book for you. I believe you will need it someday. If you don't understand something, you can ask Grandpa, Director Xiao said, as if explaining or perhaps saying nothing at all. His words were vague, and Go Chi still didn't understand why Director Xiao gave her this book. But having a book to read was good. She planned to go into business in the future, so reading such books could help her avoid crossing any lines. Thank you, Uncle Director, Go Chi said, then left the Mount Halfway Academy. She was so focused on the book that she forgot to bring back the soup pot she had taken to Fong Chung. At home that evening, she started reading The Great Peace Laws. The book detailed many crimes, including the housebreaking she mentioned earlier. But after carefully reading the definition, she realized that what happened at her home today didn't quite count as that. It seems that Dazhuang should be back tomorrow. Maybe Director Xiao gave me this book to remind me not to let my guard down. Dazhuang might still be a threat to me or the family. As long as I understand the Great Peace Laws, I can find a way to send him back to the authorities if he tries anything. Thinking of this, Go Chi couldn't help but smile. Then she seriously began memorizing the Great Peace Laws. The next day, her mother and others went out to sell pancakes. Go Chi was bored at home and was about to go up the mountain to search for treasure when she heard the village bustling with noise. Then he heard Arya calling her at her house door. Chi, come out and see the fun. De Zhuang is back. Arya's loud and restless call made it impossible for Go Chi to ignore. And clearly, Arya was saying that De Zhuang had returned, which made Go Chi slightly frown. It seemed that her thoughts from yesterday were correct. According to the Daoan law, De Zhuang probably wouldn't face serious punishment. His return today was quite normal. But she still didn't understand why De Zhuang was targeting her, so she knew she had to be more careful of him in the future. Why are you still spacing out? Hurry up, or you'll miss the good spot, Arya said, pulling Go Chi along. Arya took Go Chi to the ancestral hall of the Go family.
It was crowded there.
They finally squeezed inside and saw two attendants talking with the village head. Yesterday, those two were close to Song Yuze, but today they were dressed as officers, clearly not just attendants anymore. As for De Zhuang, he was lying pale on a cart, with messy hair and a few strands moving near his mouth, showing he was still alive. Go Chi carefully observed and saw that he had been whipped, with all the injuries on his buttocks. There were no other visible wounds. It seemed that with some medicine and rest, he would be fine in a few days. But from the severity of his injuries, Go Chi could tell that Lord Song had been beaten badly. The village head nodded politely, apparently talking to those two people. Then someone came out, looked around the crowd, and seemed to not see the person they were looking for, so they ran away. After a while, the person returned with De Zhuang's older brother, De Jian. De Jian knew about what happened yesterday, so he didn't feel like going out today. Today was the market day, and he had planned to buy some things. But because of what happened to De Zhuang yesterday, he was afraid of being talked about, so he stayed inside. In the end, he couldn't even hide at home and was called out. And when he came out, he headed straight to the ancestral hall, which was definitely not a good sign. When he arrived, he saw De Zhuang looking a bit worried, then ignored him and went straight to see the village head. The village head talked to him excitedly, saying a lot of things, which made him a little anxious. The voice grew louder, and even Go Chi outside could hear what he was saying. How can this be? Why should I pay for his mistakes? We've already divided the family. De Jian's words made Grandma Zhao feel happy inside. Yesterday, she lost 2 chickens, and now hearing about compensation, she was sure she would get paid. She didn't know how much, but any compensation would be good. Why are you shouting? I'm just asking you to help pay up front a little. Since you're brothers, once he wakes up, he can pay you back. With me here, you don't have to worry he won't give you the money. The village chief also raised his voice, as if a louder tone would make De Jian agree to help De Zhuang pay. De Jian seemed timid, but when it came to money, he was never willing to help De Zhuang. So, the situation remained stuck, which made the village chief feel embarrassed. 2 officials look at this. The village chief could only ask the 2 officers for help, as he was out of ideas. But the officers didn't expect much from the village chief. They already knew yesterday that he lacked courage. Therefore, when they arrived, Song Yuzhe had already foreseen this situation and approved using De Zhuang's family's belongings as compensation. Originally, when they heard De Zhuang had an older brother, they thought they wouldn't need to look for anything. But to their surprise, the brother was so stingy that they had to go to De Zhuang's house to find something to settle the debt. When they heard they didn't need him to pay, just use De Zhuang's family's things, the brother was eager. He took out a key from De Zhuang and enthusiastically led the officers and the village chief to De Zhuang's house. Go Chi and the others naturally followed, wanting to watch the whole scene. Of course, De Zhuang was also pushed back home. Even if De Jian didn't want to help him pay, at least he could be moved back home. When they arrived at De Zhuang's house, the officers started searching for valuable items. Unfortunately, although De Zhuang's family wasn't extremely poor, they didn't have many valuable things. Otherwise, they would have sold them long ago to get a bride. After searching around, they only found a camphorwood chest that looked like it might be worth something. But the chest was empty inside, nothing at all. So, the only thing they could use as compensation was this chest. This chest won't do. It's my mother's dowry chest, and can't be used for debt. De Zhuang, how long are you going to pretend? They're going to take your mother's chest. Get up now. De Jian saw the box and got excited. He wanted to stop the officer from taking it, but also wanted De Zhuang to get up. Because De Zhuang had an injury and was lying on a wooden board, he initially wanted to pretend to be fine. But now his older brother had seen through him, and he couldn't pretend anymore. His brother's hand was already raised, ready to strike his injured. If he didn't wake up now, his would get hit again. Just take it if you want. I don't have money to pay them anyway, De Zhuang said stubbornly, not caring about the box that De Jian was trying to protect. You shouldn't have been given this box when we divided the family. What's inside? You're not going to keep it, are you?
Dayin was furious.
His earlier timid attitude was gone, and now he was pointing at De Zhuang's nose and shouting. There's nothing special inside. If it's yours, just take it. If you care so much about this box, you can buy it back, De Zhuang said casually. But his calm words made De Jian tremble with anger.
Fine.
This box originally belonged to our mother. If you don't want me to take it, I will. I won't give you the money either, because it's our mother's stuff. Officers, our family has been divided for many years. I don't have anything to do with this. Find something else to settle the debt, De Jian said, trying to leave with the box. But before he could take a step, the officer stopped him. You two are just putting on a show. This box is the only valuable thing in the house. Do you really think you can just take it? The officer snatched the box from De Jian's arms. This is my mother's thing. How can I not take it? De Jian was anxious, but he seemed afraid of the officer. He lowered his head and kept looking at De Zhuang. Go Qi, being small, could only see at a lower angle. But because of this, she saw De Jian looking at De Zhuang. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. De Jian looked honest, but he wasn't a good person. No wonder the officers said the brothers were putting on a show. They really knew how to judge people. You've already said you and your brother have divided the family. So, this box naturally belongs to him after the division. It's his stuff. Of course, you can take it. But if you do, it shows your family division isn't clear. In that case, your brother should pay the compensation. We're too lazy to sell this box at a discount, the officer said as he reached out to De Jian, seemingly asking for money, but actually giving him the choice to pay or keep the box. De Jian looked at the outstretched hand, exchanged glances with De Zhuang, and finally angrily decided to abandon the box, refusing to pay. Bah, I thought he was a good son, but it turns out he's just after money. Honestly, this box isn't worth much anyway. Why do they treasure it so much? Maybe it's actually valuable. I heard their mother used to be a rich lady, so this box might really be a treasure. Really? A rich lady from a big family married into our village? Who knows? That's what I heard. After having De Zhuang, she disappeared, or else their family wouldn't be so poor now. Those two are just wasteful. No wonder they're pretending to pay for the chicken as compensation. The onlookers whispered quietly. Go Qi listened to this news story with interest. This story is from a long time ago, and whether it's true or not is uncertain. Go Qi thought that even if their mother wasn't from a wealthy family, she was probably from a rich one. From the carvings on the box, it must be valuable. Go Qi had noticed this box earlier, but now she saw it carefully and realized it was emitting a faint white mist. Because it was so faint, she hadn't noticed before, but now that she saw it, she wanted to examine it closely. The scene before her was different from usual. Usually, there was a picture on one side and text on the other, but this time, it wasn't the wooden box itself, but a rectangular shadow. The explanation of the text was strange. It didn't say what this shadow was for. It only said it was a piece of paper with writing on it. This piqued Go Qi's curiosity. She looked at the wooden box and wanted to take it for herself. Now she hoped that De Zhuang and his brother would give up on the box so she could buy it with her own money. From the current situation, these two brothers didn't seem to know about the hidden compartment in the box, but they seemed to understand its importance, so their glances at each other became even more frequent. Why are you two giving such strange looks? Hurry up and decide. Either pay the compensation, which isn't much, just about 200 coins. You could use this box as compensation. Looking at how old and worn it is, it's uncertain if it's worth 200 coins. But it's barely enough. We can try to negotiate with the owner and see if they'll accept this box. The guard's skill in appraising things is similar to that of a pawn shop. No matter how you look at this box, it doesn't seem worth more than 200 coins. But in their eyes, it might not even be worth that. The two brothers, Da Zhuang and Dejian, are now looking at the box, not exchanging glances, but whispering to each other. To outsiders, it seems like Da Zhuang is asking Dejian for money, but actually, they're discussing whether the box really has a secret. In the end, both brothers agree that their mother's secret isn't in this box, so they finally generously hand it over to the guards. All right, I've given you the box. That counts as my compensation. Don't come back asking me for more if that old woman refuses it later. I'm injured and need to rest properly. You two should leave now and stop bothering me. Da Zhuang handed over the box and felt justified, even starting to chase them away. Of course, right now, he can only speak and can't do much else. As long as you don't cause trouble again, we won't come back, said the guards. They're not fools, and even if Da Zhuang is just talking big, they won't give him a good look. But right now, they're too lazy to argue with Da Zhuang. They need to hurry back to Weicheng, so completing their task is most important. After leaving Da Zhuang's house, they hesitated about where to go next. The village chief accompanied them the whole time. Although he talked a lot, it seemed the guards intentionally ignored him. They only spoke to him when asking for directions. The village chief didn't mind. He just wanted to take care of these two first. Once they left, everything would be fine. Go-chi followed them, trying to find a chance to talk to the guards about buying the box, but until they reached Granny Zhao's house, she couldn't find an opportunity. It's just that the village chief kept following, and the crowd watching also stayed around. Plus, Arya was holding her hand, so she couldn't do anything she was thinking. Fortunately, Granny Zhao didn't want the box after seeing it. Although the carvings were nice, it looked very old. When Granny Zhao learned it was something left by Dazhuang's mother, who died in childbirth, she felt it was unlucky and decided not to take the box as compensation. Sir, isn't part of this compensation supposed to be for my family? Maybe I should ask Chi-Chi's family. If they want this box, then I'll just get paid by them. Mrs. Zhao quietly suggested to the two officials that she had seen Go-Chi outside. She was worried that Go-Chi's family might not want the box, and if that happened, she wouldn't receive her compensation. Old lady, your family also needs to pay compensation. Don't forget you were involved when you barged in yesterday, the official said, knowing what Mrs. Zhao was hinting at. But if her family was worried, then Go-Chi's family might also have concerns. For now, they had to ask Go-Chi's family first. If they refused, they would have to think of other ways. I understand. I've already thought it through. Rest assured, officials, Mrs. Zhao nodded and bowed to the officials. Since she didn't want the box, she figured that if Go-Chi's family was reasonable, she could just give them some other small gift later. The matter of compensation for Go-Chi's family wasn't as strictly enforced as it was for Dazhuang's family. Go-Chi, waiting outside the door, finally relaxed when she saw the officers come out with the box again. If she had known earlier that Song Yuza wanted Dazhuang's family to pay compensation, she wouldn't have worried so much. When the officer reached her door, she suddenly realized that although her family hadn't suffered any loss yesterday, the official still cared about her. He was truly a kind official who loved the people. Chi-Chi, is anyone home today? The village chief followed behind and only remembered to ask Go-Chi when they reached the door. Go-Chi initially thought she could handle any issues herself, but when she turned her head slightly, she saw Daejian watching them from a distance in the crowd. Although she didn't know why Daejian was there, Go-Chi was cautious. She was afraid that if Daejian found out the box was at her house, he might have bad intentions. Instead of risking that, she decided to take the officers to the small market first. No one is home. My mother and aunt are at the market. My father and uncle went to the cart. All right. Then, officials, you can wait here for them to come back or go to the market to find the child's mother, the village chief suggested eagerly, wanting to resolve the matter quickly and send the officers away. Let's go to the market. If they also refuse, we can think of other ways. The village chief didn't need to accompany them anymore. He told Go-Chi to lead the way. The officers looked at Go-Chi, silently asking if she could guide them. Go-Chi nodded naturally, as that was her plan from the start. People watching saw Go-Chi leave with the guards. They didn't bother to watch anymore since they already knew the outcome, and it was enough to talk about for a while. This suited Go-Chi's plan. However, Daejian had been following from a distance, probably wanting to make sure the box finally reached Go-Chi's home. Go-Chi needed to think of a way to take the items from inside the box without letting Daejian realize it hadn't yet arrived at her house. Go-Chi was bouncing along happily, running ahead and then turning back to look at the two guards. She was mostly checking if Daejian was following. He probably didn't suspect her, as he didn't hide when she turned around. He only carefully dodged when they accidentally crossed paths. This allowed Go-Chi to keep an eye on him. She wasn't sure if the guards noticed Daejian following them, but they probably wouldn't care even if they did, since they seemed to be chatting with her. Chi-Chi, why are you carrying a bamboo basket? One of the slightly taller guards asked, watching Go-Chi jump around with the basket bouncing along with her, looking very cute. In case my mother wants this box, I have to carry it back just in case, Go-Chi said, swinging her small basket and looking for praise. Smart. How about you carry it for now? The darker guard joked, placing the box into her basket. Go-Chi nodded naturally. As long as she had the box, she might find a chance to take out the items inside. Unfortunately, since the box had been in her basket all along, She didn't get a chance to examine it until they reached her mother's stall selling pancakes. So she had to think of other ways. For example, convincing her mother to hold the box. But Dejian was still watching from behind, so if her mother took the box, she wasn't sure if Dejian might have bad intentions. She needed to think of another plan. She decided to observe Dejian while listening to her mother and the guards talk. After her mother learned the situation, she shared Go Chi's reluctance to take the box, just like Granny Zhao. Although she saw Go Chi wanted the box, she didn't dare take something that belonged to a woman who had died in childbirth. She still hasn't given her father a son. She doesn't want to be involved with such unlucky things. The constables probably guessed this situation, so they didn't insist. They just said they would take the box back to the official office first. Because the box was used to settle a debt, they could only return to the office. After recording the transaction, they could then take the money owed by the box. Go mother said it was fine and that she wasn't in a hurry. So, the constables took the box and left. Go Chi was anxious inside. She saw there was something inside the box, but she couldn't get it. This feeling made her scratch her head in frustration. Mother, I'll go back first, Go Chi said. She didn't want to give up and planned to walk a little way with the constables to see if she could shake off Dejian and then go alone to get the box. Coincidentally, Dejian saw the constables carrying the box and didn't follow anymore. It seemed he knew the box belonged to the official office, so he couldn't get it. Go Chi watched Dejian's figure disappear and felt a burst of happiness. She didn't expect the opportunity she had been searching for to come so quickly. After Dejian was completely out of sight, Go Chi ran eagerly toward the direction where the constables had left. Even though she had short legs, she could still catch up with the two walking constables when running full speed. And just as she was about to catch up, she shouted loudly. Although the two were curious why Go Chi called out to them, they stopped and waited for her. What's wrong, Chi? The tall constable looked at Go Chi, who was panting heavily. He asked but didn't rush her to answer. Instead, he waited until she caught her breath. Mother said we can take this box. It's rare for two uncles to come all this way again. My dad goes to a city every day, so it's easier to deliver to the pawn shop. We'll just pay Mrs. Zhao directly. You two are busy, so you don't have to make multiple trips for such a small matter. Go Chi made up a quick excuse, which sounded quite reasonable. When the two constables heard this, they thought it was more convenient, so they really handed the box to Go Chi. Thank you. That'll be 100 coins for Mrs. Zhao's house and 100 coins for you. If the pawn shop offers more money, consider it your delivery fee. After giving instructions, the constables placed the box into Go Chi's basket and then left. Go Chi didn't rush to leave after getting the box. Instead, she looked for a place to examine it carefully. The box looks beautiful with carved designs and has a faint, pleasant smell. This scent is unique to cedarwood boxes and is very nice. However, Gookie doesn't understand the art of carving or the meaning of the smell. She is focused on how to open the hidden compartment. The box has probably been in Dazhuang's hands for a long time. Judging by how the two brothers behave, they might also have some ideas about it. But after trying for so long, they haven't found the hidden compartment, which shows how well it is concealed. If Gookie's eyes didn't see anything inside, she would think it's just an ordinary box. Strange, if it can hold something inside, it should also be possible to take it out. Why can't I find the opening? Gookie doesn't understand mechanisms, so she just taps here and there. But even after trying, she can't get the contents out, which makes her very frustrated. No, I can't keep trying. Mom will be back soon, and if she sees I'm not home, that will be trouble. Although Gookie doesn't want to give up, she knows she can't spend too much time on it outside. If she can't open it quickly, she will have to stop. She puts the box back into the bamboo basket, surrounds it with firewood, and even places some on top, making it look like she casually carried a basket of firewood. This is also to avoid running into Dejian when she returns to the village. If he sees the box in her hands, it could cause problems. Fortunately, Dejian is probably already home when she returns, so he doesn't see her. This makes Gookie feel more at ease. She arranges the firewood, hides the box, and soon her mother arrives. Gookie takes out the 200 when she prepared earlier and gives it to her mother, saying it was sent by 2 officials. Already? I thought it would take longer to get here in Weiqing, her mother says, looking at the money. She takes out 100 won and hands the rest back to Gookie to keep safe. They probably didn't want to bother making the trip, so they just paid in advance. 200 won isn't much for them. They originally planned to deliver it to my mother's stall, but I saw them on the roadside gathering firewood and just gave it to me. Gookie's explanation leaves her mother with no suspicion. She even thinks it's good, so she doesn't have to face the officials again. Today, when the 2 men stayed at her stall for a while, it drew some curiosity. Luckily, it wasn't anything bad. Otherwise, her family's business of selling cakes might have to stop. Mother Go took 100 coins to find Grandma Zhao. After giving her the money, she didn't chat much with Grandma Zhao, only saying she was busy cooking, and then left. Grandma Zhao naturally knew that if it weren't for the money, the 2 guards would have given Mother Go the coins just for convenience, and probably Mother Go wouldn't have wanted to talk to her. Since they are neighbors and fellow villagers, Grandma Zhao felt a bit guilty about the situation. She didn't know how to break the awkward silence with Mother Go for a while. Mother Go, of course, didn't know what Grandma Zhao was thinking. She was busy herself. After lunch, she went to the market with her eldest aunt. At home, only Go Chi was left. Go Chi took out her box again and studied it carefully. This time at home, she could find tools from time to time, which made her feel like she was making progress. Here, I can insert something.
Could it be a key or something?
Could a key this small be made in this era? Go Chi was using a small wooden stick to poke at a carved hole, and she suddenly noticed that one hole felt different from the others. She could push it further inside. It probably isn't a key. I don't know if it was intentional or if the carver was too heavy-handed. I'll try other spots. She looked at the tiny hole and dismissed the idea that it was a keyhole but made a mark on that spot anyway. Then she found several similar holes, quite a few in total. Could it really be the carver's mistake? Go Chi thought as more and more holes that could be poked into appeared, feeling she might be going in the wrong direction. No, wait, these holes seem to form a picture. This part looks like a petal. Using her imagination, Go Chi noticed that if she linked some of the marked holes, they formed a smooth arc. The arc looked very natural, almost like she was drawing something. Maybe there's more. I should keep looking. I won't jump to conclusions too early. After seeing the petal shape, she felt she was on the right track. No matter if her guess was correct or not, she wanted to find all the holes carefully before making a conclusion. She continued searching for a while, repeatedly confirming her findings. Finally, she realized that the marks she made really resembled a pattern of a flower. When she traced the carved pattern on the box onto paper and carefully marked all the holes, then connected them, a beautiful plum blossom appeared on the paper. Really a flower, but I wonder if this is the way to open the hidden compartment. Go Chi carefully examined the blossom, trying to see if there is anything different about it. Is there a gap here? Did I miss it when tracing, or is there actually a gap? Go Chi found 2 holes with a slightly larger distance between them under one petal of the blossom. She compared the drawing with the box and repeated her observations several times, realizing that there was indeed a gap. Intentionally left? She quickly thought of the possibility, and this gap became her next line of thought. Perhaps the way to open the hidden compartment was related to this gap. The pattern was a plum blossom, and there was a gap here. Go Chi thought about it and decided to try poking all the holes around the pattern starting from this gap. She acted on her idea, but no matter whether she poked clockwise or counterclockwise, the box remained silent and still. Did I guess wrong? Go Chi picked up the trace diagram again and examined it carefully. The center of the flower is separated. I connected it based on my own idea, but if the center and petals are separated, it looks more like a complete flower. But if they are separated, the connection between the center and petals is lost. It seemed her previous idea was wrong. This wasn't a game of one drawing, but perhaps a different method. For example, inserting sticks into all the holes without removing them. She thought of another possibility. Although it seemed complicated, Go Chi decided to try it to retrieve the items inside the box. She carefully cut several sticks and began inserting them into the holes. Just as she was about to finish, she realized she was one stick short by a lucky coincidence. Go-chi didn't want to make more sticks and casually took a needle from her mother's sewing box to substitute. Since it was just an experiment, as long as she inserted something into all the holes, it should work. As she pushed the needle into a hole, a tiny click sound came from inside the box. Hearing this click, Go-chi thought she had succeeded and the hidden compartment might open. But upon closer inspection, she found the box was still the same and hadn't opened. Did I hear it wrong? Go-chi took out the needle again. When removing it, it also made a click sound. After trying several times, Go-chi was sure that the click sound was not a mistake, but indeed came from the box. Could it be because of the metal? She said, quickly removing all the inserted bamboo sticks. Then she used a needle to poke at other holes. Unfortunately, only the original hole made the click sound, the others did not. Go-chi discovered that the spot that made the click sound was exactly the right side hole she mentioned earlier. There's definitely something different about this spot. Go-chi took another needle and poked at the holes on both sides of the one she inserted into. This time, when she inserted the needle into the hole on the right side, it made the click sound again. Other places made no sound at all. There's hope, there's hope. Using these two holes that produced the click sound, she already guessed how to open the inner layer. Next, she took all the needles from her Mother Go's sewing box and inserted them into these holes. Surprisingly, following her idea, she could hear the click sound as she moved along. At the place where the petals and stamen switch, just confirming which hole makes the click sound was enough to find the right spot. Unfortunately, just as she was about to succeed, her Mother Go's needles ran out, which made Go-chi very helpless. There was no way around it. No family would have so many needles prepared. So Go-chi took the opportunity, while her great-aunt and others hadn't returned, to bring her great-aunt's sewing box. Then she started inserting needles again, but sadly, she was still 3 needles short, which left her a bit at a loss. It was almost successful, but missing 3 needles. This was really frustrating. No, just 3 needles short. I'll borrow some. Anyway, 3 needles, I'll return them after using. She was about to go out to find Arya, but before leaving, she stopped again. No, everyone has needles, that's true, but it would seem strange if I borrowed needles without reason. If Dazhuang and Daejian find out, they might think the box is with me. Better not to borrow them. Before she left, Go-chi turned back and looked at the nearly completed plum blossom pattern, unable to help but pace back and forth. Maybe I should try breaking the needles. This was the only possible way. So Go-chi took out a needle and tried to bend it by hand. Unfortunately, since it was made of metal, her little strength couldn't break it. Not only did she fail to break it, she couldn't even bend it. But she wasn't stupid. She used tools to help. Although her family wasn't made up of professional craftsmen, they did have some common tools like hammers. Go-chi used a hammer to try a few times. Even though she was small, she used a method of breaking firewood by stepping on it. She placed the needle at an angle and hammered it repeatedly. After several hits, the needle finally broke. Please do not try this dangerous action. She then tried to insert the 2 broken pieces into a hole, and she could hear a clicking sound. This meant that even a broken needle could be useful. Since that worked, Go-chi broke 2 more needles, and now she had enough pieces. After hearing a click from the last hole, the hidden compartment in the box finally popped open. Yes, I did it. Go-chi was very happy. After working on it for so long, she finally opened the hidden compartment. She wasn't sure what kind of paper was inside, but it must be something valuable or interesting because it was hidden so carefully. An ownership paper. It's actually a property deed. Too bad it's not from Wei City, but Yen City is fine too. It's not too far away. I just don't know what kind of house this deed is for. Go-chi didn't expect that the valuable paper inside was a property deed. This cedarwood box is perfect for storing paper and such. It looks completely undamaged. But unfortunately, I can't keep this box at home. I need to find a way to get rid of it. As for the deed, it belongs to me now. Who asked that big guy to falsely accuse me? This is just compensation. Even Lord Song asked him to make up for it. I think it's fair to ask for a little extra. Besides, he voluntarily handed over the box, so naturally, the things inside are also given willingly. Yes, That's right. To feel at ease about owning the deed, Go-chi talked to herself and gave herself a mental boost. In the end, she truly felt comfortable keeping the deed. She also decided to find time to check where the deed was located. After putting the deed away, she closed the hidden compartment, removed all the needles, returned the items to her aunt's house, and hid the box as if nothing had happened. That evening, when Go-chi's father and others came back, they didn't know about the box. However, Go-chi's mother mentioned the compensation. Go-chi's father was still unhappy about only receiving 100 coins. My family's reputation for Chi-Chi is only worth 100 coins. The new governor seems reasonable, but he's not a good official. You see, if no one had sent someone to find the chicken, Chi-Chi's reputation would have been ruined. But I didn't expect Lord Song to be so young and humble. He's quite nice. Mother only learned later that Song Yuza is the governor, but even if she didn't know, she still thinks well of him. After all, Song Yuza helped Chi-Chi, so he's considered a benefactor to our family. Yes, but why did Dazhuang falsely accuse Chi-Chi? Mother couldn't answer this question. Neither father nor mother knows why Dazhuang accused Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi herself isn't sure either. But she already arranged for Dafu to investigate yesterday. Dafu isn't really good at business, but lately he's been watching Urfa succeed at Chi-Chi's place and feels very jealous. Unfortunately, he's not successful himself, so he's worried Chi-Chi might stop trusting him. Fortunately, this time Chi-Chi asked him to look into Dazhuang's situation. He's good at investigations. When he was a thief, he relied on careful research to decide if stealing was worth it. Though he sometimes failed, he was much more familiar with this than with business deals. So, before father and mother fully understood what was going on, Dafu already had a basic idea. He didn't rush to tell Chi-Chi. Instead, he continued investigating and only reported his findings later. But these results made Chi-Chi frown. It turns out that Daejian and Dazhuang are related to Chi-Chi's family through some distant relatives. It's not just family from the Gong family side, but relatives from third aunt side. These complicated family ties, how did third aunt end up connected with Dazhuang? And it seems Daejian also knows about this. Dafu saw Daejian meet with third aunt during his investigation. Daejian even received money from her, though he looked unhappy about it. He later heard that their conversation was about Dazhuang helping, but then getting beaten up. It's easy to see what might be behind all this. Chi-Chi, your third aunt definitely doesn't want you to have a good life. She saw your family improving and quickly tried to cause trouble. You should be very careful of her. Big Rich felt that Go-chi's family was not happy, so he naturally reminded Go-chi to be careful. Of course, in his view, they had finally found someone who could help them get rich, and they couldn't let a small person ruin that. Of course, you should be careful. Not just of her, but also of other jealous people. But as long as we have no evidence against them, and with Lord Song's sharp judgment, they can't do anything to us.
So, you all.
Go-chi didn't finish her words, but Big Rich understood her meaning. He awkwardly scratched his head, indicating they had given up their bad habits. Since they started following Go-chi, they hadn't stolen anything, not even fruits from the fields. It's not just that. Don't do any illegal things either, so no one can use that against us. Then those petty people won't be able to catch us doing anything wrong. By the way, recently you should find time to go to Yanqing. I'll give you an address. Please check out what kind of place it is. Go-chi knew her words earlier might have hurt Big Rich's pride a bit. Although he used to be a thief, since she involved them, she couldn't keep bringing it up. They've already started changing. So she quickly changed the subject and gave Big Rich the address from the previous house deed, asking him to go see what the house was like. Big Rich wasn't really suited for business, so she thought it was better to let him do what he was good at. She also instructed Big Rich to come to her tomorrow early in the morning after his parents left. She planned to have Big Rich the wooden box, which had been kept at home. She was worried that one day, Go-mother might find out about it. The next day, Big Rich waited until Go-chi's family had left before coming to see her. Go-chi made sure no one was outside, especially her brothers De Zhuang and De Jian, before she felt safe enough to close the door. You know about De Zhuang causing trouble at my house recently. The officer took a box from them, but my mother and Grandma Zhao didn't want it. Go Chi briefly explained what happened. Big Rich thought she liked that box and wanted him to help find it. But Go Chi said no. Although she did like the box, it couldn't stay at home because Go Mother had seen it and didn't like it.
So, it couldn't stay.
Actually, I took that box back, but I did it without my mother's permission. I initially thought the box looked very nice and wanted to keep it, but lately I've been feeling that something isn't right. At that time, I was not with the officer uncle to find my mother, but I noticed that Uncle De Jian was following us.
What?
That means he still cares about the box. It's probably important to their family too. They might be planning to steal or take it after the officer leaves. No, this box can't stay at home. It's too dangerous.
I will sell the box now.
If Chi-Chi likes the cedar box, my brother and I will be more careful and find a better one for her. De Fu, upon hearing that De Jian was following the officer, immediately thought of this and quickly suggested to Go Chi. I think the same. It's not worth risking the family just for this box. Also, I've looked at it, and it's just decorated nicely. There's nothing special about it. I believe we will find a better one in the future. Go Chi agreed with De Fu. Although she liked the compartment inside the cedar box, she thought it was better to sell it. Who knows if De Jian might go to the pawn shops to look for it. Exactly, but now it's daytime. If I take the box out, it's easy to be seen. I'll come tonight. Chi-Chi, don't fall asleep then. As for going to Yen City, can it wait another day? De Fu felt that selling the box was important, but he still wanted to ask Go Chi what she thought. What if Go Chi thought going to Yen City was more important? It's fine. It's been rainy these days. Once it clears up, going to Yen City can wait, Go Chi said. She didn't mind delaying the trip. De Fu could decide the timing himself. After confirming Go Chi's plans, De Fu left. Today, since he missed the ox cart that Go Fu and the others took to Wei City, he didn't have much to do. So, he went up the mountain to gather a lot of firewood for Go Chi's family. This move made Go Chi's excuse for going up the mountain useless, so she thought for a moment and decided to go to the Half Mountain Academy instead. Since the last chicken soup incident, she hadn't been to the academy in a long time. It was about time to visit again. Director Xiao was very kind to her. She had finished reading the Great Peace Laws, so now it was time to look for other books. When she arrived at the gate of the Half Mountain Academy, the gatekeeper sighed because Go Chi hadn't come for a long time. Without needing to announce herself, she was allowed to enter directly. Go Chi didn't look for Fong Chung or Xiaoji but went straight to the library pavilion. She had a borrowing permit from Director Xiao, so she was able to borrow books. Just before she approached the library, she heard Director Xiao loudly scolding someone, clearly indicating that Xiaoji had caused trouble again. Little brat, you said you caught a snake, so you should act properly if you caught it. How did the snake get away? And it came to the library. Now, how are we supposed to find it? Honestly, what kind of snake was it? Was it poisonous? From Director Zhao's words, it was easy to tell that Xiaoji had gone snake catching again. I don't understand why this kid loves snakes so much. Didn't he catch one last time? Did he eat it? I've heard snake meat is tasty, but just thinking about it makes me nervous. Chi-Chi, don't go over there. Xiaoji's snake is in the library, and it's dangerous. Go Chi hesitated, unsure whether to go further, when Fong Qing appeared behind her and stopped her. Brother Cheng, I heard what Grandpa said. Wasn't that the snake we caught last time? Go Chi asked curiously, really wanting to know if the snake in the library was poisonous. Although Director Xiao also asked Xiaoji, Xiaoji was now bowing his head and didn't dare reply. No, it's the one he caught yesterday. It was a poisonous snake, Fong Qing said lightly, but the last few words made Go Chi look at him in surprise, as if trying to tell from his expression whether he was trying to scare her on purpose. Why are you so surprised? I'm not lying. I went with him yesterday to catch it. It almost bit me. Luckily, he's used to catching snakes and knocked it out with a stick. We thought we had killed it, so we forgot to tighten the bag. But today, when we looked again, it was gone. Someone saw it in the library, and that's how Grandpa found out. Fong Qing said it was their carelessness, but Go Chi knew without thinking that it was Xiaoji's fault. Still, losing a poisonous snake and getting scolded was inevitable. Why does he catch snakes? Go Chi wondered if she should help find the snake. She planned to borrow some books later anyway. But she thought, since she's just a kid, even if she wanted to help, the people in the academy wouldn't let her. Better to chat with Fong Chung. Helpful, but I can't say more about privacy. Fong Chung was very reserved. He originally wanted to chat and gossip, but he suddenly changed the subject and asked Go Chi what kind of books she wanted to borrow today. Seeing that he wouldn't tell her more, Go Chi could only continue talking with him. She was just here to find books, but she wondered if she could take a few home today. Found it, I found it. While Go Chi and Fong Chung were talking and didn't know what to say, good news finally came from ahead. Then someone was seen holding the snake's head in one hand and pulling the tail in the other, catching the snake. At this point, the onlookers finally relaxed. Go Chi looked at the snake, and her data clearly indicated that the snake was poisonous. This made her see Xiao Ji's bravery in a new light. This snake is really scary. Little Chung should remind little Ji not to do dangerous things. Grandpa the director scolded harshly, but it's clear he's really worried about you guys. Go Chi looked at the snake, feeling a bit worried about the two boys. After all, they were her friends, and she really didn't want them to get into trouble because of their own mistakes. Some things are really frustrating, Fong Chung said. This made Go Chi think of many stories, but since Fong Chung didn't say more, she didn't ask. Now that the library is usable again, she decided to be honest and go find some books to read. As for the story of Xiao Ji and the snake, she would wait until they wanted to tell her. It seemed like this small incident was over. Later, she heard that Xiao Ji really didn't go to the mountains to catch snakes anymore. Instead, he contacted a hunter at the village's east end, who caught a snake and sent it to the Half-Mountain Academy. This move kept Xiao Ji and his friends safe, but it also made Go Chi more curious about why Xiao Ji wanted the snake. But since they didn't say anything, she chose not to ask. After all, she didn't have the skill to catch snakes herself, and even if she wanted to earn money this way, it was impossible. Instead of thinking about this, she decided to focus on her family's pancake business. Recently, Go Chi's mother and her aunt seemed very busy. It had to be said that their business skills were quite strong. But because they were so busy, Go Chi had been holding back her idea to add more sugar to the pancakes. The business was growing too slowly and couldn't keep up with the second richest pace of expanding. Maybe they should hire more people to grow the business. However, Go Chi thought about the villagers and wasn't sure who to hire. Since the last incident with Dazhuang, she felt the villagers weren't as friendly as she had imagined. So she decided it was better to discuss this with her mother and aunt first. That evening, Go Chi specially asked the second rich and others to have a small meeting. This meeting mainly involved the pancake team. As for Go Chi's father and her uncle, who were tired from driving, she let them rest first. Chi, are you calling us here to talk about something? Mother Go didn't understand why Go Chi had left Dafu and Erfa behind, but had asked Go father and the eldest uncle to leave instead. Let's discuss our biscuit business, review the recent issues, and come up with some ways to improve, Go Chi said seriously, even pulling out a piece of paper to take notes. Are there any problems? I think everything is fine now. Whether it's the shop's Dafu found or our retail sales, everything is good. I don't see any issues. Mother Go couldn't think of any problems. She said that recently, their income had been booming. Apart from feeling a bit tired, everything was perfect. Mother, that's just the surface. If we want to renovate this house or buy land, the money we are earning now isn't enough. And it's not just us. Uncle Da and Uncle Air also need to make money. Otherwise, why are we working so hard? Although I am young and can't help much, I can suggest ideas. I think we should look at the long term. Mother Go was a little confused by Go Chi's words, but when Uncle Da, Dafu, and Erfu heard her mention making money, they felt very grateful. Let's not talk about that now. First, let's discuss the recent problems. I've summarized a few points. Please tell me if you have anything to add. 1. Mother and Auntie are making biscuits faster than they can sell. 2. Uncle Da seems to struggle a bit with business talks, but he is very good at other things. 3. Uncle Air is good at negotiating, but making biscuits also takes time. Maybe we can find other ways to sell so that Mother and Auntie can relax a bit. 4. Auntie still isn't very good at controlling the baking temperature, so some biscuits get burnt, which causes waste. Go Chi quickly listed 4 problems. They were all issues she had noticed, and that each of them faced. Although it might seem a bit direct, Go Chi thought it's better to bring up problems openly. The questions Go Chi raised made the adults present feel a bit awkward. Mother, you don't need to feel embarrassed. These are problems, but we can work together to find solutions. For example, Uncle DeFu is not good at doing business. I have already thought about what Uncle DeFu will do in the future. Although he is not directly responsible for selling our cookies, he can still help our business grow better. As for Aunt Debo, she needs to pay more attention to controlling the heat. Mother, please teach her carefully. I believe she will learn quickly. Actually, Uncle Airfu's problem is not really a problem anymore. I have a rough idea, but I don't know if it will work yet. There is also the issue of raw materials. Although we grow a lot of green onions and in our yard, as the business gets bigger, the demand for these ingredients will also increase. If possible, we can start buying green onions and that others dig up. But if we do that, we need to think about how to set the prices. While Gong Chi was talking and taking notes, she hadn't yet figured out how to solve the previous problem, but a new one came up. Gong Mother hadn't thought about these issues at all. She even wondered if Gong Chi was overthinking. But upon reflection, it seemed she was not overthinking, just anticipating possible problems ahead of time. Chi, if you're talking about buying green onions, and does that mean I should leave it to my brother? He will definitely do well. Since Air Fu had received good praise from Gong Chi, he naturally hoped De Fu could do well too. After all, De Fu hadn't achieved much so far. Of course, he didn't know that Gong Chi had already given some tasks to De Fu. Although Gong Chi didn't tell De Fu to keep it a secret from Air Fu, De Fu was careful not to tell Air Fu about the boxes and the trip to Yen City. Uncle De Fu still has other things to do, so I think we should hire someone. We also need someone to help make the cookies. Gong Chi thought it was best to mention the hiring first to see if any of them could suggest a good candidate. Hiring someone? We're not earning much now. If we hire more people, we'll earn even less. Mother hesitated. She hadn't asked how much De Fu and Air Fu earned, but seeing how eager they were to work, she guessed it wasn't cheap. Mother, hiring people is to make more money. Gong Chi quickly stopped her, worried she might be too narrow-minded. Actually, sister-in-law has a good point. We're not earning much now. If we hire more people, we'll earn even less. Although Chi thinks hiring someone could help earn more money, what if the person is dishonest and steals our secret formula? That would be a big loss. Just after her words, Mother Go agreed. She knew that although Mother Do was not completely unaware of her actions, she would still secretly add important things when Mother Do wasn't paying attention. Your aunt's worries are not without reason, but Chi is right. This is a real problem we need to solve now. I have an idea, and I wonder if it can perfectly fix this issue. De Fu also understood what Mother Go and Mother Do were worried about, but he already had a plan. He didn't think Chi had thought of it, so he didn't speak openly, but signaled that he had a new idea. Brother, just tell us your idea. Even if it might not work, it's still a good thought, Air Fu said, worried because De Fu hadn't shared his idea yet. Today's small meeting was mostly about De Fu showing his value. Although Go Chi said De Fu had plans, she still hoped he could show his abilities in front of others. Yes, Uncle De Fu, just say what you think, Go Chi said. She only thought about hiring people, but Mother Go seemed a bit resistant. Even though they would definitely hire someone, her resistance meant more arguments. If De Fu's suggestion was good, she wouldn't need to argue so much. It's not a very good idea just thinking about buying 2 people. Then, with a contract, we wouldn't have to worry about them stealing the secret formula. De Fu's idea made Go Chi a bit confused. She had never thought of this before, and her era's laws didn't allow such things anyway. Although she had read the Darwin laws, she wouldn't do anything forbidden by them, and she automatically refused things she knew were wrong. But now, after De Fu proposed this, besides Mother Go worrying about money, Air Fu and Mother Da thought it was a good idea. And the people bought wouldn't run away, because they had a contract with the owner. Most importantly, only the buyer could safely use the people. Buying people will cost a lot of money, right? Mother Go really is someone who cares about money. Prices can be negotiated, and she can also find a playmate for Kiki. Auntie added her opinion, even suggesting finding a playmate for Gookie. Kiki quickly said she didn't want a playmate. If she wanted to play, she would play with Arya or Xiao Chengij. Plus, she has a big dog. She doesn't want a companion around all the time. It would be too annoying. She wants to do things but can't because of that. All right, then we'll find someone to take care of Kiki, Annie said with a smile, patting Gookie's head. She also suggested finding someone to care for Gookie. When she heard about caring for Gookie, Mother Go was a bit tempted. Of course, she didn't mean really hiring someone to care for Gookie. She just wanted someone to do her current chores. Gookie still needed to take care of herself. So, should we buy 2 people? Mother Go finally agreed. At the same time, Gookie finished calming herself mentally. Although she didn't want to buy people, in this era, selling oneself was the best way to control the situation. Okay, then tomorrow we'll ask the workers about it. It's settled. Tomorrow, Uncle Air Fu and I will go to Weiqing to look around. Next, they discussed the prices for collecting materials. Besides scallions, and they could collect other things as long as they were useful. The prices needed to be set properly. For example, the price of scallions and should differ depending on whether they are muddy or clean. Also, the prices must ensure they don't lose money. After deciding to buy 2 people, Gookie started thinking about other issues. She hoped to solve all problems at this meeting. Soon, based on the amount of scallions and Mother Go said they needed daily, Gookie calculated and set the prices for the materials. Then she considered the idea she mentioned about having Air Fu change the business approach. What other approach could there be? Isn't this how the buns are sold? Air Fu, although smart and a good businessman, lacked experience. Or perhaps Gookie's idea of a new approach was something that hadn't existed in this era yet. That approach is franchising. There are many types of franchises. Some are people learning skills and then opening their own shops. Others involve providing raw materials for others to open shops. Gookie was thinking of the latter, providing raw materials, but not in the traditional sense. She wanted to supply prepared fillings with seasonings already added. This way, Mother Go's worried secret recipe won't be leaked, and it will also make things easier for her. Wouldn't we earn less money if we only sell the pastries? Mother Go worries that providing only the filling might reduce profits. If earnings are lower, then this idea wouldn't be useful at all. Auntie, we won't make less money. In fact, we might make more. Making a pastry takes more time than just preparing the filling. If we only prepare the filling, we will have more free time to prepare more fillings, and we can sell to more people. Maybe we can even expand to nearby cities like Yen City or Ping City, which are not too far away. After hearing Go Chi's explanation, Air Fu thought for a moment and felt it was feasible. He even thought far ahead, imagining expanding to other cities, and from his eyes, it seemed he saw a bright future ahead. Maybe we should give our pastries a name, like Go Family Pastries, to make it easier to promote outside. As Air Fu was thinking, he suddenly said this, feeling like something was missing from his ideal picture. Of course, we need a name, and it would be good to design a logo so people recognize our pastries just by looking at it. Go Chi had already thought of this idea but was struggling over what to call it. Air Fu's idea of calling it Go Family Pastries was okay, but her family surname is quite special, and the pun might sound strange. Go Family, like dog, doesn't sound very appetizing. Thinking about it, maybe we should run a shop, so we can build a better reputation. Grandma, listening to everyone's ideas, also started to imagine a bright future. Finally, she joined in the daydreaming about the future. Rent a shop? How much would that cost? Mother Go was now feeling overwhelmed. Although she understood what everyone was saying, all the suggestions involved spending money, and she was starting to get nervous. She felt like the family's money was being drained bit by these ideas. But she couldn't come up with anything useful to stop everyone's creative thoughts, so in the end, she could only sigh about how much money was being spent. Mother, there's no need to do everything just because we think of it. These ideas are all part of our plan, but we can't do everything at once.
We need to take it step by step.
First, we should solve the issue of manpower. Although Go Chi feels that she should quickly finish what she thought of today, she decides to slow down a bit to avoid worrying her mother. She has money, but she is still very young and should develop more naturally. Therefore, the meeting about renting the shop is postponed for now. Today, they confirmed the prices for hiring people and buying raw materials, and they asked Air Fu to draft a franchise agreement. This agreement needs careful thought, so even though the decision is made, it's not urgent. The meeting ended, and as everyone was leaving, Go Chi and De Fu exchanged glances. Then, De Fu and Air Fu left first. Mother, tomorrow I and Uncle Air Fu will find someone to work for us. Please see which room in our house can be used for living. Since they plan to buy people, they will need to provide a place for them to stay. Although the house Go Chi lives in is old, there are quite a few empty rooms. But Go Chi's mother and others didn't think they needed to clean them, so they left them as they were. All these rooms can be used for living, but do we really need to buy people? Although they had already agreed earlier, Go Chi's mother still asked hesitantly, "Do we need to buy people?" Go Chi's father finally learned about what Go Chi and the others discussed during the meeting. "Yes, I was thinking of hiring people, but everyone says it's better to buy them, and we don't have to worry about our secret recipe being leaked," Go Chi explained simply to her father. Her father also thought buying was better and pointed to the farthest room from their own as the servant's room. Since her father agreed, Go Chi's mother didn't have much to say. "By the way, you should buy a maid for yourself," her father suddenly said. Go Chi was a bit speechless but didn't rush to refuse. Tomorrow, when they go to find the person to hire, she will decide what kind of people to buy. If she doesn't see a suitable maid, she can just say she didn't find one. Neither her parents expected this possibility. Go Chi's mother even said that if they bought a maid, Go Chi wouldn't be able to live with them anymore and would have to move to another room. This idea really appealed to Go Chi. She really didn't want to share a room with her parents anymore. Although she is only 3 years old, inside she feels like an adult. Sleeping with her parents every day is just too awkward. Chi is so sensible. Moving to another room won't be a problem. When Mr. Go said this, he looked strangely at Mrs.
Go.
The look made Mrs. Go blush all over her face. Go Chi knew what her parents' exchanged glances meant, so she could only leave the room and pretend she was going to check if the servant's room needed tidying. Of course, she was indeed checking the servant's room, but she was also waiting for De Fu. However, De Fu wouldn't come so early, so she had to keep waiting, even until Mrs. Go called her to sleep, but De Fu still hadn't arrived. Could it be that De Fu forgot? That seems unlikely. Maybe he's waiting for our parents to fall asleep. Looks like I'll be staying up tonight. Go Chi didn't see De Fu, so she had to obediently go to bed. Soon Mr. and Mrs. Go also fell asleep. She kept staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. She didn't know how long she waited before she finally heard a faint sound outside the door. De Fu was thinking about how to wake Go Chi when he saw her quietly come out. They didn't say a word. After De Fu took the things from Go Chi, he jumped out of Go's yard. Just as Go Chi was about to close the door and go back to sleep, Mrs. Go suddenly woke up and saw Go Chi standing outside. Chi, what's wrong?" Mrs. Go asked with concern. "It's nothing, Mother. I just thought I heard the big dog barking, so I wanted to check. But it seems I was mistaken. The big dog didn't bark." Go Chi made up a reason, closed the door, and went back to bed. She also snuggled in her mother's arms for a while before falling asleep peacefully. Mrs. Go saw she was asleep, listened carefully, and indeed didn't hear the dog bark, so she felt reassured and went back to sleep. The next day, Mrs. Go got up early and continued making pancakes as usual, while Go Chi dressed herself a little more nicely. Although she was only 3 years old, she looked much more graceful. When Mr. Go left, Air Fu also arrived. The two of them took Mr. Go's car and went to Weicheng. Before leaving, Mrs. Go repeatedly told Air Fu to watch Go Chi carefully. After receiving Air Fu's assurance, she still worried and told Go Chi not to leave Air Fu's side even for a moment. Go Chi promised she would listen, especially since Mrs. Go wasn't going with them this time, so she wanted her mother to feel at ease. When they arrived in Weicheng, Mr. Go also gave some advice, showing how much he and Mrs. Go valued Go Chi. Your parents don't seem to realize you're different from others. Actually, if they didn't know, how could they trust what you say so much? Your family is really strange. Erfu was holding Guki's hand, walking through Weicheng. First, they went to deliver today's pastries and introduced Guki to the people who bought her family's pastries. Then they headed to the dental shop. Guki had never been to the dental shop before and didn't understand the sales system there. She just stood beside Erfu, listening to his conversation with the shopkeeper. At first, the shopkeeper thought Erfu was there to sell a girl, but Erfu scolded him. The shopkeeper was clever and immediately apologized, offering Guki some snacks and good tea. Miss, please wait. I will go to greet the others. Are you looking for a personal maid or a housekeeper? The shopkeeper saw that Guki was young but decided to be honest since he had mistaken her earlier. It doesn't matter. I want someone who is diligent and able to work, Guki said. She hadn't decided whether to buy a maid, but her main goal was to find someone who could do chores. Understood. I will arrange some people, said the shopkeeper, and he called out several workers. Guki looked at these people, and each of their faces looked unhappy. Some of them had dark energy around them, and Guki could tell they were sick or unwell. She felt sorry for them but knew she couldn't help them. So, she had to suppress her feelings and carefully choose the ones she needed. After looking around, she liked one woman, but the woman was stubborn and insisted on selling with her husband and 2 daughters. The shopkeeper was angry but said that each person was valuable and few would consider her unrealistic wishes. Miss, please be kind. Don't buy me. I want to stay with my husband and daughters. We can't be separated, the woman begged Guki, kneeling and crying. A family together has its benefits. They wouldn't want to run away. Plus, her family had 2 daughters, which could serve as maids or companions for Guki. Later, she would see her husband. If possible, he could follow me or my brother. The tasks I assigned to Guki could be easier with 2 people. Even if that doesn't work, they can help your father and uncle with driving the cart so your father and uncle can rest a bit. Erfu whispered advice to Guki. He thought that finding a family wasn't impossible, but it depended on how Guki planned everything. After listening to Erfu, Guki thought for a moment and felt that Erfu's point made some sense. However, she didn't rush to express her opinion and decided to observe the people first. Yazi saw that Guki wanted to see this woman's family. Although he was unhappy with her, he still called out the 2 young girls beside him. In his mind, he thought that if they could sell everything, he would sell it all. Keeping this complicated family was just a trouble. Guki looked at the 2 girls. They seemed about 10 years old. Interestingly, they were twins. But both were very thin, almost skin and bones, and had faint black aura around them. Because of this faint black aura, Guki had ignored them earlier and didn't realize they were twins. Now, since she was going to look, she carefully examined them despite the black aura. If they had a difficult illness, she wouldn't be able to help. But if it was a common illness, she could give some advice and help treat them. After a careful look, Guki felt relieved. The children were just malnourished. It seemed they hadn't been eating well while growing, which caused their symptoms. Following her, even if they couldn't eat big meals every day, they would still get the necessary nutrition. After all, she needed to grow stronger herself. These 2 girls are too young. I don't know what they can do. If we buy them and they can't help with chores, the Annie might be unhappy, Erfa said, looking at how thin and weak the girls were, feeling they might not be reliable. They weren't really here to buy maids. They wanted to buy capable workers. Miss, don't underestimate them just because they're young. They can do chores. They can clean and cook, and they know embroidery. The younger sister's embroidery isn't as good as the older sister's, but with more practice, she will become very skilled. The woman saw Guki and Erfa hesitating, so she hurried to promote her daughter. Yazi watched from the side and occasionally helped speak, knowing that if Guki liked these 2 girls, the man in the family might also be taken away. This time, they could sell 4 people, which was quite profitable. I'll take a look, Guki said. By the way, isn't there one more? Let's look at him too. She didn't directly accept the woman's words, but asked Yazi to arrange for a look at her husband. Miss, do you want to see only this one, or do you want to see others too? Yazi asked first, to make sure if Gookie wasn't interested, he wouldn't have to make another trip. Let's look at the others as well. If I don't like them, I might need to choose someone else, Gookie said without looking at the woman and the twins. She didn't want to give them hope in case she didn't buy them in the end, which would make them very sad. Yazi quickly called another group of men, all of whom stood at the front. The man in front was the woman's husband. This man looked strong and seemed capable of hard work. But I don't understand why someone like him would be willing to be a servant. It would be better if he found any kind of work to support his family. Gookie hadn't noticed this man before and didn't find it strange at first, but now she was full of questions. Miss, my husband is capable of working. He can do any kind of physical labor. The woman started to promote her husband again. It was clear that their family didn't want to be separated. But Gookie looked at this man and felt a strong curiosity. If she couldn't find an answer, she wouldn't dare to buy this family. He was strong and willing to be a servant, but I can't understand why he would do that. Miss, are you worried about something? This family has no problem. Their previous owner had some issues and sold them. They're used to serving others, so they would be easy to work with. If they didn't insist on staying together, they would have been sold long ago. Especially the twins. Many people wanted to buy them, but few were willing to buy both together. Not everyone needs someone to do chores like them. Yazi kept watching Gookie's expression. When he brought the men, he noticed her confused look and knew he should say something. Did they have an owner before? Gookie finally understood. No wonder such a strong person would be a servant. Turns out they were originally slaves. Yes, but don't worry, miss. They are completely free now. All the paperwork is done. If you really want to buy their family, it's their good fortune. I believe they will serve you well. Yazi thought Gookie was worried about their past and might have bad intentions, so he didn't ask the family to show their attitude. Instead, he directly explained their situation. Miss, don't worry. We know our place, the man said confidently and firmly. Kiki, this man is actually quite good. He seems capable of working. We previously discussed finding someone to help your father and them with the carts. I believe he can do it too, said Urfa softly, showing his approval of the man. This family of 4 seems only the twin children are not favored, so whether they will buy the whole family at once is something Gookie still needs to consider. Miss, if it's possible, let's buy the whole family. I think it's a good deal. Normally, such a strong man and capable woman would cost 5 taels of silver. Plus, these rare twins, I could sell this family for at least 20 taels. If you want, I can sell them for 18 taels. Yazi saw Gookie hesitating, so he generously lowered the price. Before Gookie could respond, Urfa said the price was too high. We only liked this woman, and we hesitated to buy the whole family out of kindness. But you're asking such a high price. Forget it. We'll look elsewhere. Their words made the family feel helpless. They really want to stay together and not be separated. But they also worry about what might happen to their twins if they're split up. They can endure hardship themselves, but they don't want their children to face a terrible future. Right now, they have no other choice. If Yazi doesn't lower the price, their rare chance to buy the family together will be lost. Yazi knew his price was high. Selling the family as a whole wasn't easy. He initially thought Gookie was young and easy to persuade, but he overlooked the others with her. After some thought, he lowered the price again to 15 taels. At this point, Urfa thought the price was acceptable but still asked Yazi to lower it further, even hinting that they weren't very interested in the twins, so their desire to buy the whole family was weak. Urfu and Yazi bargained, but Gookie didn't say a word. It wasn't that she didn't know how to negotiate, but she was still shocked inside. She was stunned when she heard the total price for the 4 people was only 18 taels. That's a person, and the price isn't even more than her family's cow. And, for such a low price, they could still bargain. Now Urfu had brought the price down to 12 taels for the whole family. On average, that's only 4 taels of silver per person. And so, Urfu continued to bargain. In the end, the family was sold for 10 taels of silver. Although the broker was upset about selling cheaply, he handled the paperwork quickly. Soon, the sales contract was in Go Chi's hands. After leaving the pawn shop, Go Chi was still amazed. At that moment, she saw a woman with straw in her hair, a sign she was selling herself. Go Chi looked at her and sighed again. That woman lost her husband. She's selling herself to bury him. She had been here these past few days, but no one bought her. No one wanted an older woman. If she were young, someone would have bought her already. The woman Go Chi just bought whispered to her about her situation. Do you know her? Go Chi asked curiously. Yes, she's been here 2 days. She talked to the broker, but he offered too little, so she didn't sell herself to him. How much does she want? And how much did the broker offer? She's not expensive, just about 1 or 2 silver coins to buy her husband's coffin. But the broker only offered 100 coins. That amount couldn't even buy a simple coffin. The woman's words made Go Chi feel the helplessness of poor people in this time. She had already seen how cheap one person's price could be, but now she realized it could be even lower. And the broker's price was unreasonable. Even with Fu's fierce bargaining, the broker still made a good profit. No wonder he was so quick with the paperwork. Do you know how to do anything? Go Chi suddenly wanted to help the woman, so she approached her and asked about her skills. The woman's situation was the same as Go Chi had just learned, but surprisingly, she was literate and even knew how to use an abacus. Go Chi was even more pleased with her. They quickly completed the paperwork, and Go Chi told her to finish her husband's affairs and then come to Go Jia village. She also gave her a ticket for a bullet cart, saying that once she found a cart that accepted the ticket, it would take her to Go Jia village. The woman didn't expect Go Chi to trust her like this, so she gratefully accepted. She took the money and left. Miss, are you sure about this? What if she doesn't come back? The man who just bought her asked curiously. If it were you, would you leave? Go Chi didn't answer the man directly, but asked him back. Of course not. Besides, the indenture is in the young lady's hands. Even if I wanted to run, I couldn't go anywhere. Since we have been bought by the young lady, we are her people. How could we run away? This is what a servant is supposed to do. The man's eyes were firm. He believed the situation would never happen to them. They are professional servants. That's right. The indenture is also in my hands. If she runs away, she should know the consequences. Go Chi spoke coldly, but inside she thought, let her run if she wants. It's just a small act of kindness. Seeing that Go Chi seemed truly at ease with the woman, the man suddenly felt that his earlier questions were unnecessary. With an indenture, who could really run away? And Go Chi is actually the woman's benefactor. She will probably come back. Let's not talk about her now. Let's go buy some things for you. Your family of 4 doesn't even have a bag, so you probably don't have any clean clothes or bedding. We also need to prepare beds and blankets, plus some other items. Go Chi said this and led the group to a clothing shop. Fu wanted to say something but looked at their clothes and thought they should really buy new ones. Since Go Chi is paying, he just followed along. After buying everything, they also bought the same items for the woman who had lost her husband. Then the group went outside the city to wait and see which carriage Go Fu and the eldest uncle would arrive in so they could go back together. But they didn't know that the third aunt, who had gone out shopping, saw this group. She only recognized Go Chi and didn't know her relationship with the group, but based on her imagination, she even thought Go Chi was sold by Go Fu and the others and didn't know where she was going now. Humph, I thought they loved that girl so much. Turns out they have no money and sold their daughter. The third aunt curled her lips and didn't care. She continued shopping. Meanwhile, she imagined this scenario in her mind, planning to tell the old lady when she got home, so she could see how miserable her second son was now. Go Chi didn't know about her imagination. She was now heading home with her group. We're still riding in Go Father's car. When Go Father saw Go Chi bringing the whole family, he didn't ask anything, but Go Chi could tell he was a bit worried about money. However, seeing the twin children, he felt it was good that they could keep company with Go Chi, so he didn't feel as upset about spending. The man heard Go Chi say that her father was driving the cart, which surprised the family a bit. But despite the surprise, the man naturally took over Go Father's whip and started driving the ox cart. No one knew what he was thinking inside. When they arrived at Go's village, everyone was even more shocked by how small Go Chi's family yard was. Go's mother heard Go Chi's voice and knew someone had been brought back. She hurried out without even washing her hands to see who Go Chi had brought home. It was only her own handmade flower that made the family start to worry. They didn't expect that the family who bought them wasn't wealthy. They wondered if they might be sold again. If that happened, it would be hard for them to stay together. Thinking like this, they felt less confident about their future. They looked at each other with a sense of despair. Don't worry about how Chi-Chi's family is now. It will be different in the future. You are the first to follow Chi-Chi's family, and good days are coming, Fu said, sensing their despair, trying to comfort them. But his words were like empty promises and didn't help much. These 2 rooms are for your family. Once you finish settling in, I will tell you more about my family. Go Chi knew their situation might seem strange, but she didn't rush to explain. She decided to wait until they were settled before talking more. Child's father, what kind of family do you think our new master is? It doesn't seem like a wealthy family, the woman said as she tidied up in the room Go Chi arranged, laying out the beds Go Chi bought for them. Since it was just the 2 of them, she finally voiced her doubts. I don't know. When I came back earlier, I talked with the old master. I found out he makes money by driving a cattle cart, and his legs aren't in good shape, so he probably can't do other work, the man said. He was curious too, but curiosity didn't help. Neither of them could understand why such a family would buy so many servants at once. You said that perhaps a family saw our daughter and wanted to take her, but because we didn't want to part with her, they decided to back off. The woman worries about her twin children and tends to think the worst about everything. Don't worry too much. We'll ask about it properly later. I don't think the master is that kind of person, so we shouldn't scare ourselves unnecessarily. The man comforts the woman, but inside, he also feels nervous. Looking at the family, it doesn't seem like they are rich. They easily handed over 10 taels of silver without hesitation, which clearly isn't their money. That makes me worry even more. At this point, the woman's eyes fill with tears, feeling that their family has had a very hard life. Don't cry now. We still have to meet the hosts later. If we cry too much, they might think we don't want to stay here, and that wouldn't be good. Remember, all the bad thoughts we have now are just our own worries. We shouldn't let the host misunderstand. The man advises her. The woman knows it's not the time to cry, so she quickens her movements. After tidying up the bed and changing into clean clothes she bought, she leaves with the man to help the twin girls. The 2 young girls are also quick and tidy. Before the woman arrived, they had already cleaned themselves up. After checking their clothes and appearance, the family goes together to find Go Chi. Go Chi is waiting for them in the yard. Seeing them come out, she invites them to eat. Go's mother and father are already at the table. Although Go's father usually starts eating around this time, he waits a little today for this family. This is my father, and this is my mother, Go Chi introduces. The family respectfully bows to Go's father and mother, calling them old master and madam. Although Go's family didn't have their own servants before the family split, the old lady had servants, so they don't feel uncomfortable with the way they are addressed. Are you a family? Go's mother asks first, which Go Chi had already told her. After receiving a positive answer, Go's mother begins to ask for their names. However, this family is polite and doesn't reveal their names right away. Instead, they ask Go's father and mother to give them names. Seeing how polite they are, Go's father and mother don't rush to give names, but ask them to tell their current names first. So, the man begins to give a simple introduction. My name is Yan Qi. She is Huanyang. These 2 are our daughters, now called Jingjing and Yingying. When he said his name was Yan Qi, Go father and Go mother exchanged a glance. Go Chi seemed to see something in their eyes but didn't ask right away. They waited for Go father and the others to speak. Your name needs to be changed. I hope our family stays healthy and safe. Let's call you Kong'an. Since you're part of our family, you should also take the Go surname. Go father thought for a moment and directly renamed Yan Qi to Go Kong'an. As for Huanyang's name, Go mother didn't change it because she didn't carry a surname, so she didn't bother to change it. Regarding the sisters Jingjing and Yingying, Go Mother thought it was better for them to stay with Go Chi since they are young. As for changing their names, Go Chi could decide herself. Seeing that her name hadn't been arranged yet and that Go Father and Go Mother seemed to have already made plans, Go Chi could only accept it reluctantly. She didn't really like the names Jingjing and Yingying because they were too common and obvious as twins. How about Yugua and Yuju? Go Chi thought for a moment and then picked two medicinal herbs that suited their names well. They matched her name, which was Goji Berry. Miss, yeah, thank you for the names. The two girls were very sensible. They had been called Jingjing and Yingying for so long, but now they agreed to change. All right, let's eat first. After we finish, we can talk about what you all want to do. Go Chi was very hungry, so she called them to eat together. Do we know where we're eating? Huanyang looked at the bowls and chopsticks on the table. It was obvious they had their own seats, but since they were servants, how could they eat at the same table as the master? Today was rushed, so we'll eat together first. After you get familiar with the house this afternoon, we'll see what place suits you. Go Father spoke, but didn't mention anything about strict rules at home. It was just a temporary arrangement for now. Let's eat together first. We'll talk about everything after the meal. Go Chi didn't think there was anything wrong with eating together, but since Go Father had spoken, whether they could eat together later depended on the situation. But they had to eat this meal first. Go Kong'an looked at Huanyang and was the first to sit at the table. When the other three saw Go Kong'an sit down, they followed suit. The meal wasn't anything special because Go Mother was busy making pancakes. Lunch was simple today. Even though it was not enough, this was the best time the Go family had eaten recently. Yugua and Yuju even drank a bowl of meat soup with Cookie's permission. After the meal, Go's father rested briefly before going back to drive the cart. Go Kong'an wanted to follow but wasn't sure if he should, so he could only watch foolishly as his father's ox cart disappeared into the distance. Huanyang helped Yugua and Yuju clean up the dishes, then saw Go's mother and aunt busy making pancakes. They stepped forward to help. However, Go's mother told them to go find Gookie first. Once Gookie explained the situation to them, they could come back. So, the family of four once again appeared in front of Gookie. Our situation is clear. My father drives the ox cart, and my mother makes pancakes. We don't have many specific jobs. I brought you here because our pancake business is doing very well and sometimes can't keep up. So, Huanyang, just help my mother make pancakes as usual. Uncle Kong'an can do whatever work is available. It may seem like there's not much to do normally, but if you look carefully, there are many tasks. For now, go to the kitchen and help my mother. At this moment, Gookie suddenly felt unsure about what to arrange for Go Kong'an. He originally thought of having him responsible for buying raw materials and helping buy pancakes, but since there was still a woman who knew how to use an abacus, perhaps it would be easier to give her the work instead of Go Kong'an. Even though Go Kong'an was strong, he ended up being the one to conveniently buy things on the way. Gookie's arrangement made Go Kong'an feel uncomfortable. All his strength seemed to have nowhere to go, so he realized he could only slowly find something to do himself. Huanyang sighed in relief. Although Gookie's family brought them back to work, which was different from what they usually did, as long as they didn't separate their family, doing any work was fine. Huanyang understood what she needed to do, so she went to the kitchen to learn how to make pancakes from Go's mother. Yugua and Yuju were initially stunned, but then followed Huanyang into the kitchen. They might not be able to help make pancakes, but they could help with lighting the fire. Seeing that his wife and children had tasks, Go Kong'an couldn't just stand there, so he went to the corner to get a broom and started sweeping the yard. After sweeping the yard, he cleaned the cow shed, then carried a basket out to cut grass for the cows. He didn't have a specific job, but it seemed like he had a keen eye for noticing things. Go Chi saw that everyone was busy with their tasks and remembered that she had originally planned to move out of her parents' room. At this moment, someone should help her tidy up her room. There are not many rooms left in the house. She found a room with good lighting and asked Yugua and Yuju to help clean it. Although the twins are not very old, they can still do these chores well. Soon, the empty room was cleaned thoroughly, and a thick quilt was laid on the bed, making it very soft and comfortable to sit on. The two attentive girls also placed a lamp on the desk and neatly arranged the books Go-chi borrowed from the Half Mountain Academy. Has the young lady started learning to read? Yuju, who seems more outgoing, went from being unfamiliar with Go-chi to now daring to talk to her. It hasn't even been a full day. Yes, do you know how to read? Go-chi had only known they could embroider before, but she didn't know if they could read or not. We don't know yet, but we can learn. Yugua's eyes sparkled. Although she didn't explicitly say she wanted Go-chi to teach them, her heart was eager for it. Go-chi saw her eager look and understood what she was thinking, so she said she would teach them when she had time. This made the two girls very happy. Of course, teaching them to read wouldn't happen just by talking. They needed to first get familiar with Go-chi's home, and only after everything was gradually under control could they find free time to teach them. The twins also knew this. After helping Go-chi tidy up the house, they went to the kitchen to continue helping with the fire. At this time, Hwanyang was already rolling up her sleeves and frying pancakes by the stove. Because she was not very familiar, she was very careful, afraid of burning the pancakes. Hwanyang paid close attention, much more so than her eldest aunt. However, now it seemed that Hwanyang was quickly getting the hang of it, which made her feel a bit threatened. Although Hwanyang couldn't replace her position, if she kept burning the pancakes, she would probably feel embarrassed to stay here and take her wages. In the afternoon, she made fewer pancakes than in the morning because the demand was lower, especially since the small market was not open today. The pancakes made were enough to supplement the Half Mountain Academy's needs. Despite the small amount, Gomu saw that Hwanyang had a natural talent for making pancakes. She was quite pleased, feeling that she had gained another helper. After finishing the pancakes, Mother Go took Flower Girl to the Half Mountain Academy. This way, the people there could get to know Flower Girl, and in the future, she could be the one to deliver the pancakes. That night, Flower Girl and the twins prepared dinner together. Go-chi said she wanted to taste their cooking skills. Although they said they could cook, the food they made was bland and tasteless. It's not that they cooked badly, but they didn't know how to use Go-chi's family's seasonings properly. Go-chi's seasonings were still incomplete, but they were more than most families had. Mother Go, under Go-chi's guidance, managed to make the food somewhat tasty. But Flower Girl, who had never used so many seasonings before, couldn't do it at all. Her dishes, besides being cooked, only looked good on the plate. She nervously watched Go-chi's family, but she didn't see any satisfied expressions from them. She knew deep down that her cooking wouldn't impress Go-chi and her family. Although lunch seemed simple, it tasted very good. It was obvious that their lady was good at cooking. She probably wouldn't make so much money just by selling pancakes. It's okay. Over time, you'll understand our tastes. Let's stop here for today. You should go eat now, Mother Go said, noticing Flower Girl's nervousness. She didn't blame her. After all, it was only the first meal. They could teach her gradually later. Flower Girl cooked just like she used to, only salty flavor. She believed she could learn slowly, and she thought Flower Girl wasn't too slow either. While Flower Girl and the others quietly ate in their room, Mother Go watched Go-chi carefully, worried she might not get used to this kind of food. But she didn't want to waste the food either. Haha, this dish that Aunt Flower made tastes just like what my mother used to cook, Go-chi joked, and she fed a piece of meat into her mouth. Honestly, meat that only tasted salty wasn't very good. It hadn't been prepared with garlic to remove the strong smell, and it still had a gamey taste. Go-chi found it hard to enjoy. Yeah, I haven't had this flavor in a long time. Go-father also took a piece of meat and ate it. But after being used to boneless meat, this sudden gamey taste was really hard to accept. Mother, I want to eat garlic, Go-chi said, getting ready to get down from the table to find some garlic. Mr. Go naturally wanted some, so Mrs. Go had no choice but to go to the kitchen and get some garlic. The family relied on the garlic cloves to finish the meal with difficulty. That's not good. Tomorrow, when they cook, Chi-Chi should watch from the side again. Don't let it be like today, Mrs. Go said, pleased that the food was finished without waste, but still worried about eating such meals again tomorrow. She could only remind Chi-Chi to watch over Hwanyang as she cooks. The meal was hard to eat, but Mrs. Go didn't need to remind Chi-Chi. She would watch on her own. At night, When Chi-Chi returned to her room, Yugua and Yuju had already prepared her toiletries.
It was clear they were there to help her rest.
Chi-Chi felt uncomfortable watching their actions. She had finally convinced Mrs. Go not to help her dress, but before she could say anything, Yugua handed her a towel for her face. While wiping her face, Yuju was already taking off her shoes, preparing to wash her feet. This feels so strange. I don't like it. I'll do it myself. Chi-Chi hurriedly stopped them, but her protest made Yuju start to tear up. Did I do something wrong? Yuju looked at Chi-Chi with tears in her eyes. This left Chi-Chi unsure of what to do. No, it's just that I'm not used to it. I can do all this myself, Chi-Chi quickly explained. Not used to it because the young lady hasn't been cared for before. Now that we are here, you'll get used to it gradually, Yugua said naturally, taking the towel from Chi-Chi's hand after she had wiped her face. You can't get used to it. You can't, Chi-Chi said, but even Yugua started to tear up, making Chi-Chi feel even more helpless. Did I buy 2 little crybabies? She wondered to herself, but she could only try to comfort the 2 girls. Don't cry, please. Young lady, are you upset because we didn't do well? Just tell us what we did wrong. Don't refuse us to help, and don't dislike us, Yugua said, her voice trembling with tears, though she was trying to hold back. Oh, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I'm not used to it. Let's compromise. From now on, you only need to prepare these things, and I will do the rest myself. You need to let me get used to it slowly. Go-Chi was willing to take a step back, but in fact, her step back meant she wanted to handle things herself. As for the future, gradually letting them get used to not caring for her would be fine. Seeing Go-Chi slightly compromise, the twins stopped crying and quietly waited for Go-Chi to finish washing her feet. Then Yuju went to pour water. Yugua was preparing to let Go-Chi sleep, but Go-Chi still wanted to read, so Yugua moved the lamp closer to Go-Chi's bed. I don't have anything else to do now. You can go back. Just tell Aunt Hua that my mother will wake up early tomorrow and ask her to get up sooner. Go-Chi remembered that her mother would go to the market to set up a stall tomorrow, so she asked the twins to remind Aunt Hua to wake up early. Only Yuju went out. Yugua stayed behind. Aren't you going to rest? Go-Chi asked curiously. I'm on night duty today, Yugua said casually, as if it was a normal thing. Night duty? Go-Chi didn't understand who assigned her this task. She never said she would do night duty. Yes, in case the young lady needs us at night, we're always here, Yugua explained, not understanding Go-Chi's surprise. Did you used to do this before? Go-Chi remembered something from a TV drama, where maids on night duty often slept at the door or by the bed. If the weather was warm, it was okay, but in winter, it could cause illness. We used to be just young maids, not qualified for night duty. It was the senior maid's job, Yugua said, sounding a bit shy. Go-Chi found her shy look strange. It seemed like a form of self-punishment. This girl even considered it an honor. I don't need to do night duty. Nothing will happen at night.
Just go back and rest.
Go-Chi wanted to say more but saw Yugua's eyes, which were not crying before, now filled with tears. Hey, why are you crying again? Isn't it better to rest peacefully? Does the young lady not like us? She didn't plan to buy us at first. Yugua became upset again. Go-Chi was bad at comforting people, so she finally let her stay. But that night, Yugua and Go-Chi disagreed again about where Yugua should sleep. Because there was only one bed in the room, Go-Chi had to sleep there. Yugua had no place to sleep, so she planned to rest outside Go-Chi's door. That way, if Go-Chi made any noise inside, Yugua could come in immediately. She also wouldn't disturb Gookie's rest just because she was inside. But Gookie didn't know that Yugua was on night duty, so she didn't mind. Now that she knew, how could she let Yugua sleep outside the door? Yugua then said she would sleep by the bed, which was also a rule, but Gookie looked at her own bed. The ground is hard, and even if she brought over the bedding, it wouldn't be comfortable to sleep. Sleeping here and sleeping at the door were basically the same. They were both on the ground. No, you can't sleep like that. If you stay long enough, you'll get sick. Today, you should go back and sleep. Tomorrow, we'll carefully decide where you should sleep. The ground is not a good place to sleep. Gookie wouldn't allow Yugwa to sleep on the ground, even though she saw Yugwa's eyes welling up again. She still insisted. The twin girls were already weak because of poor nutrition, and sleeping on the ground would make them sick. But Gookie was firm, and Yugwa also insisted she would sleep outside if she couldn't sleep on the bed. Gookie was really frustrated with Yugwa's stubbornness. In the end, she threatened, "If you don't go back and sleep properly today, I'll sell you tomorrow. I don't want disobedient maids like you." Hearing this, Yugwa finally gave up and obediently left. After Yugwa left, Gookie finally relaxed and started pacing around her room. She had separated from her parents' room to have her own space, but if these two girls came to her every night, her plan for privacy would fail. That wouldn't do. But if she didn't let them come, the girls would cry non-stop, and maybe Gomu would side with them. She wandered around the room for a while but couldn't think of a good solution. Even if she set up a bed or a fancy couch, it would only give them a place to sleep. She still wouldn't have her own space. I've really brought trouble on myself," Gookie muttered, then quietly opened the door. She saw Yugwa standing at the door, not going back to rest. "Miss, do you have any instructions?" Yugwa had already heard the noise when Gookie got out of bed, but Gookie hadn't called her, so she didn't enter and just waited at the door. "Aren't you going back? Why are you still here?" "Miss hasn't rested yet. Yugwa can't rest either. You told me I don't need to stay on night duty, but I can't sleep before you do." Cinnamon's excuse was so convincing that Gookie didn't know how to respond. "Are you sure you won't sleep here tonight?" "Yes, Miss instructed me, so I will do as she said." "I already put the blankets back," Cinnamon answered very seriously, afraid Gookie wouldn't believe her. That's good. Seeing Cinnamon so earnest, Gookie could only repeat those words and awkwardly return to her room. After Gookie went inside, Cinnamon also closed the door quietly behind her. Gookie felt helpless but couldn't think of a better solution now, so she decided to wait until tomorrow. Fortunately, Cinnamon obediently went back to sleep today, otherwise, she might have trouble falling asleep. In the middle of the night, Gookie woke up once to find that the book she had been reading was already put back on the desk. The lamp that had been moved to the bedside before sleep was also taken away and turned off. She quietly opened the door to look outside. Cinnamon was not outside. The moonlight shone into the yard, and just outside her door, another patch of ground had been swept very clean. Obviously, this was where Cinnamon had prepared to sleep earlier. Gookie looked at the clean spot for a while before returning to her room to sleep again. In the morning, Yuzhua was already waiting by her side, ready for her to wake up. She handed over the toiletries and then began to admit her mistake voluntarily. It turned out they had woken up late today. When they got up, Go Mother and the eldest aunt were already awake. Fortunately, Huanyang woke up earlier than them, and by the time they got up, she was already boiling hot water, which allowed Go Mother and the others to wash comfortably. But Gookie didn't say anything. First, she didn't need anyone to serve her, and second, they had just arrived and didn't understand many things yet. "Miss, what would you like to eat this morning?" The madam asked to cook porridge because she knows you like it. She also said you usually eat eggs in the morning. I've already boiled some on the small stove. At this moment, Cinnamon came in and asked Gookie what she wanted for breakfast. "Boil a few more eggs, one for each of you. Later, I'll teach you how to make breakfast. When you learn more, you can make different dishes. Today, just porridge is fine, and bring 2 scallion pancakes too." Have my parents started making scallion pancakes? While washing up, Gookie decided on her breakfast. After she got her answer, Cinnamon went to help in the kitchen. By the time Gookie finished tidying up and went to the kitchen, Go Mother was already eating porridge while watching Huanyang make scallion pancakes. The pancake in the hot oil pan emitted the unique aroma of scallion pancakes. This made a few people who had never tasted scallion pancakes hold back their curiosity and continue their work. At this moment, Go Kongan was helping to chop meat. It was a physical job. Originally, Go's mother and her aunt took turns doing it, but now with Go Kongan helping, they found it much easier. This also gave Go Kongan a place where he could exert his strength. "Miss, here is your porridge and an egg. Would you like to eat here or go back to your room?" Yugwai asked Go Chi when she saw her.
"Just here is fine."
I will eat with my mother, Go-chi said, and sat beside her mother. Yu-gui placed Go-chi's breakfast on the table and then started peeling the egg for her. After peeling the egg completely, Go-chi told them to go and eat. She planned to take this opportunity to talk to her mother about Yu-gui and the night watch duties. They are well behaved. Night duty is necessary. Since you have your own room now, someone needs to watch over you at night. You know they sleep on the ground, which isn't good for their health. That's because our Chi-Chi has a kind heart, but the proper rules still need to be followed. If you really don't like them sleeping in your room, you can let them sleep outside. Prepare a noble consort bed outside for them. That way, you can also have a place to lean on when reading outside. Go's mother's advice seemed to be a common arrangement in households with servants. While she was speaking, Go-chi seemed to remember that at the old lady's place, she had someone to serve her, and there was a similar noble bed outside her room. At that time, she was busy thinking about dividing the family property, so she didn't pay much attention to the purpose of that noble bed. Now she realized it was for someone to watch over the night. Go's mother gave Go-chi her opinion, and it was the opinion of most families. Go-chi felt that sleeping outside was still not very good. The weather had been warm recently, but in winter, sleeping outside would be deadly cold. Thinking about her mother's words, that it was proper etiquette, and that Yu-gui and the others seemed proud of it, she could only temporarily accept her mother's advice. Later, when she thought of other solutions, she would consider them. After breakfast, Go-chi asked Go-kongin to go to the market and see if they sold noble beds to buy one. Meanwhile, Huanyang had been following Go's mother everywhere. Whether Go's mother went to the Half-Mountain Academy or the market, Huanyang always followed. Yugui and Yuju were washing clothes by the well. It was clear they did this often, working together smoothly to draw water from the well without any awkwardness. Since they had chores to do, Go-chi didn't disturb them and would occasionally go to the door to watch, waiting for the woman from yesterday to arrive. "Chi, you've gone in and out many times. Are you here to ask my brother for fish?" Urya had been playing outside her house and noticed Go-chi looking out the door repeatedly. In fact, Urya was very curious. Go-chi's family had grown larger recently. When she came yesterday, she carried many bags, like a poor relative visiting from out of town. But Go-chi's family wasn't wealthy. Urya knew they made money from selling cakes, but still thought they weren't rich. So, she wondered what the visitors were thinking. "It's not that. If Gongzi wants to catch fish, just ask him to leave me too." Go-chi didn't guess what was on Urya's mind and started chatting with her. "Okay, is two enough? I see you've had many visitors these days. Are they your relatives?" Urya asked directly out of curiosity, not knowing how to phrase it more politely. Go-chi replied, "Gongzi doesn't catch many fish at once.
2 are enough for me."
She didn't answer about the extra people at her house, thinking it wasn't worth mentioning. But Urya thought Go-chi was hiding something and wanted to ask more. However, Go-chi didn't give her the chance and said she had other things to do inside, then went home. Seeing Go-chi leave quickly, Urya was unsure what she was thinking but still went home and told Go-chiang about Go-chi needing fish. Go-chiang was quick to act. When he heard Go-chi wanted fish, he immediately caught a few and brought them over. When he arrived to deliver the fish, the twins were still washing clothes by the well. "Chi, Urya said you wanted fish. I just caught some by the river today. Are these enough?" Go-chiang said as he looked toward the well. The twins stopped washing clothes and one took the fish from Go-chiang's hands, temporarily caring for them as Go-chi arranged. The other went to get Go-chiang a glass of water. Because Go-chi called him Gongzi-ji, both twins called him Cheong Xiaoyi.
"Chi, they are."
Go-chiang had never been called Cheong Xiaoyi before. It felt pretty good, even though he didn't understand why the twins called him Xiaoyi. He was enjoying being called young master. "We are the young lady's maids." Before Go-chiang could ask about the twins, Yugui quickly explained their identity. As soon as the word maid was spoken, Go-chiang looked at Go-chi in surprise, feeling deeply shocked. Go-chiang wanted to ask Go-chi how much she paid to buy these two maids, but he thought it might not be polite. In the end, he could only pretend to understand and praise the twins a lot. He also chatted with Go-chi for a while, enjoying the conversation. Of course, He was trying to enjoy the feeling of being served, so he drank many glasses of water. When he couldn't drink anymore and felt like he might burst, he had to say goodbye to Go Chi. His forced way of walking looked funny, but the three people in the yard didn't laugh in front of him. They waited until he left to quietly giggle. "Young lady, is this young Master Go Chang a neighbor? Did he come today to drink our tea, or to bring fish?" Yuju squinted her eyes happily and asked Go Chang about his purpose. But everyone already knew the answer. They just found it funny. Go Chang didn't know that Go Chi and the others secretly laughed at him for drinking so much water. He thought he hid it very well. When he got home, the first thing he did was take care of his personal problem. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he saw Yao waiting at the door. "Yao, are you going up?" Go Chang looked at his sister, feeling awkward, so he quickly tidied his clothes and prepared to let her go. "No, brother, did you see those people at Chi-Chi's house just now? Are they coming to visit their poor relatives?" Yao's curiosity was very strong. She didn't want to know anything else. "No, those are servants bought by Chi-Chi's family," Go Chang explained. When he talked about Yu Gui and the others, he started praising how polite and hardworking they were. He kept praising the two maids. "Servants, huh? Their family can now afford to buy maids, which means their bakery is really making money. Brother, do you think we should start a business too? We sold some baked goods with them before and made some money, but we stopped when it wasn't profitable anymore. Looking back, we should have kept going. Then our family could also afford to buy maids." Yao felt very envious and hoped her family could be as successful as Go Chi's family. "No, we haven't studied their scallion pancake recipes, but we just can't make them taste the same. Even though we know they use wild scallions from our mountain, I feel like they add something else to their pancakes." Go Chang is very rational. He has studied everything about Go Chi's family, not just the scallion pancakes but also the meat pies. He can't replicate the flavor of their meat pies, and he doesn't even know how they achieve the layered texture. If he can't learn to make these things, trying to sell them wouldn't make any money. You wonder how Miss Go Chi's family makes so many profitable pastries. Of course, they can't learn from us, so they just keep envying. Actually, I have another idea. As their business grows bigger, they'll need more workers. I thought that if I built a good relationship with Go Chi, maybe I could work for them when they hire. That way, I could earn some wages and stay close to home. But it seems my plan is ruined. They're not hiring, they just bought workers directly. Go Chang feels helpless. Although he was enjoying the service of Yu Zhu and others earlier, he was also thinking about why Go Chi's family suddenly bought workers. His mind is quick, so he quickly understood the reason. At this moment, Arya finally realizes that Go Chang has been joking and laughing with Go Chi because he wants to work at her house. Although this idea is no longer possible now, Arya still thinks Go Chang is thinking more deeply than she is. She plays with Go Chi every day, but never considered earning money through her. Now, her family has bought servants, so even if she thought of it, she has no chance anymore. The two siblings feel a bit disappointed, but they quickly adjust their mood. Anyway, many people in their family can earn money, so they believe they will also be able to buy servants someday. "Excuse me, is this Miss Go Chi's house?" Not long after the siblings have calmed down, they hear someone talking at Go Chi's door. "Brother, look, this must be a poor relative." Arya leans against the wall, secretly watching. She sees a woman at Go Chi's door. "Not sure, let's take a look." Go Chang also leans into peek, though his gaze keeps drifting to Go Chi sitting in the yard. "Auntie, you're here. Miss Go has been waiting for you." Yu Zhu opens the door. Seeing the visitor, she feels a bit relieved. The woman saw the jade bamboo. Although she didn't know the other's name, she recognized the jade bamboo, which confirmed she was in the right place. "I left early this morning, but I didn't see the ox cart, so I had to walk here." "Sorry to make you wait, miss," she explained as she walked inside. When she saw Go Chi, she repeated the same explanation. Then she knelt directly in front of Go Chi. This surprised Go Chi a lot. She hurried to step forward to help her up and gestured for Yugua and Yu Zhu to assist her as well. "Miss, let me kowtow to you. If it weren't for you, my husband wouldn't be able to rest in peace now," the woman said, refusing to get up and even stopping Yugua and Yu Zhu from helping her. Instead, She helped persuade Go Chi to accept her gratitude.
Miss, just let her kowtow to you.
It's her way of showing thanks.
That
won't do. Please get up, get up. If you really want to thank me, just do your work well.
No need to kowtow.
I don't like this kind of situation. Go Chi still didn't want the woman to kowtow, so she insisted she stand up. This left the woman in a limbo, neither kneeling nor standing. She could only watch Yugua and Yuju, hoping they would help persuade Go Chi. But Yugua knew Go Chi was stubborn. Even if the woman explained her reasons, Go Chi wouldn't like it if she didn't like her. Just like yesterday when she had to stay on night duty. If Go Chi got angry, she might sell the person again. So, Yugua didn't try to persuade Go Chi, but instead told the woman to keep her gratitude in her heart and focus on doing good work for Go Chi. Although the woman still wanted to kowtow, she understood Go Chi's preference and decided not to do it. Instead, she silently made a firm decision in her heart to treat Go Chi well. Sit down first. Go Chi saw she finally didn't kowtow and told her to sit and chat. But the woman didn't sit. She seemed to be preparing to stand and talk to Go Chi. You came walking here. Weicheng is still some distance from Gojia village. It must have been tiring to walk all this way. Rest for a bit. Let's sit and talk. When my mother and the others come back, it won't be inappropriate for you to follow the rules, Go Chi said while also signaling Yugua and Yuju to sit down and chat, so the woman wouldn't feel so tense. Seeing Yugua and Yuju sit, the woman finally dared to sit down herself. Brother, what do you think is going on with them? It doesn't seem like they are poor relatives. You just said that the twin sisters are Chi-Chi's maids, but now this woman's posture is even lower than theirs. This person might also be a servant of Chi-Chi's family. Although Arya, who is leaning on the wall, can't hear what Go Chi and the others are saying in the yard, from their actions, it's clear that this woman isn't a relative. Otherwise, even if she were a distant relative, she should be a senior to Go Chi, so it wouldn't make sense for her to kowtow to a younger person. She is probably also a servant, maybe delayed yesterday, and came today on her own. Go Chong says this while climbing down from the wall. Clearly, he doesn't plan to sneak a peek anymore. The more he looks, the more he feels the gap between his family and Go Chi's is huge. He remembers that Go Chi's family was quite poor when they just moved back, but it's only been a short time, and they already have several servants. This shock hits him hard. He considers himself capable of enduring hardships. He is much older than Go Chi, but his skills in making money are not as good. Thinking about it makes him uncomfortable, so he shoulders his tools and goes up the mountain to chop firewood. Today, he is determined to cut more wood to sell, at least to earn a bit more. Arya doesn't know what Go Chong is thinking. She is still secretly watching from the wall. Go Chi asks Yu Gui to pour water for the woman, letting her drink first, then questions her about some basic details. The woman's surname is Shui, which Go Chi finds interesting. He already knew this when she signed the contract yesterday. As for her husband's family situation, Go Chi didn't ask in detail, but since she was willing to sell herself to bury her husband, it suggests her husband's family probably has no other members. Yu Gui is a person who values loyalty. Even if she has to endure some hardship, she wants her husband to rest in peace. If it were someone selfish or heartless, they would have run away long ago. Go Chi also didn't ask why Yu Gui was so calculating. As long as she can do it, she is considered talented. Talented people should be well arranged. Now, she has her own room. After Yu Gui finishes tidying up her room, Go Chi begins to explain her specific tasks. First, she needs to handle raw materials because she can do calculations and read, making her the most suitable for this job. Yu Gui didn't expect to be assigned such an important task right after arriving. It's a job involving money, and if the person isn't trustworthy, the employer usually wouldn't let them handle money. Since she just came here, Go Chi doesn't know her well yet, but she trusts her enough to give her this responsibility. This made her feel a strange, hard-to-explain emotion inside. She repeatedly told Go Chi that she would take her responsibilities seriously and keep careful records of every expense. This is natural. It's your job. Being responsible is the most basic requirement. I trust you with this task and hope you won't let me down. Go Chi spoke seriously to Shui Nyang, making Shui Nyang feel even more valued. Next, Shui Nyang began preparing everything she needed. If something was missing at home, she listed it for Go Chi. When Go father and the others returned at noon, Go Chi introduced Shui Nyang to them. They had known yesterday that someone was missing, and today, seeing her, Go father and Go mother felt relieved. In the afternoon, Shui Nyang went to the market with Go mother and started promoting their family's raw material collection business. From then on, selling cakes at the market was no longer Go mother's responsibility, but belonged to Huan Yang and Shui Nyang. Huan Yang was in charge of selling cakes, and Shui Nyang handled collecting raw materials. Delivering the cakes was Go Kongan's task. As for Air Fu, seeing that Go Chi had enough helpers, he started looking for new customers again. However, Go Chi's idea of partnership still wasn't widely accepted, so the contracts he brought back were still for cakes. De Fu had been in Yen City for 5 or 6 days, but he still hadn't returned. Not only was Air Fu a bit worried, but Go Chi also found it strange. While Go Chi and Air Fu discussed whether to go look for De Fu, he finally returned. He looked in good shape, maybe just a little tired, but he hadn't lost any limbs, so that was the best. Go Chi didn't ask him about the situation there immediately. Instead, she told him to rest at home for a few days first. De Fu wanted to say he didn't need to rest, but Go Chi's temper was well known, so since she asked him to rest, it meant she wasn't in a rush for answers. He decided to go home and rest properly. However, De Fu didn't actually rest for several days. The next day, he came to see Go Chi. When they talked, Go Chi had Yu Gue and Usual leave the room, only letting De Fu speak with her alone. After they left, De Fu told Go Chi about his experience over the past few days. He had quickly found the property based on the address, but no one was inside. It looked abandoned for a long time. So he asked around to learn more about the house. The house was large but empty, very deserted. This house also includes a shop, but the shop has been empty for a long time. Neighbors say the shop has been vacant for over 10 or 20 years. People have inquired about the shop, but since the house and shop belong to the same family, they couldn't find the owner. Even if someone wanted to buy or rent the shop, they couldn't do so without knowing who the owner was. Later, the house started to be haunted, so even if someone wanted to buy the house and shop together, they would hesitate after hearing about the ghost. Because of this, most people only know that the house is haunted and nothing else. However, De Fu was not willing to give up. Since Go Chi gave him this task, he couldn't just find out about the ghost and then leave without investigating further. He stayed in Yanqing for a few more days and asked nearly everyone nearby. Finally, an old man told him about the original owner of the house. The family's surname was Mei, and they were in the fabric business. The house was not their main residence. It was a dowry property for Mei's daughter. At first, they still did business, and Mei's daughter came to check the accounts every month. But then, for some unknown reason, she stopped coming. The family didn't know why at the time, but continued their business. One year, there was a flood and all their fabrics were soaked, causing heavy losses. After that, Mei's daughter didn't come to visit, and the manager at the time was probably afraid she would lose money, so he took people and ran away. The house and shop were left empty, and no one took care of them from then on. De Fu asked the old man why the manager didn't sell the house and shop when he left. The old man said it was because there was no property deed. Clearly, the deed was with Mei's daughter. As for why she stopped checking the accounts and why she didn't come to see the house after the flood, the old man didn't know.